2 years from now, you are going to remember this exact moment because this is the day that you are uncovering the 16-hour free course that is going to lead you to making your first $1 million online. How do I know that? Because this information I'm about to share with you has made me a millionaire by the age of 24, and it took me only 2 years. And this time around, we're not just talking about one way or method to making money online. Instead, we're going to be covering 7 different wealth creation models in this very video. We're going to be covering everything from copywriting, sales, personal brand building, email marketing, funnel building, content creation, and even investing and diversifying your wealth. The reason why I know these work so well is because I myself has been able to make over 10K per month in my first 9 months of making money online. And then from there, I've been able to use all of these other wealth creation models to essentially just extrapolate and exponentially grow my own wealth. Every single one of the methods that I'm about to show you here today in this very course, I've been able to use to build the exact life that I wanted. See, I started as a 9-to-5 worker with 3 different jobs just to make ends meet. And now I'm able to do whatever I want, whenever I want, travel where I want, when I want. I get to work however much and if I even want in the first place. And there's no reason as to why anybody watching this video can't do the exact same things. I had no special advantages. I was just a construction worker / security guard / guy in the army who was working every single day, but still just not getting the results that he wanted. But here's the truth. We live in a world where people are selling $1,000 courses, but people still aren't getting any results from them in the first place. And usually the only free stuff that you come across is just used as bait in order to get you to buy some other super expensive course or program. But here's the thing. If you know me, you've known that we've done this before. I've already put out a free 4-hour copywriting course right here on YouTube that was responsible for so many people actually making money to the point where it got 2.1 million views and has went completely viral. For example, just look at all of the comments that I'm putting on the screen right now of all of these people who have made money and gotten value from those courses in the past. And the crazy part is that what you're about to witness right now before your very eyes is twice as much, if not even more value, all put into one place. Now, let me address the elephant in the room. Tyson, why are you giving out a wealth of knowledge right here for absolutely free? And the answer is this. You're about to become part of one of the world's biggest case studies. Because the truth is, I've helped tons of people go from $0 to over 10K per month, and their stories are documented on this very channel. And there's no reason as to why you can't be the next one. Because I want to prove to people without a shadow of a doubt that if you have the discipline, if you have the hustle, there is no conceivable reason as to why you can't not only reach, but exceed your goals, especially your financial goals. See, when I was just first starting out, I couldn't find a single person who was genuinely out here helping people for free because I didn't have money to pay for courses or pay for mentors, etc. So I made a promise to myself that when I inevitably made it, I would be that person that I was looking for, that person that was actually there to show me the path and show me the way. So now not only am I going to be showing you and teaching you the exact path, I will also be giving you and handing you over the tools and the resources that you can literally just use and take from me to go out there and make money for yourself so that you can live whatever life you want to live. If you want to be the first millionaire in your family like I was, if you want to be able to live life on your own terms, then this video you're watching right now is going to be the path for you to do that. So with all that being said, without any further ado, let's lock in and begin. Yo, everybody, welcome back to the free 16-hour course. I hope you guys are ready. Buckle up because we are about to make history. So let me just hop right into the slides. Welcome to the course. Whoa. But before we go any farther, firstly, I just want to give you guys another little piece of information that I didn't even put in the intro, and that is that 3 lucky people who comment on this video are going to be winning $1,000 as just an extra gift of appreciation from me to you guys. I love my audience, and you guys have been able to make all this stuff possible for me. So, like I said, 3 people, just random comments, are going to be winning $1,000 each. Now, the winners will be announced on my Instagram at tyson.scales. So you're gonna be wanting to follow me there as well to see if you won, because I'll be announcing them on my stories. So guys, let's get back to the amazing video on exactly how to make your first $1 million online in complete profit, no matter where you are starting from. And don't worry, because these are far from empty promises, and I'm going to show you and prove to you why here in 1 second. So here is my promise to you. In this course, I'll show you the 7 methods to financial freedom, how they all interconnect and actually work together, and how you can employ them. Every step that took myself from 0 to 100K per month in profit every month, and how you can implement these steps online to make a fortune. Now, this will essentially give you the infinite money glitch. It literally does not feel fair. People question what I do, the legality of it when they see my lifestyle and the things that I have. But at the end of the day, it's up for grabs. It's up for the taking. Anybody can do it. And this is how you can make way more money than anybody with any sort of job, career path, or anything of that nature. But why is this even different in the first place? Well, this is a full A to Z system. This is not going to be all like the vague advice that you get online or on Instagram or on TikTok where you're still left wondering like, okay, where do I start? I'm literally going to show everything. And you're going to be able to use everything starting today to escape the 9-to-5 hamster wheel. First and foremost, that's like number one. What we want to do is get you out of the 9-to-5, because then you're going to be able to get your freedom and time back. Thinking back to it, I used to make $2,000 a month for backbreaking work. It's just insane to think that that's how people's whole lives go. But today we set you on the path to millionaire status. Now look, here's kind of a expected timeline. Now it's been done a lot faster than this before, but I want to be realistic and I want to be conservative with the estimate. So for example, to make 100K per month plus might take 3 to 5 years. The 2 to 4 year path to making 20K to 100K per month, the 1 to 3 years to make 10K to 20K per month, and the 3 months to 1 year to actually make 0 to 10K per month. That's how this whole course is essentially going to be split up. Obviously, first we're going to start by putting you on the path to your first 10K per month. And there's no reason why, if you follow every single thing you see here in this course, you can't do it in 3 months. It's been done even faster than that. But again, I put 3 months to 1 year. It took me 9 months. I've had multiple students actually beat me to there, which is kind of funny, but I digress. This is exactly how it's going to be split up and how you can chase these goals while still putting them in a realistic time frame. Because let's be honest, you're not going to be a millionaire overnight. It's going to take work. It's going to take time. But oh my goodness, is it ever worth it? And that is what truly matters. We'll start right at the bottom and build the foundations that it takes to make 10K per month. We'll cover the next skills needed to double your income and begin scaling. Then I'll break down how to expand your business and enter new territories. And finally, how to protect your wealth for the long term. Because getting rich, hey, look, man, it is what it is. Staying rich is a whole nother game. There's a reason why you see so many people win the lottery and then a couple years later, they go broke and they're back to their 9-to-5 job. There's no reason for that, because you have to be a millionaire. Otherwise, even if you have $1 million, you're not going to be a millionaire. Be a millionaire before you become a millionaire. And I'll show you how to do that here. Now, how do I know all this works? Well, again, no empty promises on this channel. I've documented it well over a dozen times where I've had interviews with people that I actually helped hit 10K per month. In fact, in the last month, I helped 3 people get to 10K per month. And again, their interviews are right here on this very channel for you to go check out. 10K per month, 19-year-old making 10K per month, and another guy down here making $16,000 per month. Guys, again, how can you tell me you can't do this as well? We have a whole bunch of guys on here, and I'm going to go through their individual stories a little bit later on in the program. But we have guys here where English isn't their first language. We have guys here that are from, places in Europe like Romania, etc., Bulgaria, and English wasn't their first language, like I said, and they had all the reasons as to why they can't do it. They're young. Some of these guys are like 18. Some of these guys are like 16 years old, but they're bringing in real money. And if you have any of those excuses, any of those doubts, don't worry. We're actually going to pick them apart one by one as we move on. But just know, if you're feeling those worries kind of bubble up inside you and those doubts, we're going to address those and we're going to get rid of them so that you truly do understand how simple it is to just make money. You do the action steps and you will get there. It's just like the gym. You go in the gym, you do your bench press, you do your squats, you do your deadlifts, you do your lat pull downs, you do your bicep curls, you're going to get ripped. There's just no other way. And even just from my free content, because I know people are going to be asking this too, even just from my free content, people are making money. And I haven't even given out as much value as I'm giving out in this course as well. People are making 5K per month, people making 4K, some more wins here as well. Now you can, stop the video, scroll it if you want, 4,000 right there. Somebody else with a bunch of money too. You can stop the video, scroll it, made 2.3K per month. And then some more wins down here from, these are my personal students as well. As you can see, guy making 21,000, et cetera, et cetera. So guys, I showed this to you, not to like brag or just be like, look, all these dudes are making money. What are you doing? I mean, kind of like that, but really just to prove to you, if there's so many people already out here doing it, what one man can do, another can do. So hopefully that takes away all of your excuses or your thoughts of, well, I don't know how realistic this is. Bro, there's so many people already doing it that I've already personally helped, not to mention all of the thousands of people that I haven't helped that have been able to make it as well. So here's the complete system and guide that we're going to be covering in today's video. 1, the mental frameworks required to actually hit 7-figure success. The no BS business models that actually work, because we're not going to, like I said, show you just one business model or go in depth on one. We are going to be touching on multiple ones and how they actually connect and will play a part in your journey. The complete marketing and copywriting foundation, building your own personal brand, sales psychology, email marketing systems, website funnel building, content creation, empire, investing strategies like stocks and in crypto, building your dream lifestyle, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what makes me qualified to actually give you these systems? Well, because I have actually hit 7 figures myself, over $1 million every single year. And I've also, like I've said, for the last couple of years, been helping tons of people make money online for free. Just to give you an idea of how valuable all the information that you're getting here is, I want to show you a couple of receipts. So pay attention to the dollar amount that you see and pay attention to the date, because a lot of these are going to say the same dollar amount, but they're going to say a different date. So I just wanted to point that out. And for the information that I'm giving you in this video for free, by the way, I've paid $5,000, $5,000, $5,000. That's $15K so far on mentorships, courses, another $5,000, $20K, $25K, and then this was $30K. If you're wondering why there's so many 5K, it's because I have a limit on my credit card. So I can only do 5K at a time. So I basically pay people, if it's like a $15,000 program, which I've been in like 4 or 5 of those now in the past year, then I have to pay in $5,000 increments. Another $8,000 invoice, $4,000 invoice, $2,500 invoice, $8,000 invoice. I have spent well over $50,000 in the last year or so on mentorships and programs to learn the information, the strategies, and the tactics that I am bringing you here today. I just want you to put that into perspective. Here is something that I like to tell people, and it's that you can read the book or you can hire the author, which is what I chose to do. One costs $20 and the other one might cost $2,000. One takes months to see full results because you're reading the book, you're figuring out how to implement into your business or into what you're doing. And the other one takes minutes because someone can just come in, look at what you're doing, and actually teach you the lessons that are relevant to you. Choose your pace and pay the price. And that's exactly what I decided to do. I've been investing myself like crazy. And we'll get onto this in a little bit later on when we go in the program. But all the extremely rich and famous or successful people that you know are all investing heavily into their own success. And that's just what it is. Now, as a complete beginner, you might not have the funds, which is why we're here right now. So the reason as to why I want to tell you that is because people who pay attention. Now, the downside of an amazing course like this, and if you're wondering why more people don't do it, the fact is that because it is free, a lot of people will not value it. So I want you to go through this course really understanding how much it costs to even come into production. I spent over $50K on the information, tens of thousands of dollars on editors and employees to help me actually create this, and then also a year's worth of my own time on researching, building this very course out for you. So I don't want you to take it lightly. I want you to absolutely devour every single second because that is how you're going to win. To put it into perspective, the information I'm sharing with you cost me enough money to buy a brand new BMW M5. I have a BMW M5 worth of information and knowledge that I'm putting into your hands right now. So it's up to you what you will do with it. But even still, people will literally still sit there and engage in watching brain rot, literal brain rot, then 50, 60K worth of information. It's insane. Here's the superpower of the elites. It isn't discipline or perseverance or intelligence. It's follow through. Look, it's the invisible thing, the dividing line to those who dream and those who actually achieve. Anyone can get excited about an idea for a day, a week, or a month. How many times have you been like, man, I'm going to go to the gym. You go to the gym for a week and then you fall off. Man, I'm going to learn this instrument. You play it for a couple days, then you play it less and less, then it falls off. But the ability to stay committed when the initial excitement fades is rare. And that rarity is what makes it so valuable. This long-form course isn't designed to be bite-sized content that you're used to consuming. It's not meant to be easy. It's intentionally in depth because real transformation doesn't happen in 5-minute videos. Think of this course like your first test of commitment. And if you can't wait for success, if you can't wait a couple hours for success, how do you expect to wait for the actual success itself? If you can't sit here through a video that you can finish in a weekend that is comprised of the information that will literally take you from 0 to 1,000,000, then how do you really expect to deserve that million in the first place? If you can't follow through on watching a course, you won't follow through on implementing what's in it. Completion is the first test of your commitment to success. Anyone can start, but only few will finish. Be one of the few. The marketplace rewards completion, not consumption. Most people abandon ship the moment learning becomes challenging because how you do one thing is how you do everything. So, for example, I have a graphic here. Maybe, let's say, hundreds of people will start the 60K free course, which is what you're watching right now. Only a few people will actually start implementing what's in it. And then only a few people will persist after a year. And then for the people who never stop, it's just one person, and then they will finally become rich. That's an easy way to visualize what it's going to be. Every single step of the process acts like a filter. So every time you're going through something hard, you're doing something you don't want to do, understand that you just separated yourself from another 10%. And now I want to show you exactly where I come from. And the reason as to why is because it's extremely relevant to the story. I don't want you guys to think that I'm some trust fund baby or something, or I had things handed to me, or I even had some sort of previous experience that makes it possible for me, but not possible for anybody else, my friends. I failed school, got kicked out at 18, and worked 3 jobs to barely survive. I failed multiple classes, didn't do very well in school in general. I got lots of 40s out of 100, 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's basically all of my grades. I was also here. I was in the Army as well. I was also a construction worker in the daytime, and I was a security guard at night. So to give you an overall look at my week, 1 or 2 nights per week, I would go and work with the Army. And then I would also work with them on some weekend trainings and also go away with them on the summer to get done some full courses. And then when I wasn't doing full-time Army stuff, I would be doing full-time construction worker. And then on top of that, at nighttime and on weekends, I would work as a security guard. So I'd be easily pulling in 70, 80-hour weeks consistently. And you want to know what? The crazy part is that I was only making like $2,000 to $3,000 per month on a good month. And rent was $1,200. Rent is $1,200 in the first place, bro. So I'm not keeping any money. I'm not living in any sort of abundance. I'm literally just scraping by, using the best years of my life and just working and grinding towards what? The other thing is that my career in all 3 of these stages, like even if I followed through with all of them, I was never going to be wealthy. I might make $4K and $5K per month, maybe one day if I'm lucky. That just didn't sound good to me. So that's what I would consider my rock bottom. I had a financial crisis. I had 3 different jobs. My living conditions were really not very good. And I was just escaping everything. I was turning to partying. I was just not living a very good lifestyle. I maxed out my credit card and I was in 4K of debt and had less than $250 in my bank account. Bro, my bank account was looking so sorry, bro. So sorry. I had 3 different jobs. Some days I'd be grinding 18-hour shifts as a carpenter, security guard, and in the Army. I would sleep in a sleeping bag on the floor of my very first apartment. Humble beginnings. I really wish that I had a picture. It's hilarious. It was like one of those photos where it's like, this is all a man needs to be happy. And I have a sleeping bag and I have like this tiny 18-inch TV. And that's just what we were grinding with. That's just what we had, what we were doing. Some weeks I had to go without food because I literally just couldn't afford anything. And I had to turn to partying, substances, and alcohol. It became my normal to get away from reality. All of these things were things to numb the pain of just never really having enough and all the anxiety, especially around finances, to the point where I didn't want to check the mail because I knew I'd had some red letter in there. Somebody saying, yo, man, we're coming for your debts. We're coming for collections and we need that money that I just didn't have. So this is when I started to toy around with the idea of trying to make money online. It'd been something that I had looked into every once in a while. Sometimes I watched a video that really inspired me, but I never really committed to anything or made anything work. I tried graphic design, to be a graphic designer on Fiverr or like a video editor. I tried affiliate marketing. I tried investing in crypto. I put all of my money in crypto, which we're going to talk about a lot later on how to actually win with crypto. But I did it the wrong way. And needless to say, I lost a bunch of money. I literally worked every single weekend and put every single spare dollar into crypto just to lose it. Now, if you'll understand, you don't really lose money in crypto or in stocks. You take it out while it's down. And that's what I had to do because I was in such a financial dire situation that I had to take out the money and I lost it. I basically worked for free for whole weekends, 18 hours a day. It was insane. And then I realized that every time you fail, it's not an actual loss. You found a way not to do something which pushes you one step closer to your solution. And all of these things amalgamated to me actually finally finding my way. And then I just committed. I went all in. I eliminated all my distractions, smashed my bong, flushed my weed, got rid of all of those distractions. I had an extreme schedule. I would wake up as early as possible before work so I could get done my online business, my side hustle, as soon as possible, rather than doing it after work. Because after work, you don't have any time. So I started waking up at 2 a.m. and I would work hard like crazy. Then I would go to work at 7 or 8, come back from work, go to sleep, and then do it all again the next morning. And even though I was already $4K in debt, I took out another $5K loan to invest in mentorship, courses, and I was still investing in myself early on in the beginning with money that I straight up did not have. This was because I needed to change my life ASAP. I was extremely just unfulfilled in life. And I needed to learn from someone else's mistakes. I didn't have time to waste figuring things out on my own. I had no plan B, and this time it actually had to work. And the way that I made it work is I sacrificed everything else and I went through laser focus. And again, this course you're watching is the very first test. If you have like 25 different tabs open, dude, just cut them all off. Take your phone, throw it at the other end of the room. You need to cut out and eliminate distractions so you can actually focus and lock in. So I worked extremely hard for an extremely long time. And only then was I able to finally break through. So here's kind of like a timeline. One, I got my first client, which was a commission deal. I didn't earn very much money, but dude, getting your first client, making your first little bit of money online, I do truly pray that all of you really experience what that's like, because my first dollar was a completely different feeling from like $100,000 a month or 50K per month or 10K per month. Making that first dollar is the most exciting. Then I finally got real clients that were paying me $3,000 and $4,000 per month. Then I grew my own agency. So I started to hire and outsource 2 people. I was making 20K per month. And then, like I said, I'm at 100K per month. And all of that took less than 3 years. I did it all in 2 years. I've been able to get all the dream cars that I want. As you can see, I'm right here with my Corvette. I also got a Ram TRX. I also got an Audi RS5. Any car for any occasion, I got it. I also have my dream home. I'm able to live in the penthouse. I'm able to live in a really nice apartment. Whereas before, I was literally living in like a trap house where it was like, you would literally see people who are on drugs just walk outside like zombies, just outside my apartment. Like that's what it was like. I was in bad neighborhoods. Now I've been able to travel to anywhere I want in the world. I've never left my home country until I was like 22, 23. And then I started making money and then I started traveling. And now I've been all over the world. And I'm completely, absolutely blessed and forever grateful that I've been able to have all these opportunities to the point where I feel as though I owe it to other people to help them do the same thing, because it's completely life-changing. And over the last 12 months, we've been able to make 1.51 million. And this is not including things like PayPal, my paid school community, bank transfers. So realistically, it's more than this. But again, completely blessed to be able to make that sort of financial income. But here's what I'm most proud of is the results that I've been able to help other people get, kind of like I showed you. People hit 30K per month from cartel infested city to actually being able to achieve freedom. People who in 50 days went from 0 to 5 figures per month, over 10K per month. And people hit $18,000 per month within 9 months of starting. And look, although most people know me for copywriting, I've also had a lot of success in other areas too, because I've mastered what I call skill acquisition. And that's all that success and making money, financial success, even just life success in general, really all is about being able to acquire the proper skills. And pretty much everybody has skills, but the problem is that they invest in the wrong skills. They want to be an amazing trick shotter or quick scoper on Call of Duty. They want to be really good at NBA 2K, but they're not actually willing to put in the hard work on the things that don't give them as much dopamine, like building businesses, building landing pages, understanding marketing, sales, etc. And by learning the art of writing persuasive copywriting, I reached my first 10K per month. Later, learned leadership skills to help me build an agency and double my income. Now I've been able to establish a personal brand with over 10 million views, mentorship programs, and investments that allowed for diversified streams of income. And I've used all of these same principles in all aspects of my life, even fitness. I'm into music as well, I play guitar. Every single aspect of my life, I feel as though I'm a complete professional at. And that's the real reward. The real reward is not the money that you get. The real reward is the person who you become in the process. I went from incredibly skinny to being strong, fit, and in shape. And not because I'm lucky with peak genetics. Yes, I do have the black genetics, so obviously that plays a factor. But I mean, man, there was still hard work to come with it as well. I've trained hard, eaten well, and built an unbreakable mindset over the past few years. And you'll find that the skills you've picked up throughout your life will help you in seemingly unrelated times. Because learning new strategies without working on yourself is like downloading new apps on a broken phone. Fix the foundation, then add on the features. And you are the number one project. You are your number one enemy. And you are the only thing standing in the way between your future millionaire status. Because the cold hard truth is this is going to be 16 hours of intensive training. Most people won't complete it. I'm giving you the map, the key, the car, the fuel, the food for the trip so you can actually reach success. But so many people won't make it because they'll say, well, it's 16 hours. Oh my gosh, it's so much. Like, brother. Every single Netflix series that you've ever watched is over 16 hours easily. You're watching Game of Thrones. Like, bro, how many hours do you think is in Game of Thrones? How many hours do you think you've ever played a video game for? I bet if you log into your video game, you can see how much time you spent playing the game. And you probably spent days playing it, like as in like 24-hour accumulation of playing it. I know I have. I'm not innocent either. I've loved playing games and I've loved wasting time before in the past. But at the end of the day, 16 hours really isn't that long. 99% of people will waste 16 hours absorbed by things like Netflix, rot their brain with hours of doom scrolling, watch 20 minutes and think, this is too much work though. It's actually showing me something that I have to do, and then they'll walk off because they never really wanted it in the first place. But if you want to be the first millionaire in your family, then these are the things that you have to do and you have to remember. And you know what? That's fine. This course isn't for them. This course is for the 1% who are serious about changing their lives. So here's my challenge to you, should you wish to accept it. One is to complete all 16 hours of the free program. Watch every second, even the parts you think don't apply. Because again, guys, skills are transferable. Even though you might not be building a personal brand right now, you understanding what goes into it is always going to help you. Implement and document. So take action immediately, track your results. Next is to share your results. So comment why you even want to be a millionaire in the first place. I'm genuinely curious. And as you know, I'm doing a giveaway in this very video. So 3 people are going to be winning $1,000. And all they have to do is like the video, subscribe to the channel, and then also just leave a comment. And I'll be picking some of the best and just some random comments as well to win. And I'll be announcing them on my Instagram story. So you should probably be following me there as well at tyson.scales so you can see who the winners are as well. And if you won, you can go there and actually claim your $1,000. My investment to you to actually help you get started in this. And lastly, I want to address the number one objection that I'm going to get, which is, but Tyson, I don't have enough time. Not only just to finish a 16-hour course, I'm a busy guy. My friend, first and foremost, you're talking to the king of 9-to-5 jobs here, working 70, 80 hours a week, but still being able to make it, still being able to make just enough money online to quit those jobs, and then using that extra time that I just freed up to actually scale my businesses and make as much money as I want. And that's the process. So yes, you might be low on time, but here's how you need to think of it. Think of it about what's your 9-to-5 escape plan. And maybe you're making 2K, 3K, 4K, 5K per month. Maybe you're in school. How much money do you need to escape? And then you have all the time in the world. So I'm not trying to hear that. And look at this. Here's the truth. People with less time, resources, and advantages have been able to make it work. So why can't you? On the left is a picture of what my day-to-day looked like when I was starting my online business. Except I had 3 jobs, woke up at 2 a.m. every day, and still didn't make any excuses. And on the right, that's how the average person wastes their time every single day. They snooze. They snooze again. They check social media when they wake up. They go to Starbucks. They start watching YouTube. They go to their day job at 9 to 5. Then they go to happy hour with their friends. Then they go to a watch party. They're just watching TV. Then they start doom scrolling on TikTok. And then they overthink starting. And then they start all over again the next day. Whereas the people on the left are the ones who actually win. They work on their dreams, they go to their gym, and then they go to their job, and then they go back, and then they work on their dreams again, every single day consistently. I don't have time, while their screen time says that they spend 3 hours every single day scrolling TikTok. The truth is, if you don't have time, it's because you're not making time. And if you're not making time, then changing your life isn't just not that important to you. It's as simple as that. Every millionaire started with the same 24 hours per day that you have. They just prioritize things that push them closer to their goals. Look at Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world, runs some of the largest companies on the face of the planet, does work for the government for US. Now, by the time I wrote this, he doesn't do work for the government anymore. But he also has a family of 7 children from like 3 different mothers and has a busy schedule, obviously, but he still found a way to make it work. And he's still finding a way to make it work. And that's just one example. Whether you like him or not, doesn't really matter. Don't care. These people have crazy time management skills. And all you need to do is just use that for inspiration. Because here's the thing, everybody wants a mentor. And I want you to take this piece of advice and carry it throughout the whole program. Everyone wants a mentor until they realize mentors don't just give you the answers, they give you uncomfortable truths that force you to grow. You might not like a lot of the things that I'm saying here in the course or in the program, but they are what's needed to be said to you. I'm sorry, but I'm not really that concerned with your feelings, my friend. I'm more concerned with you actually changing your life. Am I saying you should do nothing but work? Won't that mean you end up on your deathbed with nothing but money and regrets? Yes, and yes, but with one exception. Work isn't everything forever. You grind for 1 to 3 years, and by the time you put your head back up, the rest of your life consists of complete freedom. Is that a trade you're willing to make? Let me know in the comments. But that's all you need to consider. Is that a trade that you are willing to make? Because if not, then this is not really what you want. But if it is, if you're willing to sacrifice those 1 to 3 years, and also those 1 to 3 years is not going to be like freaking slavery. I mean, brother, let's be honest. You're not in a coal mine. You're out here texting, typing away, learning things on a computer. You're fine. 1 to 3 years of grinding inside at a desk for a lifetime of freedom, being able to do whatever you want, whenever you want, having financial abundance and building generational wealth. Worth it? And don't just say yes with your mouth or with your words. I want you to mean yes with your actions. And here's an example of me still being able to live life and make money. Yes, I grinded 24/7 for years, but now I've been able to actually go on vacation, go on resorts, not have to worry about the bill, go to Miami, go to business events, meet just like famous people that I've been scrolling on my phone and looking at for years, and actually be able to meet them in person. It's just crazy. I also take my whole team, all my students, out to Funnel Hacking Live, which is a business event, and spend time with them in Vegas, meet them all, and just have a great time in general. Because let's be honest, what's the point of having wealth if you don't get to enjoy the fruits of your hard work? So eventually, yes, you will get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. But again, first, you have to actually work. You have to labor in the first place. Now, I don't just want to give you life-changing advice in this course. I want to tell you exactly how to maximize your results right now. So here's what you need to do at this very second. You need to commit to watching every single second, even the parts you think don't apply to you. You need to take notes, multiple notebooks for key insights. Guys, I stay with the notebooks. This right here, this is my daily schedule, okay? And I want you to realize every single one of those blocks is actually one day. And this is just one folder, one binder. I have multiple of these that are already completely filled out, not to mention all the rest of the notes that I have over here. And the reason why I'm showing this is because I just want to show you that I practice what I preach. And these are just a couple. I literally have like a whole stack of ones that are completely full, completely filled, because taking notes is really that important. That's how you are going to not only just watch the course. This is not something you do passively. This is something that you interact with. So in order to actually maintain and retain all the information, you have to take notes. There's just no other way about it. You have to take notes. You have to listen intentionally. This is not something for you to just listen to while you're cleaning your house or something. This is something that you need to actively participate in, because exposure to knowledge is not learning. You can watch 1 million episodes of Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen, but guess what? At the end of that, you're not going to know how to cook just because you watched him do it. You actually got to get in the kitchen. Next, you want to save this video for later. Look, I'm not going to lie. You're probably not going to watch it 16 hours focused in a row. Probably not going to happen. So you'll be able to easily find it later if you go down below this video, actually leave a like. Then it will be in your liked videos playlist, and you won't have to lose it, try to find it again. It'll be super easy. Next is to watch it in segments. So you can just leave a timestamp down below by commenting what time you left off at. So let's say you left off at 1 hour and 15 minutes. You can go down in the comments, leave it as a bookmark. Then when you come back to the video, you can go down, click on the link to your bookmark, and then you'll be able to pick up where you left off. That way you're not searching for where you left off and then kind of stuck again. Next is to track your progress. So document your journey using something like Snapchat. Super, super important and helpful. Maybe I'll show you some of my old Snapchats in general, but it's kind of like a video log or like a video diary. And the great thing about Snapchat is that it will remind you when you actually did something a year ago in your memories. So really, really easy way to do that. So take a video of you saying, I'm starting this 16-hour course. I'm starting this journey. I'm committing to finishing it. I'm committing to actually taking the action and doing all the steps that's inside. And finally, don't go in alone. This journey is much easier with partners. So you want to share this video with other people that you know so that they can go through it with you. If you know other people who want to actually start a hustle, want to start making money, share it with them. And then I also have some free communities that I'll link down below. If you're just looking for other people to meet and meet other like-minded individuals who have the same goals and aspirations. And I want you to have every single chance possible of succeeding. Here's why this is more important now than ever. And one of the biggest parts is the AI gold rush. See, with not even just AI, but just online business in general, my friend, we right now are in the sweet spot. We are in the sweet spot where it's actually pretty easy. And here's the thing, easy is extremely subjective. Is it easy to lift 100 pounds? Well, it depends on who you are, how long you've been lifting, et cetera, et cetera. But it's been easier than it ever has in the world to get rich. But people have never been lazier. Everybody is lazy. All you have to do is put in a little bit of hard work and nobody will be able to keep up with you. It's so simple. But it won't be like this forever. You think you're going to start in a year, you're going to start in 2 years, start in 3 years, 5 years, start when whatever it is, start when you're out of school, start when your job requires less hours from you. Dude, these opportunities won't be here forever. These methods will one day be patched and it will be either harder or impossible to actually escape, especially in the age of AI. Look, how many times have you heard people say, oh man, I wish I'd bought Bitcoin back in 2010. That's the worst thing about hindsight, is that it's always 2020. The truth is, some opportunities don't always scream at the top of their lungs, but AI is jumping around in the spotlight right now, waiting for you to take advantage of it. It's still in the early days, and the people who jump on it right now are going to make boatloads of cash. There's no two ways of looking at it. So don't worry. I want to show you exactly how to leverage AI through this course so that you don't later regret the fact that you missed out, because it's just going to be an exponential growth curve. It's a new technology. There's so many new things happening in the market right now where all you need to do is position yourself properly and you can't help but profit. We're still in the early stages. So later on this video, I'll be showing you how to come up with infinite amount of ideas and concepts to bring your thoughts to life, produce a week's worth of work in hours instead of days, and find hidden opportunities that your competitors are missing out on, all while leveraging AI. On its own, AI just can't replace the strategy, the psychology, and the human connection that drives real results. So you're going to be able to use all of these things to your advantage. And if you're somebody who's worried about AI if it's going to actually take away your opportunities, let me say this. Over the course of time, there have been countless revolutions that changed the way the world works. There are many people that are worried about AI taking their jobs. But let me put it this way. Did the Industrial Revolution take jobs? No. It created a whole new line of industries. Did the internet make business obsolete? No, it created trillion-dollar companies. Did automations replace accountants? No, it made them more valuable as strategic advisors. Here's an example. Mechanics kind of came out of the blue. For the longest time, humans were using horses for transport, and as soon as cars were invented, we needed people to fix them. And the bigger the role that the cars had within society, the more mechanics were needed. That's the same situation that we are in right now. AI is creating jobs that have never been needed before in history. The earlier you get in, the better. But I'll touch on this later. This is the opportunity of our lifetimes. And one day it won't be there. It's just like nothing lasts forever. Everybody knows that. So if you're watching this right now, understand and get a complete sense of urgency. I wish I never waited as long as I did. And you'll hear everybody say that. They wish that they started sooner. So start right now. Here's the course roadmap on everything we're going to be learning in order. Now, I've talked about these before, so I'll just leave it on screen so you can have an idea of what we're going to be covering in which order. But your journey to $1 million starts now. You have the map, you have the keys, you have the vehicle, you have the journey. No more excuses, no more limiting beliefs, no more waiting for the perfect time, because it will never come. Right now is the only time that exists. I believe everything happens for a reason. And that's why you stumble across this video. So here it is. This is the formula. This is the system. This is everything I know about making money online. Look, I'll leave it at this. You could be doing anything in the whole entire world right now, but instead you're sitting right here with me, digesting this video and learning how to improve your life for the better. And you know what? I don't take that lightly. So your success is my responsibility. And that's why throughout this whole thing, I'm going to encourage you as much as I humanly can to not only finish, but implement and really get started and be done with making the excuses, be done with saying you're going to try later, be done with trying things for a couple of days, for some weeks, for some months, and then quitting, but actually committing to making a difference. So with all that being said, man, let's lock in and begin. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson40. I am back. I am black. I'm ready to attack on the second installment of the free 16-hour course. Trust me, there's going to be a lot of introductions, so let's get used to it. Anyways, time to get into the topic at hand, which is mastering your mindset and unlocking your personal potential. Now, look. the word mindset is often overused and watered down. If you're anything like me, bro, when you hear mindset, you throw up in your mouth a little bit because it's always some dude who ain't never really done nothing talking about, bro, you got to be consistent. You got to be disciplined. You got to be blah, 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 blah. We've heard it all before over and over and over and over again. So today we're going to redefine what mindset even means and how to program your brain to become a millionaire, because that is where success truly lies. Not in the business model, not in the tactics, not in the techniques, not in marketing, not in sales. And don't worry, we're going to be getting into all of those, but it all comes down to you. It is actually all based upon you. The journey to financial abundance begins not with investment strategies or business plans, but with a fundamental restructuring of your core beliefs about wealth and your relationship to it. Now, when you transform these deep mental patterns, you'll find the actions required for wealth creation become natural extensions of who you are rather than forced behaviors that you must maintain. The best part here is that everything we're going to talk about is action oriented. So let's lock in and begin. The difference between those who build wealth and those who don't often has little to do with strategy, tactics, or even opportunity. The real dividing line is mindset. And that's just the fact. And it's often overlooked. And that's why it's such a secret superpower. Without the right mental operating system, even the best financial strategies will eventually fail. I've watched brilliant people with perfect business plans self-sabotage because their mindset wasn't aligned with wealth. Meanwhile, other people who had far fewer advantages have built fortunes simply because they possessed unwavering belief and resilience. Look, everybody knows you should be disciplined. Everybody knows you need to work hard. Everybody knows you need to be consistent. Everybody knows you need to sacrifice. But how do you do those in the best possible way? And how can you do them without feeling like you're freaking torturing yourself? Well, we'll talk about that. Your mind acts as a filter for everything that you experience. When opportunity knocks, a poverty mindset hears only risk and danger, but a wealth mindset hears possibility. This isn't positive thinking fluff, but it's a practical psychology that determines whether you even recognize opportunities in the first place. So think about it like this, a little mental reframe. Your subconscious mind is constantly scanning your environment based on your existing beliefs. If you believe wealth is difficult, unethical, or not for people like you, your brain will literally filter out evidence and that contradicts those beliefs. You'll notice all the failures and none of the successes. You'll spot only obstacles and miss all of the openings. A lot of people say that seeing is believing, but in fact, I believe the opposite. Believing is seeing. Whatever you believe, whatever you truly hold dear to your heart, know in your mind, you will actually see in the outside world. Will a positive mindset let you do everything? Oh, well, Tyson, all I got to do is believe positively and I'm going to manifest every single thing that I've ever wanted in my life. That's not what we're talking about here, my friend. No, a positive mindset will not let you do everything, but it will help you do anything better than a negative mindset will. For example, if you're going to box with Mike Tyson, prime Mike Tyson, not the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, chances are you're going to lose. But you have two options. One, you can walk into the ring sulking, depressed, and ready to get whooped. Or two, you can train hard, you can do your best, and you can go out with a fight with maybe even a small chance that hopefully he trips over his shoelaces or something and you get a lucky blow on him and then you beat him. Maybe. Either way, you'll probably lose. But one gives you the best chances. And a lot of people just go through life all cynical, being like, well, I'm not going to make it, so why would I even try? Where I would rather try as hard as I can and even not succeed than not try and still not succeed, but wonder what would have happened if I did. So here's a visual representation. I'm going to have lots of different drawn out frameworks throughout this whole course. I know I'm an artist. It looks amazing. So let me walk you through this graphic and what it actually means. You can have somebody who has the tools and the blueprint, but if they lack ethic, then here's the situation they're going to find themselves in. They're going to have an unfinished house. And they're going to say, no, I don't actually feel like finishing it, even though they have the blueprint and they have the tools. Whereas someone else with bad tools and a vague idea, but actually has work ethic, will finish the house anyways, even if they only have a knife, not a saw, and even if instead of a blueprint, they only have an idea. Almost every decision you make, even those you believe are rational and strategic, is actually controlled by your subconscious mind. 99% of your mind is actually controlled completely subconsciously. You don't even realize that you're doing it. The studies on these are mind-blowing. Researchers at Harvard and Yale have found that we make up to 35,000 decisions daily, yet only 5% of those are made up with conscious awareness. Your subconscious drives your automatic behaviors around money and business and work. How you respond to opportunities, whether you follow through on commitments, and how you handle setbacks, even your work ethic is all subconscious. It's all already programmed into your brain. You think that you're making all these choices. You think that you have choice to make decisions, but realistically, it's not even you. These automatic patterns determine your financial outcomes far more than your conscious ever will. Think about it. Have you ever known exactly what to do to improve your finances, but you still didn't do it? That's your subconscious programming overriding your conscious intentions. Your subconscious beliefs about wealth, success, and your own worthiness are directing your actions regardless of what you consciously want. Think about it like this. When you tie your shoes, you usually don't go, okay, right over left, and then pull it, and then make one ear, make the other ear, and you turn it around, and you just do it really quickly. Boom, 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 done. When you walk, you don't think, okay, right foot, right heel, right toe, left foot, left heel, left toe. Now I'm about to make a turn, and then you turn. No, you just walk normally. When you read, you don't sit there and think, okay, THEV, GOOD, that's good. No, you just do all these things subconsciously. They're already programmed into your mind. You don't even consciously do it. You're not consciously sitting here thinking, okay, I'm going to breathe, or I'm going to beat my heart at 60 beats per minute. It all just happens automatically. So if you were to program your subconscious mind to automatically drive for wealth and deliver results, what do you think that would do to you? The good news is that you can reprogram these subconscious patterns through techniques like the ones we're about to cover. You can install new automatic responses that align with wealth building rather than repel it. And look, you can try to, force your way, willpower your way through the whole wealth building phase. By the end of the day, if it feels like absolutely pulling teeth, or if you would rather swallow glass than wake up and do some work in the morning, then the chances of you actually doing it are just zero. You're just never actually going to do it. So you can actually make all of this enjoyable. You can make it second nature, so that you always do it. This programming explains why some people seem to effortlessly achieve financial success. People who achieve financial success aren't just doing it by grinding. It's their subconscious is aligned with their conscious goals. So they don't even experience the internal resistance that derails most people. Their actions flow naturally in direction of wealth creation rather than away from it. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later on in the program, but at the end of the day, a lot of the people that are famous, that are rich, that are successful, that you look up to, they could have stopped a long time ago. They could have took all their money. They could have been somewhere. Myself, for example, I have enough money where I could live for a very, very long time, very, very comfortably. But here I am grinding, losing sleep. It's actually currently, you probably can't see my watch, but it's literally 1:49 a.m. I woke up extremely early, like I always do. And I'm out here working and grinding on this 16-hour course instead of doing anything else in the world. And I don't even need anything. I don't want anything. There's nothing in the world that I could even buy. If someone transferred $1 billion into my bank account today, I would still wake up and do the exact same things. The reason why is because I've programmed my subconscious to actually derive pleasure and fulfillment from the amazing work that I get to do, from the opportunities that I'm blessed to have. So when you start seeing work in that way and reprogramming your conscious mind behind actually enjoying the work, then this is where all the difference happens. When you understand this dynamic, you realize why mindset work is not optional. It's the foundation of all sustainable financial success. Without it, you're constantly fighting an invisible enemy, which is your own subconscious programming. So my friends, cultivating your mindset isn't a skill, it's a weapon. So pick it up, point it at your goals, and pull the trigger. Make it count. Here's what we are going to be covering. The whole foundation, everything from top to bottom. One, we're going to be covering productivity maxing. So making sure every hour of work is executed for maximum efficiency. And this is huge. If you're out here working for 4 hours a day and someone else is working for 4 hours a day, but they're getting twice as much done as you will never succeed. You can never make it. You can never, ever be wildly successful because there are other people that are just beating you. Not on how much they're even putting in, but just on how much they are getting out. On top of that is extreme focus. Go through periods where you get years worth of progress done in just a couple of months because you are that focused. On top of that is rewiring your thought patterns. See every setback and failure as an opportunity and build the fundamental advantage. This, how you respond to things when they happen to you, will make all the difference. And then finally, it's also self-belief because nobody in their right minds works for something that they don't think that they can achieve. So you need to understand and truly believe that you can make it happen. And we're going to go through ways to do all of those. So here's how to program your brain for success. We have one, which is a fixed mindset, and two, which is a growth mindset. Here's the difference. A fixed mindset believes that abilities are static and unchangeable. They avoid challenges and give up easily, and they see effort as fruitless and criticism as a personal attack. You guys ever meet somebody like this? It's like time to do some work, or you ask them to do something really quite simple and they're like, oh, I don't want to do that. That's extra work. Why would I want to do that? I want to avoid pain at all costs. They don't go to the gym because they're like, oh, no, that hurts. But on the other hand, you have the growth mindset, believes abilities can develop through dedication, embraces challenges as opportunities, and persists despite obstacles and learns from criticism. And something else that I want to note is that sometimes in certain scenarios, growth mindset doesn't necessarily make the most logical sense. Going back to the Mike Tyson example, I would be crazy to think that I could win. It would literally be probably improbable. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't try. It might be illogical, but if it helps you get to your desired outcome more likely than the other way of belief, I choose to believe what might be seen as less logical. Everybody who's hyper successful has a little bit of insanity towards them, where they believe things not because it's the most logical, but simply because it will get them the best outcome. And that's why they get the best outcome. A fixed mindset says, I'm not good at this. And then a growth mindset says, I'm not good at this yet. That simple 3-letter word opens up possibilities. Your potential isn't predetermined, it is cultivated. So now we're going to be covering sections 1 and 2, which is cultivating the self-belief and rewiring your thought patterns for success. Let's get it. So I want to start this section by showing you some of the clips from the beginning of my journey. These are clips from when I talked about this before, creating a video journal of my journey. They were just from a couple of years ago. That's the other crazy part. Or about 3 years ago or so. They start off with me talking about me going to work in the morning, car not starting, having to call a tow truck driver, not having any money, having extreme financial anxiety. And a couple of the other clips are about, some of the hard times that I faced as well. So I'm going to roll those right now. Check them out.
So I was humbled today. I was going to go to work, and of course, my car didn't start. But what's even better than that is that I got no money. Just paid the tow truck guy $200 that I do not have, bro.
So welcome back. Hopefully when you saw those, you really did realize that I was in the trenches as well. And the reason why I think that video is so important is because pretty much everybody I've ever met always has a reason as to why, yeah, but I can't. Yeah, but I have a real reason, or I didn't have this, or I didn't have that. When the truth is, what was really liberating, what I learned is that I'm not special. You're not special. Everybody who's been successful has had their rock bottoms. And in those videos, I was already grinding really, really hard for months and sacrificing so much, yet still not even seeing any results. But I kept going even though I wasn't seeing anything, because I measured my success not only by the outcome of my income, as in my financial outcome, I also measured my success by just my internal growth. So putting things into perspective, here's why most people will never succeed. And this is huge. I want everybody to, again, listen to this with an extremely open mind, because your mind is like a parachute. It will only work if it is open. So hear me out. Over-skepticism is a dream killer in disguise, and it's disguised as intelligence. If I had dismissed every opportunity that seemed too good to be true, I'd still be dreaming instead of actually building this stuff. Some opportunities actually are that good, but only for people who are willing to find out. A lot of people, when they see my videos or they go through my courses or whatever, what's the funniest thing is I'll make videos on Instagram showing people whatever, talking about copywriting or talking about making money online. People will go, we're not going to buy your course, little bro. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, my friend, brother, my courses are free on YouTube. I have 20 plus hours of free courses after this video is out, 40 hours plus of free courses on YouTube. So they're not actually judging me. They're just being overly skeptical and seeing everything that looks good, everything that looks like an opportunity is stupid. It's a scam. They're trying to famoose me, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what keeps them stuck. And it's unfortunate. The cruel irony is this: the same critical thinking that protects you from bad decisions can block you from life-changing opportunities. Balance is key. Question everything, but be willing to bet on yourself when the evidence points to possibility. Look, man, there is no winning in this game without risk. It just doesn't happen. And a lot of people are so extremely risk averse because they have a scarcity mindset. Critical thinking skills we're taught to value can secretly become our biggest obstacles to success. And the reason why this is so important is because this is one of the biggest reasons as to why people don't believe in themselves. People don't believe that's possible for them. I want you to do something really, really quick, and it sounds kind of corny, but actually close your eyes and imagine what it would be like if a few months from now or half a year from now, you're making $5K per month, $10K per month from home on your own terms. And 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, you're a millionaire. You're making tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. You're able to wake up, do what you want to do, work if you want to work when you'd like to work on whatever it is in the whole entire world that you want to work on. And you feel extremely fulfilled. That can actually happen. But a lot of people, when they even think about that, they recoil. They get scared, because then that means, well, if I believe that, then there's a risk of me being disappointed. And of course there is. There's always going to be a risk. When you love somebody else, there's going to be a risk that they'll leave you. When you start a new job or start a new business venture, there's a risk that it's not going to be like it seemed like it was going to be. But the only way to live life without any risk is to basically sit there and do nothing, be completely insignificant. And if you're watching this video right now, that already tells me that you don't want that to be you, my friend. It's a double-edged sword that determines your entire financial future. When we analyze every opportunity through the lens of suspicion, we create what I call the rejection first mindset, which so many people fall victim to. This is where our default response to opportunity is doubt rather than possibility. Why? Because our brains are wired with negativity bias. We give potential threats far more weight than potential rewards. This made sense for survival prehistoric times, but creates a massive blind spot in today's opportunity-rich environment. And look, I'll be the first to say, I bought lots of things online. I go on TikTok every once in a while to see what people are talking about. And bro, there's some people out there, look, between you and me, they're weird. They probably can't be trusted. But at the end of the day, there's tons of people out there that can be trusted that you can actually get value from and can help you. So you have to use your gut. You have to use your own mind to determine which ones are real and which ones aren't. And sometimes you might be wrong. I've been wrong lots of times, but that's just the name of the game. It's not about being right every single time. It's about trying consistently until you get it. All you need to do is get it right one time, and your life will never be the same. How do we overcome the rejection first mindset that ails so many people? Well, number one is to create a decision framework that evaluates both risk and reward. So when you're facing opportunities, list out potential downsides and potential upsides with equivalent attention. Assign realistic probabilities to each. Translation, if you come across a decision or something that you think will be good for you, really think it over, write it down, and weigh out both sides. Really see both sides and do it intentionally. Don't just think about something and then take action in 2 seconds. Just take another couple minutes to actually think it through. On top of that, it's just practice small, calculated risks regularly. Take incrementally larger chances that stretch your comfort zone without risking financial devastation. This builds your risk tolerance muscle, and there's a reason that people say scared money don't make no money. So one of the ways that I did this at the beginning, I was a firm believer, same as a lot of people, bro, why would you ever buy anything online? Why would you buy any information online? Why would you do any of this? And I started listening to Kevin Samuels. He basically said, if you're not investing thousands of dollars in your own growth every single month, then something you don't even deserve the success that you want. And it really did hit me, because it really started to change my mindset and my paradigm. So then I bought a $50 a month course, and that was a lot for me at the time, but I bought it, I learned from it, and I started warming myself up. I was like, okay, I got it, $50 a month. I learned some things, I got into it. And then I started buying, bigger and bigger things like I just showed you not too long ago. I started investing in freaking crazy $15,000 programs and even more and more. But I started small calculated risks. And then I saw what happened. Next is to surround yourself with balanced thinkers. So find people who are neither gullible nor overly cynical to help you process opportunities with more balanced perspective. Free communities are actually linked below. So for example, I have the free school community and the free Discord community where you can actually talk to like-minded people. Now, the reason why this is so important is because a lot of people get their financial advice from where? Their parents. Most people don't have rich parents. If you're watching this, you probably don't have rich parents. Otherwise, just go get your trust fund or just go get some money from them. Unless you just want to be more self-sufficient, then that's completely fair too. But it's like this. Parents, obviously, they're not in the same paradigm as us whatsoever. For them, the game, the hustle was you got to go to school, you got to go to college, you got to go to university, then you're going to get a good job, good benefits, vacation time, and then that'll be your life and it'll be awesome. But in 2025, it simply does not work like that anymore. And whenever I tell anybody over the age of 30 that whatever, they see my lifestyle, what I genuinely say now is they're like, what do you do? I'm like, you ever see those stupid kids online that just make money online? And they're like, yeah. Like, I do that. I just go, yeah, I do that. I heard someone else say it before, so I was like, you know what, I do that. Otherwise, you're just sitting there trying to explain it to them, and they go like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. This dude is definitely doing something completely illegal. All that to say, surround yourself with other people who are hustlers, who have belief in themselves, and also want to make it happen with them too, because it will take you so much farther. Next is practice possibility thinking daily. Just like I told you to visualize your success not too long ago, you should do that consistently, daily, all the time. Sit there and visualize what success is going to be like, because again, it will program your subconscious mind. Spend 10 minutes imagining how things could work out positively instead of always focusing excessively on what might go wrong. Another question that I commonly get is, can anyone and everyone actually get rich, including you? So I want to show this diagram because it perfectly exhibits what most people think competition and getting rich is like, how people think it is. So here's me, I have the whole pie. Here's me plus one competitor, and here's me plus three competitors. Meaning the more people who try, the less people actually are able to succeed. But instead, think of it like this way. This might actually be true if we're talking about like Apple versus Android. If you want to go out and make a smartphone company that's $1 trillion company, you're probably not going to, because yes, it's very, very competitive. But on the other hand, when we're talking about $100,000 a year, $1 million a year, my friend, there's so much opportunity for you to get to that level. And on top of that, one person's win and success doesn't mean someone else's loss and failure, because there's enough room for all of us at the top. And when it comes to competition, here's what it can feel like. It can feel like everyone else is absolutely grinding and they're so much better, and they all have this bunch of years of experience, and they all have these assets that you don't have and these advantages. But here's what competition can be like if you work at it hard enough for long enough, is you're the dude who's absolutely ripped and everyone else looks like a wet noodle, because you have the assets, you have the skills from staying in the game for longer than anyone else. And on top of that, competition is a huge illusion. It's a huge illusion. Because like I talked about before, millions of people will watch free courses. Millions of people have watched my free 4-hour course. But how many people finished it? Maybe a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. On top of that, how many people actually took action? Probably only a couple thousand. How many people stuck with it for years? Probably only hundreds. So if you stick with it for long enough, you will just absolutely, like, competition will be irrelevant, completely irrelevant. And everyone else is too afraid to start because they're afraid of competition in the first place. But again, the question still stands. What about the competition? What about them? Well, I can't get rich because there's so many other people trying to get rich already. This thought is fully valid, but let's reframe it. This is like saying there are more males in the world than females. Therefore, the dating market is oversaturated. So I guess I'll just die alone. I'll just die alone, man. You know, the odds aren't in my favor. All of the girls are already taken, so I'll just stay single till I die. Let me give you another hypothetical. Imagine if you're in a fight with 24 other people. You only have a 1 in 25 chance of actually winning. But what if the other 24 people were toddlers? Technically, the odds are the same, but once you actually take skill into account, the odds are swayed heavily in your favor. In short, if you become the best, you will win, period. Doesn't matter how many other people there are. And luckily for you, it's never been easier to stomp the competition. The same amount of effort that used to make a man ordinary will now make a man great. Everybody is so lazy, doing nothing, doom scrolling, entitled, thinking they deserve some results when they haven't even done anything. If you stick with this, you work a little bit harder than everyone else for a little bit longer than anybody else, your life will change. So let's address the question that silently haunts most people. Can anyone truly get rich? Or is it just possible for those with special advantages? The bottom line, the uncomfortable truth is that circumstances do create very real barriers. Someone born into poverty, lacking education, or facing systemic discrimination absolutely faces steeper obstacles than someone with wealth, connection, and privilege. Pretending these barriers don't exist is both dishonest and unhelpful. Like I said before, I'm not making this free course to help your feelings or make you feel good. It's to get you results. So I'm going to cut it straight with you. But here's what's equally true. While these circumstances make the journey harder, they rarely make it impossible. History is filled with people who overcame devastating circumstances to build wealth. Immigrants who arrived with nothing, individuals from impoverished backgrounds, people who faced discrimination, those with minimal education, and those who started later in life. All of these people, for example, Elon Musk, richest man in the world, immigrated from South Africa, came to the US with limited resources, built Zip2, PayPal, later Tesla, and SpaceX. Then we have Jan over here, Ukrainian immigrant who grew up on food stamps. He co-founded WhatsApp, sold Facebook, was sold to Facebook for $19 billion. Oprah Winfrey, raised in extreme poverty, suffered abuse, later became the first black female billionaire through media. Richard Branson, Damon John, Colonel Sanders actually started at 65. These other guys all had to go through hard times in order to actually make it work. So at the end of the day, what's your excuse? Like, what possibly could it be? Sorry, we got like Lambos driving outside. And I don't live in Miami either. My circumstances make wealth impossible often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, more limiting than the circumstances themselves. This is what I want you to wrap the whole part that we've been talking about around, is that the thought process that it's impossible is going to hurt you a lot more than the circumstances themselves ever will. This belief creates what psychologists call learned helplessness, a mindset where you stop trying because you've concluded that nothing you do will matter in the first place. Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson Foodie. I hope you guys are locked and loaded and ready for yet another installment of the free 16-hour mega course. And now, if you're wondering why I have your literal Call of Duty loadout here in real life, just for fun, bro. Just for fun. So now I want to get on and talk to you guys about the scarcity mindset virus that will keep you stuck, believing there's no room at the top for you. Now, this perspective sees opportunity as limited. If someone else succeeds, it somehow diminishes your chances of also winning. But wealth creation is not a fixed sum game. There is not only 1,000 spots at the top that need to be filled, and once they're filled, there's no other spots for anybody else. If you work hard enough, you can make room. The economy continuously expands, new markets emerge, and new problems always need solving. What's particularly destructive about this thinking is how it stops action before you even start. When you believe success is impossible for someone like me, you never actually take the first step. You never build the skills, make the attempts, or accumulate the experiences that could eventually lead to financial breakthrough. Now, this does not mean ignoring real challenges. Again, I'm going to be as real as possible with you guys. It means acknowledging them while refusing to let them define what's possible. It means replacing "I can't because" with "how could I despite." The truth is, the path to wealth rarely looks like a straight line. For those facing greater obstacles, it often involves more detours, more persistence, and more creativity. But harder doesn't mean impossible. It just requires adjusting your timeline and expectations while maintaining your destination. All very, very good information. What you really need to take away from it is this. I hear people say this all the time. I'll post one of my students or somebody just making $10K per month, making $16,000 a month, making $18,000 in a month. And somebody in the comments, there's always that dude, will be like, yeah, easier said than done. I mean, yeah, I agree. Nobody said it was easy. These guys worked extremely hard. But if you're willing to work hard, you will get the result. And the result is more than worth the hard work. It is a small price to pay, my friend. So the question isn't whether anyone can get rich. It's whether you're willing to reject the limiting belief that your circumstances have written your financial future in permanent ink. We need to make a clear delineation between contributing factors versus determining factors. Contributing factors influence your journey, but don't dictate your destination. Determining factors actually decide your outcome. Most people make catastrophic mistake of confusing the two. Your background, education, connections, early advantages or disadvantages, economic conditions, and even your natural talents are all contributing factors. They make the path easier or harder. They influence your starting point and the obstacles you'll face. They're real, and pretending they don't matter is naive. These contributing factors, no matter how significant, are not determining factors. What ultimately determines your financial outcome are your decisions, actions, persistence, adaptability, and mindset over time. You wouldn't believe how many people I know, right? In the most humble way possible, I've inspired them. And they're like, yeah, man, seeing you win, seeing you make the money, seeing you make these moves, it really makes me believe that I can do it. So I'm going to go do it. Then they go try for a little bit. They try for a couple months. And they say something like, nah, I couldn't do it because I couldn't make it work. It wasn't working. I'm not going to focus on that. Don't think it's really for me. And they just don't want it enough. That's okay. But they never just say, well, I just don't want it enough. They always say it didn't work, but they only tried for like 3 months. Think about it like weather versus destination. The weather, contributing factors, can make your journey pleasant or miserable, fast or slow, comfortable or challenging. But it doesn't determine whether you eventually reach your destination. Your consistent navigation and persistence do. This distinction is why two people from identical backgrounds can achieve dramatically different outcomes. One perceives their circumstances as determining factors and accepts limitations. The other recognizes them merely as contributing factors and focuses on what they can control. One man can say, I was an alcoholic, and that's why I became one and failed in life. While another man says, my father was an alcoholic. That's why I never drank and I pushed to succeed in life. Another example, heroes and villains often have the same origin story. They just choose to do different things with it. Batman's parents were killed, so he wants to stop everyone else from feeling pain. Someone else's parents were killed, and they want to make sure that everybody feels the same pain that they did. And just to drive this point home just a little bit further, I have a few people that I've met throughout my life and have worked with that perfectly embody this example and this idea. Right? So this is Luca. I was actually talking with him in person at Vegas with him and a bunch of my other students as well. He lives in Argentina. English isn't his first language, and he's still making over 30K per month, probably more now at this point, doing really well for himself. And then we have Benjamin, lives in Romania. Again, English isn't his first language either. And I want you to really take note of where these guys are from, some of the disadvantages that they have. You can go and watch these interviews actually on my channel after this video. But all these dudes, very successful, but they have lots of circumstances that were against them. We have Jasper here, is only 18, just graduated high school, still making more money than a doctor, still making six figures with copywriting, with marketing. And then we also have a whole bunch of other people, again, on this very channel, also had their own disadvantages. My own example, I was somebody who was in the Army. That's where I started. I was 16. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, so I just defaulted to being like, okay, well, I guess I'll get in the Army and do that. Now, this is not me actually in Army uniform. This is me doing a tasking where I don't need to be in actual uniform. Over here is when I decided I would be a security guard as well to bring in some extra money. I mean, seems easy, right? All you got to do is stand around. And literally our training was like, if anything happens, you write it down. If anything happens, you write it down. Don't get involved. So I was like, you know what? That ain't bad. Easy enough. Do that for nights. And then also to make a little bit more money, have a little bit more potential, I would get paid by the hour as a carpenter. And that's what I did there as well. Right here, I'm actually building a deck. Super, super, super hot day. So we worked in all conditions, whether it was raining, snowing, extreme sun. Like we were out here actually putting our nose to the grindstone. And hard work was just not a stranger to me, that's for sure. That's one of the biggest advantages that I did have, was that I was able to just work hard as hell all the time, no matter what, long hours, and just make it happen. The most limiting belief is this: my circumstances determine my outcomes. Your circumstances are real. They create advantages or challenges, but they only determine your future if you surrender to them. So here's to actively contribute to your self-belief, because this one is extremely, extremely simple: contributing to your own self-belief. And the reason is this, is because I've literally coached students and people, and I'll ask them a simple question like, do you believe that in 6 months, if you do all of these things and work extremely hard, that you can reach 5K per month, 8K per month? And they say no. They genuinely just don't believe it. But like I said at the beginning of this lesson, nobody's willing to work hard, labor, and suffer for something that they don't literally believe that they can achieve. Why would you? So if you genuinely do believe that you can achieve it, then and only then are you going to be ready, willing, and able to work hard for it. So self-belief isn't something you're born with or without. It's something you actively build through specific practices. Mindset isn't something that you're like, okay, I learned mindset, I did it, I'm done now. Now let's go over to business. It's more like an eternal struggle where you're always working on it, you're always succeeding. It's kind of like a relationship or being married. The goal of being married isn't to get married. The goal of being married is to stay married, which is the same with mindset, which is the same with business. It's a lifelong journey. Here are 3 powerful methods that transformed my own relationship with confidence and created foundation for my own success. One is just self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis sounds mystical, but it's actually a practical tool used by elite performers across every single field. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and real ones, a fact backed by neurological research. The key is consistency. Always listen to empowering content, be aware of your thoughts, and practice positive talk. You should be every day curating your algorithm. If you have brain rot all over your Instagram, click on it and say not interested, right? You just hold on it, click not interested. And then when you do see content that you actually like, that helps you, that's valuable to you, make sure you like it, make sure you save it or send it to people or whatever it is. So then that way it literally programs your algorithm. If you open up my YouTube or my Instagram, you actually won't find any brain rot. In fact, I'm not saying I never watch brain rot. What I do is I create a brand new Instagram account, a brand new YouTube account. And those 2 are the ones that I go look at, brain rot on. If I want to look at cool cars or whatever, I'll go on those ones. But if I want to actually always look at good content that is constructive to me, then I stay on my main accounts. Next is stacking evidence and confidence. Your brain craves evidence to support its beliefs. This is part of the reason why I always show so many wins in all of my videos and in this course especially, and I'm also going to show more in the future, because you need to know that these methods actually work. These are regular people just like you and I who are making tons of money just with the things that I'm showing you how to do here today. The brilliant strategy of evidence stacking involves deliberately collecting and celebrating proof of your capabilities, no matter how small. Start by documenting every win, success, obstacle overcome, and goal achieved, especially those related to discipline, persistence, problem solving, and growth. Review this evidence regularly, particularly before making decisions or taking on challenges. And then finally, keeping your word to yourself. This is so important. Perhaps the most fundamental yet overlooked aspect of self-belief is integrity with yourself. Each time you make a commitment to yourself and keep it, you build trust in your own abilities. Each time you break a promise to yourself, you erode that trust. Start with small, achievable commitments. Waking up at specific times, completing particular tasks, and following through on stated intentions. Treat these self-commitments as seriously as you would promises to someone that you deeply respect. One of the problems is that people are really bad at keeping their words to themselves. But you know what they're a lot better at doing? Keeping their word to other people. This is part of the reason why having accountability partners are so crucial and effective towards getting successful and building wealth. Again, if you want to find more like-minded people, I'll leave the link to the free communities down below. But just having other people there to hold you accountable, because people, when they don't keep their word to themselves, they make excuses and they accept them. But the other problem is that other people, if you take a promise and you make them a promise, now they are not going to take your BS. They're not going to believe in your excuses. They're not going to say, oh yeah, totally understand. It makes a lot of sense. They're going to say, you know what, man, that just sounds like an excuse. That sounds like you don't really want it enough. And we want to avoid that. So you just simply telling other people what you want to do, what your goals are, is going to help you. And then that will help it make it even easier to keep your word to yourself. Because if there's one person in the world that you should never let down, it's not even those other people that you, for some reason, value their opinions. It's yourself. Cultivating your growth mindset. Imagine your mind is a garden. Right now, it might have some weeds or fixed thinking, like those pesky, I can't, or I'm just not good at this thoughts that pop up uninvited. Cultivating a growth mindset starts by getting your hands dirty and pulling out those weeds by the roots. For example, when you catch yourself thinking, I failed, add that magic words that say, and that's okay, at the end of that thought. It's like installing a doorway where there used to be a wall. Same situation, but suddenly there is a path forward. So my friends, the bottom line, and I mentioned this previously as well, your mind is simply like a parachute. It only works if it is open. Come into this with full effort and intention, and only then will you reap the results. You got to come in here just actually taking the advice. That's the other big thing. Is it's said that people are only really poor for three main reasons. And the most prevalent one is just that people are arrogant. They will see other people with the things that they want, yet still not listen to them or still hold their previously thought beliefs. And that's obviously a problem. So what you can do is genuinely find evidence that supports all the things that you are learning right now. Because let's be honest, right? I want to talk about a belief really quickly. If someone were to hold a gun to your head and say that believe something that you don't actually believe that the earth is flat, you might just sit there and say that the earth is flat, but without any actual knowledge, are you really going to sit there and actually believe that the earth is flat, or you're just going to say it? You're obviously just going to say it. But for example, if it were proven to you and there was evidence to support it, you'd have no other choice than to actually just believe it. So we can influence our own beliefs, but we can't necessarily pick them. That's why it's up to you to pick how you're going to find influence to help your beliefs. Pick how you are going to find support and evidence so that you can program your own mind, because it's capable, it's malleable, it's whatever you want it to be. So choose to make it the best working possible efficient brain to get to your desired outcome. And that brings us into the next section, my people, which is using extreme focus. So protecting your focus is like guarding a superpower. When you cut out distractions, magic happens. One focused hour beats a whole day of scattered attention. This is something that a lot of people overlook. Like a lot of people, they think, oh, well, I'm working today, or oh, I worked for 4 hours today, or I worked 8 hours today. That does not matter. Here's another thing, is that society in work has programmed us to believe that 1 hour of work is 1 hour of work. For example, example, getting paid by the hour. I was in carpentry construction. All I did was get paid by the hour. If I take a lunch break, that's 15 minutes off my time, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in business, it is not the same, because here's the thing. There's a reason why in a lot of businesses, in my business especially, nobody's paid by the hour, because when you're paid by the hour, you are then at a disadvantage when you get better at your job. If you can do the same thing that used to take you 8 hours and you can do it in 6 or 5, now you get paid less. So that's not really how the world works. Instead, you want to maximize for output. And when you maximize output, you can actually work extremely hard, get lots of amazing results, but yet still have time free at the end of your day. I play guitar for hours every single day. A lot of the times I go out, I enjoy nature, go for drives, hang out. I'm not sitting here working, grinding literally 24/7. I was at one point, but point still stands. Once you maximize your efficiency, you can get a ton of stuff done and still have a ton of time to actually enjoy the fruits of your labor. Your phone buzzing, social media notifications, people interrupting, each one steals more time than you think and realize. Not just seconds, but the mental restart time as well. This is called mental residue, and we'll learn more about it here shortly. See, most successful people aren't necessarily smarter or more talented. They're just better at blocking out noise and diving deep into their work. They build walls around their attention and treat their focus like their most precious resources, because it is. Master this one skill and you'll zoom past others who work just as hard, but they let their attention leak away all day long. So here's what focus really is, which in reality, it is just the absence of distraction. True focus isn't what most people think that it is. It's not about forcing yourself to concentrate harder or pushing through mental fatigue with sheer willpower. Focus is actually simpler and more powerful than all of those things. It's the natural state that emerges when distractions are removed. Think of focus like a clear mountain stream. You don't need to try and make the water clear. You just need to stop throwing mud into it. Once the sediment settles, clarity returns automatically. Your attention works the exact same way. This shift in understanding changes everything. Instead of asking, how can I focus better? The question becomes, what distractions can I eliminate? You don't need to force concentration. You need to stop interrupting it. So I see people do this all the time where they sit down and like, oh, I tried really hard to do this. I'm trying to sit in there, trying really hard. It's like you can sheer willpower force your way through it. But at the end of the day, it's such a finite resource. You're going to run through it really quickly. And I'm going to show you how to actually avoid using discipline or willpower at all costs by instead setting up simple systems that make working and moving towards your goals automatic and second nature. What if working towards your goals and grinding and laboring could actually be easy, fun, enjoyable, automatic, and not a mental struggle? Because let's be honest, how many people watching this right now know exactly what they should do every single day at every single time, but they don't actually do it? So, destroying your distraction. Number one, do not disturb and other focus modes is a must. We're going to run through some rapid fire ways to increase your focus by decluttering your life and decreasing distraction. My phone stays on do not disturb all the time. So if you look at this camera right here, I have the new iPhone. I don't just have the volume, but I also have that third action button. And that third action button is a lifesaver because I have it set up for do not disturb. I literally have it set up for do not disturb. There's no other reason as to why you need the action button. I have it for do not disturb because that's what my phone stays on. And if I ever need to see a notification, I'll turn it off do not disturb for 1 second and then turn it back on do not disturb for another second. There's also other focus modes, but the main takeaway right here is just use what works for you. And what I mean by that is you want to use all of the things available to you. So I always come up with creative ways to destroy distraction. I'll tell you one that I actually have come up with recently. I have this app on my phone and it's called Brick. I actually have it open as soon as I go in here. And it's called Brick. It looks like this. And what it does is I can't access Instagram or YouTube or any of the other distracting apps on my phone until I go outside of my room, go over to my fridge where there's a magnet on there. And I have to touch my phone to the magnet and there's like a NFC chip in there so that it knows when my phone is nearby. I can't touch my phone unless I go all the way out there and use it. But I can still use my phone as a tool. If I need to take a photo of something, send it to my team on Slack or one of my other business apps, I can still use it for that. Now, this is a great example of just creatively getting around distractions. It is that deep, as the Gen Zers would say. It is absolutely that deep. It is deeper than that deep. You literally have to do all this. Now, normal people think I'm crazy. They're like, what is this thing on your fridge? Everybody thinks that it's weird, but here's the thing. If you want to reach a weird amount of income, you're gonna have to do weird things. This is what it is. Next is to never keep distractions around your work area. Now, I'm violating this rule, but I also have my thing on, like, it's bricked. So don't have your phone around your workspace at all. Keep your phone in another room or in a desk somewhere. Next is to use softwares and apps to your advantage. This one is huge. This one's gigantic. Look up any productivity apps for your laptop or anything that you can. I have an app called Brick on my phone. Actually, I already wrote it here. I don't know why I just went through it all if I already have it here. It allows me to access only certain apps I need for work unless I go unlock my phone with a sensor I keep in the kitchen. Unhooked is also great because when I go to my YouTube, I don't even see my home screen. I just search up a video that I need to watch. I watch that video. There's no suggested videos. There's no watch this video is up next. Again, I need YouTube for work because obviously I have a YouTube channel, etc. So I can actually use that again to my advantage. Finally, is to schedule distraction time after work. I'm not saying that you should never be distracted, but work is work. You got to get up, get to work, and then after work, you watch whatever brain rot you want to watch. You want to watch some stand-up comedy with some Temple Run gameplay down in the bottom, or some Minecraft gameplay or GTA 5 gameplay down the bottom, and some podcast clips up on top, and then scroll your life away for an hour or two a day. Bro, that's fine. But if you do that before work, you're already cooked. You're not even putting in any productive work after that because your dopamine is already just destroyed. So finally is the meditation method, no woo-woo version, right? I'm not telling you to like freaking transcend out of your body and start hovering and shit. Meditation in a real way that will actually help you. Most people hear meditation and immediately picture some monk sitting cross-legged on a mountain chanting Om while discussing spiritual enlightenment. I get it. That image kept me away from meditation for years. But here's what meditation actually is. And when you strip away all the mystical language, it's simply focus training for your brain. Focus training for your brain. That's it. Think of meditation as going to the gym, but for your attention span. Just like you do with bicep curls to strengthen your arms, meditation is a workout that strengthens your ability to notice when your mind has wandered so that you can bring it back to what matters. So here's the process that is surprisingly straightforward and works extremely well. I actually also use this with an app called Headspace. Really, really, really good app. And it does like guided meditations. And I do this very consistently as well. It looks like that when I open it up. So step 1, sit comfortably. No special position required. Step 2, choose something simple to focus on, like your breathing. 3, when your mind inevitably wanders off to think about work, relationships, or what you have for lunch, and it will, gently bring it back to your breathing. Repeat step 3 continuously for a set amount of time. Start with 5 minutes per day. That's it. No chanting, no crystals, no complex philosophies needed. And then what makes this so powerful is that you're practicing the exact skill needed to deep focus in your work, which is noticing when your attention has drifted and redirecting it back to what matters. Each time you catch yourself wandering and bring it back, you're strengthening your neural pathways that control sustained attention. The research on this is extremely clear. Regular meditation physically changes your brain. It strengthens your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for focus, and reduces activity in the default mode network, the part that generates random thoughts and distractions. So start small, even 5 minutes a day. And the key is consistency, and you will notice actual changes. I noticed that even after a couple of sessions of meditation, I'm thinking more clear and I'm not as distracted. The key is consistency over duration. 5 minutes every day beats an hour once a month. I watched this really funny reel the other day, and it was this person, and they were sitting there and they were laughing at their phone, and they were like, oh my God, look at this reel. And then they noticed, oh my God, my friend is dead, and I was calling 911, and then I got distracted by Instagram. oh my God, that's terrible. I gotta call 911 right now. And they open their phone and then they start scrolling. And they just don't even realize. And that's literally, there's never been a reel that's kind of like hit me so hard. Is that like, I will literally be working and it's like the next thing I know, it's not even me. I didn't even make the decision. I'm like 4 reels deep in my phone. I don't know how it happens. It's like actual mind control. And this is a way that you can actually combat that. The best part about meditation as focus training is that it's completely free, requires zero equipment, and can be done anywhere within minutes. And if you think that this is a waste of your time, my friend, you need to do a time audit, because I'm telling you, at some point, there is time in your day. You're watching Netflix, you're scrolling through your phone, you're doing something that you can simply replace with this. You know what? Even if you just want to start by doing it in bed, actually doing it in bed. You know those nights where you're sitting in there staring at the ceiling and your mind's just racing, or you're thinking about some embarrassing thing you did back in grade 3? Instead of doing that, just do some really quick 10-minute meditation. You're laying there anyways, you're not doing anything anyways, so just do it. The ROI on this simple practice is unmatched by any productivity tool or technique. And now, finally, we need to talk about entering flow state. Yo, what is up, everybody? We're back at it again with the free, gigantic, ultra colossal course. So now we need to talk about entering flow state, what that even means, what it's like, and how to use it. So this is the magical zone where time seems to disappear and your best work emerges effortlessly. A really funny example of getting into flow, which is kind of funny, is that me and my friend actually started playing Minecraft like not even that long ago, like a month ago. And we just played it for one night. We thought, let's get some nostalgia, go back and play it. And I was like, it's 6:00 at night. And we started at like noon. And they're like, no, there's no way. And I was like, yeah, it literally is that late. You don't even feel the concept of time. It's insane. And when you enter flow, your brain literally changes. So if you can use this state in order to not just brain rot yourself away on Minecraft, but actually be productive, goes a very, very long way. Your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for your self-criticism and doubt, temporarily deactivates while your brain releases a powerful cocktail of performance-enhancing chemicals: dopamine, norepinephrine, endorphins, and serotonin. I'm not going to pretend like I know what all those words mean, but man's had to do his research. So I went and got the facts for you. This neurological chemical state makes you feel good while dramatically enhancing your performance. This is what athletes and performers mentally put themselves in the zone. Like, I have to get in the zone, or I have to have that Mamba mentality, get in the Kobe zone, and just absolutely perform. So how do we do this? Well, here are some practical action steps to enter flow state at will. So here are the concepts that you can take to trigger flow states more conscientiously in your work. So number 1 is to create a 90-minute distraction shield. So block out uninterrupted 90-minute chunks on your calendar specifically for flow work. Now, there's a bunch of different ways that you can do this. You can use something called the Pomodoro technique, for example, which is 25 minutes of work and 5 minutes of break. And then if you're working for longer periods of time, or you need more periods of time, then you can do 55 minutes of work and then a 5-minute break. But also note that once you break flow state, it's harder to get back into it. So one big 90-minute chunk in the beginning of your day will actually go a very long way. This aligns with the brain's natural rhythm and gives flow state time to actually develop. So communicate to others that you're unavailable during these times. Like I said, everything on do not disturb, etc. Next is to build a clear pre-flow ritual. So develop a consistent 3 to 5 minute routine that you perform before attempting your flow state work, like arranging your workspace, putting on specific music, or taking 3 deep breaths. So for me personally, every morning I have my coffee, and then also I would play specific music every time I would start work. I don't really do that much anymore, but it would be just instrumental music. And I would do that all the time. And I used to burn incense or burn candles as well while I do work. And then I don't really do much anymore. But again, it just puts me into that flow state really easily. And then also now gives me a feeling of nostalgia, because whenever I smell candles, it reminds me of the come up grinding in my old dingy apartment, working like crazy. Next is to define crystal clear session goals. And I have lots of different ways to actually show you how to come up with these and organize them. I'm going to show you my own planning right here as well. And we're going to go over that. Before starting, write down exactly what you aim to accomplish in specific measurable terms. Vague objectives prevent flow. Precise targets enable it. And then finally, you want to practice mindfulness between sessions. So regular meditation strengthens your ability to notice and release distracting thoughts, a crucial skill for maintaining flow once you're in it. Even very simple 5-minute daily habits like this can increase your capacity significantly. And guys, when it comes to the mindfulness and the meditation, I want to give you another analogy just to kind of bring it back. So one that you might have heard me say before, either in this video or previously in other videos, is that it's more like you're always going to get those distracting thoughts. What am I going to have for dinner tonight, et cetera, et cetera. But the key is not to just block them out, because that will never happen. That is unrealistic. Instead, the key is to recognize that you're having an outside thought and then just don't even mind it. Don't go down the rabbit hole. For example, it's like when somebody calls you on your phone. You see the caller, you see that your phone is ringing, but you don't answer it. You don't give into it. You just bring your mind back to whatever you're focusing on, which is probably going to be your breath. You do that enough times, and it's a perfect example of what you're going to be able to do in business. If you're able to block out all of these other things, oh man, I have this notification. Oh, I really want to go out and do this today. I'm going to go leave and go to the cupboard, go get a snack, even though I'm not even hungry. It's just because I want to distract myself and procrastinate. If you consistently practice the skill of bringing your attention back, then you're going to be an absolute monster. So now we have to understand deep work. So deep work is a concept that was created by Cal Newport. I actually have his book right here. Now, this book in particular has a lot of fluff in it. I'm not going to lie. A lot of studies, a lot of them just telling you random facts and things and neurological terms. But to cut to the chase, this is what deep work is and how we can actually use it. It's kind of like flow state, but not necessarily flow state. It describes work different from shallow work. So those are the two types, deep work and shallow work. So here's how we're going to use them. Understanding deep work. Deep work is the ability to focus without distraction on cognitively demanding tasks. That basically describes what deep work is. Cognitively demanding and also priority and important. When you engage in deep work, you're operating at a very limit of your cognitive abilities, pushing your focus to its maximum potential. This state is different from casual concentration or multitasking. It's deliberate, intense form of attention that activates different neural pathways and produces qualitatively different results from shallow work. Deep work isn't just about productivity, it's about depth and meaning of what you create. The ability to think deeply about complex problems to create new innovation. So for example, in my own life, writing YouTube videos, writing courses, talking to people to a certain extent, those are my deep work tasks. Actually setting up my day, writing short form content, then recording this video right now is going to be deep work because, obviously it takes a lot of work to read consistently, come on camera, high energy, et cetera, et cetera. I also have a live class with my paid community later. I have a community of people where I do group coaching calls with them, and I have to do that later. So that's going to be deep work too. So those are some examples of some of my deep work tasks that I do throughout the day. Now, actionable steps to actually implement the deep work itself. Number one is to schedule deep work blocks. This is highly important. We're going to get into scheduling here in a second. So proactively add 90 to 120 minute uninterrupted deep work sessions to your calendar and treat them with the same respects as important meetings. So I have my calendar set up in two different sections. One is the deep work section, and one is the shallow work section. Now, just like noted right here, most people only have around 3 to 4 hours of deep work in them per day. So don't think you're going to be out here doing like deep work for 9 hours a day. It doesn't work like that. You can attempt to work on deep level activities for 9 hours a day. But at the end of the day, it's also about output. Remember, we talked about this where just being busy is not necessarily a badge of honor. You want to focus on output. So let's say you're creating slides for a presentation like the ones that you're watching right now. If you are able to start, you're doing deep work, you're in flow state, and you can get 10 slides per hour, 8 hours later, how many slides per hour you think? 2. 3 slides per hour. So at that point, you're getting such diminishing returns. Is it even worth still working on the deep work? Most cases, no. Next, track your deep hours. Keep a simple log of how many hours of true deep work you complete each day, creating accountability and motivation to increase this number over time. Now, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but I have a software that I always use, and I've been talking about this since like way back in the beginning when I first started YouTube. It's called Toggle Time Tracker, TOGGL. I don't currently use it, but when I was actually coming up, I was using it. Even before I made my first dollar, I used it because it would actually allow me to see where my time went. And then I would schedule all the times that I'd be doing things like scrolling or goofing off or messing around or just not tracking anything or not doing anything important or productive. Because I would track it, I would be less likely to spend a lot of time doing it. I'll give you an example. One of the best ways to lose weight is to not change anything about your diet, not go on a diet, not do keto, not do vegetarian diet. Literally just get on the scale every day. Because calling attention to a metric usually improves that metric subconsciously. Remember, we talked about subconsciously is what your whole body and your whole life revolves around. So you're able to actually program your subconscious by just keeping track of the numbers, knowing how much time you do each thing. Next is to build a shutdown ritual. So create a specific end of day routine where you review your accomplishments, you plan tomorrow's priorities, and you physically close the office. This helps your brain transition out of work mode, right? So not work mode and recovery mode is also just as important as well. So just to recap, you have deep work, which is you working furiously. You have shallow work, which is you doing the tasks that need to be done that you can throw on some music to, or you don't have to give 100% of your full attention and effort. And then we have recovery tasks. These are things that you do after work at some time and then actually also help you peripherally. So a meditation thing, or just going out in nature and your environment and really bringing that feeling in so that you can work long periods of time. We also want longevity. You can actually touch grass every once in a while. Next is to start small and build stamina. So begin with shorter deep work sessions, especially if you're absolutely brain fried, you're a dopamine zombie. You don't want to be out here being like, I'm going to work for 5 hours deep work every day, because you're probably not going to be able to. You have to understand and give a true, real hard look in the mirror and be like, all right, where am I right now? Mental capacity wise, because I've been there too. I have no-lifed video games where I would speed run Tony Hawk's Underground 2 and just see if I can beat the whole game in 3 days, where I just stay up and I just play the game. I was deep into that as well. So you have to give an objective look at where you are. Are you scrolling for hours and hours every single day? Are you addicted to video games, et cetera, et cetera? You need to reset your dopamine. Deep work is like a mental muscle and it needs training. So you'll get better at this over time. So make sure you understand just how long you've been doing it and aim to beat it next time. Being consistently uncomfortable is the only way to grow, because there is no growth in comfort. It's like hypertrophy. Same thing. You go to the gym, you build your muscles, you do your bicep curls, and you're literally tearing the muscle. It's uncomfortable. It hurts. You're not tearing the muscle, you're tearing the muscle fibers, the fascia, so that it can regrow stronger. And it's the same with deep work. You have to go until you are mentally exhausted, and it basically physically hurts your brain, your cranium. And then you just do it all over again the next day, but you'll be able to do a little bit more. That's the process. That's all it is. That's all life really is. Business is just a microcosm of life. So all of these lessons that you're learning are not only going to make you absolutely deadly in business, but just in life, everything you do. If you play a sport, if you pick up a hobby, you're going to be insane at it. Next is to use the 3 most important tasks rule. So identify the 3 highest impact tasks that require deep work each day and tackle them during your peak energy hours, typically in the morning for most people. Next is to establish rules of engagement. Communicate clear boundaries with colleagues, family, or roommates about when you're unavailable and what constitutes an emergency interruption worthy of breaking your focus. For example, everybody knows they're not getting in contact with me, pretty much, period. I'm really bad at just answering messages in the first place. But just in general, people know that my phone is always on Do Not Disturb. Some people are like, oh yeah, I tried to call Tyson the other day and he hung up immediately. And it's like, no, his phone is just always on Do Not Disturb, like literally always. Next is to prepare materials in advance. Before each deep work session, gather all the necessary resources, documents, tools, research, to avoid the temptation of opening email or browsers during your focus time. Meaning that if you are going into a deep work session tomorrow morning, you should get everything ready for that deep work session tomorrow morning the night before, when you're already exhausted, you've already done your deep work for the day. And then finally, it's to practice attention residue awareness. So allow 5 to 10 minutes between deep work sessions, emailing/messaging, to prevent mental hangover that comes from task switching. So for example, if I were to work on these slides, then go answer some emails, then come back to working on these slides, now I've created a mental residue tax on my focus. Now I have to go all the way back into flow state, all the way back into deep work. I have to focus again. I have to concentrate again. And a little bit of my willpower is diminished because I already went and looked at something else. So it's taking up mental capacity. And see, I used to learn things like all the stuff I'm showing you right here, and I would understand them, right? Take them into account. But I never truly understood how important it is to maximize your productivity in your mental space than when I was able to quit my job. Because I went from, like I said, working as a security guard where I basically did nothing. That's not true. I didn't do nothing. Working as a construction worker where I did a lot. And then also working in the Army, which I also did a lot. Now in the Army, I was in infantry. So I wasn't like, solving complex equations or anything crazy. I was just doing drills, going to shoot some targets, et cetera, shooting at the range. And I wouldn't really mentally exhaust myself at work ever. And I only had about 3 to 4 hours to work on my business on the side anyways. So I never really understood what true mental exhaustion was until I quit all my jobs, did nothing but working business online, and had to stay up sunrise to sundown just working. And I was like, you know what? I better start taking this stuff more seriously. So take it from somebody else who's been in your shoes. Take this stuff seriously early on and you'll save yourself a lot of time and trouble down the line. Finally, huge one, not even finally, because there's still more, but very, very important is understanding productive procrastination. Now, I know it sounds like an oxymoron, which is two words that sound opposite that don't seem to go together, like a tall midget. But productive procrastination is real, and it can rob you of tons of time and focus. Here's how. Productive procrastination is one of those dangerous forms of self-deception in the professional world. It's the art of staying busy with work that feels productive but ultimately doesn't move the needle on your most important goals. Unlike obvious procrastination, which is scrolling through social media, watching videos, productive procrastination disguises itself as genuine work. You're busy, you're focused, you're even producing tangible outputs, but you've systematically avoiding the high impact, uncomfortable tasks that create real progress. The most common forms of this trap include excessive research, so watching just one more video before the actual work. Next is over-planning, creating an elaborate systems and schedules instead of executing on it. Perfecting the trivial, so spending hours on insignificant details like font choices or minor features. I can't tell you how many people are like, bro, I'm going to blow up on social media. For the last 3 weeks, I've been figuring out what my username is going to be. Look, I'm guilty of it too. I've been there. Finally, it's skill hoarding. Continuously learning new skills without implementing what you already know. Oh, bro, I can't actually get clients. I can't actually start making money. I can't set up my store because I need to master sales first. I need to master investing first before I even start making money. Does that make much sense? Of course not. Now, what makes this form of procrastination so dangerous is a false sense of accomplishment that it provides. You end your day feeling tired and believing that you've been productive, which makes it difficult to actually recognize the pattern, recognize that you have not been productive whatsoever. Your brain gets the satisfaction of checking items off the list without facing the discomfort of tackling the most challenging work. A good way to see where your true north is, or what you should actually be doing, is figure out what you want to do the least. Usually as a service-based business, what you want to do the least is like get clients, outreach, look for clients, look for your next client, or fulfill for your current clients and do the work for them. What do you want to do most? Create your website, write a blog post, write a post on Facebook, on Instagram. That's probably what you want to do most. So remember, activity is not achievement. Being busy is not the same as being productive. True productivity is measured by meaningful progress towards your most significant goals, not by how occupied your time is. And now, we've mentioned this a couple times, which is attention residue, but now we got to get into it even deeper. So look, every time you switch tasks, your mind doesn't fully follow. Part of it remains stuck on what you were doing previously, creating what psychologists call attention residue, which is a cognitive drag that silently sabotages your performance in the next new task. In short, multitasking isn't real. Your brain can't actually do multiple things at once. Imagine trying to ride a bike, but every 10 seconds you have to stop. You'd be 10 times more fatigued than if you were to just kept riding without stopping. You're checking emails, then you're sending an outreach, then you're watching a video, then you're getting a snack, all within 30 minutes. This type of spray and pray approach to your focus will leave you with no results to show. And it's actually a really good analogy. You could use it with anything. Like you're driving a car, and every 2 minutes you have to stop, get out, do 5 push-ups, and then get back in the car and then go. It's like, yeah, I'm working out and driving at the same time. I'm multitasking. Those are very, very obvious analogies and obvious hypotheticals and scenarios. While this is less obvious, which is like, I'm going to do some work, then I'm going to check my emails, I'm going to check my Instagram real quick, but then I'll get back to work in a second. It's a lot less obvious, but it's even more fundamentally harmful to your success than all those other obvious ones. Single tasking. Practical steps to breaking the multitasking myth. So, number 1 is to schedule batch processing time. So, group similar small tasks. Think of all of your tasks like an assembly line. As an assembly line, you see what? Let's say this bottle, for example. You don't have one guy and he takes a bottle. He puts the sticker on it, then he puts the liquid in the bottle, and then he puts the cap on, and then it goes to the next. They don't do that. What they do is they have one machine make the bottles, and it's just making bottles. That's all it does. And the next machine or next guy fills the bottle with liquid. The next guy's filling it with liquid. That's all he does. He doesn't put the cap on. He doesn't put the sticker on. He doesn't do any of that. And then finally, you have one dude, and his whole job is to sit there and put caps on. Why? Because that is by far the most efficient way of utilizing your time. So you have to be meticulous with this. Next is to use the phone in the other room rule. I talked about this. You can either just toss your phone in the other room, or you can use the brick like I showed you guys before, or you can just get another phone or use your old phone, and that is your work phone. You don't even have all of those other brain rot apps even on it. On top of that, embrace the single browser tab policy. You guys should be single browser tabbing it right now. Only the course, nothing else. If you have other crap up there, take it off, bro. You don't need it. You don't need it. Close all unnecessary tabs and use browser extensions to block distracting websites during focus time. This eliminates temptation to hop between tasks. Next is to practice task switching penalties. So build a 5 to 10 minute buffer between different types of work and give yourself time to fully transition. This prevents the cognitive switching costs that hurts productivity. Next is to implement themed workdays. I usually do this because, again, I could do a billion things. I could write short form, I could record short form, I could write the free course here, I could record the free course, I could write my YouTube videos, I could record my YouTube videos, I could go live with my subscribers, I could go live with my paid community, I can go live with my one-to-one students and help them. There's a billion different things that I could do. But instead, I put them all on different days. That way, I know exactly what I should be doing on each day, and I don't have to spray and pray. Again, a little bit of everything. I can just go really hard and deep in one thing. Next is to use the context preservation technique. So before switching tasks, write down exactly where you left off on your next action, and this reduces mental energy needed to actually start again. So write down where you left off. Now, something else that I didn't actually put here, which is really good, and a lot of these I'm actually using this very second. So I find it, it's important to practice what you preach. So me being able to show you exactly what I'm doing, you guys see that I'm not just showing you guys or telling you guys to do something that I would never do. Okay, yeah. So I have a do later list. I had to see if there's any sensitive information on there. A do later list. So all you need to do is have a notebook next to your computer, and that is your do later list. Whenever you get a thought in your head, so for example, mine is buy track pants / workout pants because I need a new pair. Check Amazon packages. I wanted to see if they're on their way or what. You know how you buy an Amazon package and then you just check every 2 seconds if it's made any progress. And then also figure out new recording setup. I have some new short form content that I'm coming out with on my Instagram at tyson.scales. So I'm going to figure out how exactly I'm going to record those. Now, when I am deep into work, into a task, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you know what? I actually wanted to buy some track pants. So I'm going to go online and look for some. Oh, you know what? I'm going to check my Amazon packages right now. Instead, I will write it down and do them later. Next is to set up office hours for interruptions, like I said before, but make sure everybody and everything knows that you are not available between the hours of one time and another. And then now we have to talk about maxing out your productivity. Now, if this kind of picture describes you right now, right? You're Lenny, absolutely locked in, and or SpongeBob and Patrick, write that down. This is what you should be doing. So if you actually, kind of going along with the whole theme here, if your attention is wandering, if it's getting hard, if it's getting distracting, if it's getting difficult to keep up, man, hang in there. Because trust me, you're going to need it. You're going to need it. So stay locked in, stay here, stay with me, keep writing your notes, keep paying attention, and let's get it. So I have a few things. The first big thing is time blocking versus to-do lists, how they're different, why they're different, and how to implement them and use them. So the to-do list seems productive on the surface. You write down tasks, you check them off, and you feel accomplished. But in reality, it's often a recipe for disappointment and scattered attention. To-do lists are not your friend. To-do lists are better than not having anything and just saying, I'm going to work today and just doing whatever comes to mind. But to-do lists still are not effective. Time blocking fundamentally transforms how you approach work by forcing you to confront the brutal reality that time is finite. While a to-do list allows you to pile on unloaded tasks without considering how long they'll take, time blocking requires allocating specific timeframes to specific activities on your calendar. Most importantly, time blocking prevents your day from being consumed by reactive, low-value tasks that tend to dominate your to-do list. By pre-allocating time for most important work, you ensure these critical activities actually happen instead of being perpetually postponed. So I have over 1,000 days planned and executed. Over 1,000 days where I planned them and executed them. Now, I have the kind of template for what I do and how I do this, but I'll show you my current binder that I'm using right here. I think this is a 500 page, 300 page. This is a 200 page. So this is a 200 page binder, but I have each side of the pages filled out. This is the current one that I'm working on. I have a couple more that are done, that are already filled out. Now, each one of these vertical blocks represents one day. And as you can see, there is a lot of days that have been scheduled. I use graph paper, line it all up, and I do this at the beginning of every single day without fail. So that's what it looks like. And I've developed this by myself over time. I didn't actually learn it from anyone. I just started out with actual to-do lists, and then I wrote them down. So here is what it actually looks like. So on the very left, you have schedule, middle, you have time, then you have your accountability, whether you did it or not, check mark or X, and then you have your get to do. So I start off with the get to do right here on the very right. Now, this is where I brain dump. And again, you can actually take everything that I'm doing here, using here, and make it your own if you'd like. But this is what worked for me. So on the very right is where I just brain dump, meaning I just put down everything that I have to do today. So yeah, I'll actually go over kind of some of the stuff I have to do today. So today I'm going live with my private community. On top of that, I'm recording the free course, which is what I'm doing right now. Writing some more of the free course, writing some short form content. I have to go to the gym, going to play guitar later as well. I have to build out this fulfillment for my clients. I have to talk to some of my teammates on that side of the business as well. That's everything. Right now, some of those tasks are 2 hours, some of them are 1 hour. But long story short, I woke up at around 2 a.m. this morning. I'm scheduled from 3 a.m. to 2 p.m. So most of my day is scheduled. The rest of it is my quote unquote free time. And I want to talk about this very quickly, which is what a lot of people are thinking when they hear your days are meticulously tracked out. They think, wow, that sounds boring. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a bad life. You sound miserable. Why don't you let yourself be happy, et cetera, et cetera. My friend, let me hit you right where the rubber meets the road here. Having a strict time schedule isn't prison. In fact, it's the opposite. It's what allows you to get the most out of your time. It's not something that you have to abide by no matter what. I change my plans all the time, but just taking 10 minutes out of the beginning of my day to have everything set up and set out, it works wonders as far as not only productivity, but maximizing your time. It was Bruce Lee who said, if you love life, don't waste time, because time is what life is made out of. I highly recommend that you schedule every second of your day. So on the very right, like I was saying, on the get to do list, you have your brain dump. Now, why do I call it a get to do instead of a to do? Because it's a little piece of gratitude that I enter into my day. I don't have to do all these things like, oh man, I got to do this, I got to do that. I get to do this. I get to have a private community of hundreds of people who pay to hear me speak and hear me review their copy and help them every single month. I am blessed enough to even be able to record this free course, to have the knowledge to give to other people, and also just have all this amazing recording equipment and all the other things. So they're all blessings that I get to do. So therefore I label them as get to do. And this is where I put my brain dump. And then I prioritize here on the very left. So in the very beginning, I'm going to work on writing the free course. Then I'm going to write some short form. Then I'm going to record the free course, which is where I am right now. It's kind of funny me explaining my schedule when I'm literally in it right now. And then over here we have time. This is where you make your time block. So from 3 to 5, I'll be writing it. From 5 to 6, I'll be writing my short form. And from 6 to 7, I'll be recording the free course. Right now is 5:53 a.m. and then et cetera, et cetera. And then I have the accountability, which is whether I did it or not. Let's be honest, I'm not going to complete it perfectly every single time. Some of these I'm going to have check marks, some of these I'm going to have no. It feels good to complete a task and give it a check mark. And then it's not supposed to feel bad when you give yourself an X, but when you give yourself an X, you understand the next time that you are filling out your get to do's, you know that, okay, I didn't do that yesterday. Should I do it today instead? So you being able to prioritize your time, block it out, be accountable, all is going to contribute towards your success. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 4D, and it actually just happens to be my birthday today, if you guys haven't noticed. And I thought I would treat myself to do what I love and do what I like best, which is come on here and provide some value to the world. Now, there's another reason why I think it's so important, and the other one is because I truly do want you guys to know that I practice what I preach. Most people would be doing what? Taking the day off and going and doing, I don't know, whatever it is that people like to do on their birthdays. Go have a birthday party and sing and wear birthday hats and eat cake. But I will be doing none of those things, not because I'm like, trying to be one of those hustle grind dudes who thinks it's just really cool, but genuinely because I just would rather do this. I like doing this. There's no other reason for me to do this other than the fact that I just like it. So with all that being said, man, let's get it. The next topic that we're going on is decision fatigue, which is an invisible force that impairs people without their knowledge. And I'll show you how. This is how eliminating tiny choices supercharges your day. Decision fatigue is a phenomenon when your ability to make quality decisions weakens after a continuous series of choices. Each decision you make throughout the day, no matter how small, depletes your limited mental energy. By the end of the day, filled with countless choices, your willpower is drained and your decision-making quality significantly drops. When it comes to building a daily schedule, eliminating these trivial decisions is absolutely transformative. Here's why. The average person makes approximately 35,000 decisions every single day. Most of these are insignificant. What to wear, what to eat, when to check your email, which tasks to start next. Yet each tiny choice draws from the same limited reservoir of decision-making energy that you need for your most important work. See, again, most people overlook these things because they're so tiny. But here's the thing, is that speed comes from never wasting effort. For example, you know how in those like ninja movies and karate movies, when someone dodges a punch, they do like a backflip? There's a reason why you don't see people do that in real life. It's because it is horribly inefficient to just dodge a punch with a backflip. What do you want to do instead? Like literally just knock their punch off course just a little bit with like the tiniest block, or just move your head just 1 centimeter so that they don't punch you. That's all you want to do. Whereas if you're doing the opposite, you're going to get tired too quickly. And it's the same with decision fatigue and just mindset in general. This is probably the biggest takeaway that I want you to have in this video. If you listen to any part of this whole 16 hours, then this is going to be the part that I want you to walk away with. So lock in if you've been even slightly distracted. Systems design over discipline. Building environments that make productivity automatic. The fundamental mistake that people make when trying to improve their productivity is relying on willpower and discipline. They believe that with enough motivation and self-control, they'll consistently make the right choices. But this approach ignores a crucial reality of human psychology. Our environment shapes our behavior far more powerfully than our intentions do. I have kind of a funny analogy on this, and I don't want you guys to think that I'm some freaking red pill creator or anything, but I'll put it this way. Fellas, right, let me know in the comments. Would you guys be happy and okay with your girl going on a girls trip to Miami where she's going to be on yachts? But she's loyal though. She is loyal. She does genuinely love you. And even if you do let her go, you're still going to have those thoughts in the back of your mind. Is it insecurity? No, it's just you being smart, because everybody understands that it is literally never impossible for somebody to fall into the clutches of temptation. No matter how locked in they are, no matter how loyal they are, no matter how good of a head they got on their shoulders, then that comes back to you. You don't want temptation to even be present. You don't even want it to be around. So if we eliminate temptation, then we're much more easily going to be able to control our actions. I'll give you another example. I don't keep junk food inside the house. Nothing. I live in a pure ingredients household. Ingredients and or just chicken. And this actually goes back to another point that I was making here. I make I think the actual numbers somewhere in the midst of 20 chicken breasts every 40 days. And I eat nothing but chicken breasts every single day. And I love it. Chicken breasts. And I also have some quinoa that I throw in the microwave and eat as well. And that's what I eat breakfast, lunch, dinner every single day. Why? Because then I don't have to decide, oh man, what do I want to eat? Do I want to go out? Do I want to stay in? Do I want to get Uber? And then also I don't have to calculate the macros on new foods. It's extremely simple, extremely easy. It's just done. And I value efficiency way more than I value taste. And it works out for me. Works out for me very, very, very well. But going back to systems, it's really all about just having the systems in place. And I've told this story in my past courses as well, but the only reason I'm able to even wake up at 2 a.m. is not because I was able to, just willpower, sheer force, discipline it. It's because I didn't give myself a choice otherwise. I would make it so that my phone would have a very, very loud alarm, and I would put it at the end of the room so that it would wake me up, but I'd have to actually get out of bed in order to turn it off. On top of that, I also had my smart lights set up in a way so that they would flash at 2 a.m. every single morning, so that when I wake up or when 2 a.m. hits, it's like, brother, there's no option. I don't have an option. I'm getting up. There is no pressing snooze while laying in bed, because I took that option away. And that is the biggest way to actually do it. I'm really not more disciplined than most of you guys watching this right now. I know it seems like I am, but I'm really not. I just have already done the work to put those positions in place. And whenever you come to a fork in the road, which is the decision to do something that is long-term gratification versus short-term gratification, you need to think to yourself, how do I take this out of the equation every single time? I don't want that to even be in the equation. I don't want it to even be possible. Because if you take the temptation away, then it will no longer be there, and you will always make the right decision. It's the same reason why I have app blockers on my computer, on my softwares. It's the same reason why I have the Brick app on my phone, so that I don't have the option to even go there. So sorry, Mr. David Goggins, but discipline isn't that important. And I don't mean to have David Goggins just catching strays, but it's basically everybody. Everybody tells you need discipline, you need to wake up, you need to choose this, you need to choose that, which leads a lot of people to be in this constant cycle of, I'm motivated right now. I know I want to do good. I know I want to hit the gym. I know I want to work hard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then them not doing it every once in a while because they fall victim to decision fatigue, which again, we're just humans, so it's going to happen. And then they fall into this feeling of guilt and despair, like, oh, I'm not that good. I messed up. I took the day off yesterday. And then it causes them to watch more David Goggins, more motivational content. Then they get hyped again. Then they get back on track. And then it's just that cycle repeats over and over and over and over. It's like, guys, the way that I've been able to solidify these habits so well and not miss a day is just because I took that option away. Willpower is a finite resource that depletes throughout the day. Even the most disciplined person will eventually exhaust the reservoir of self-control. This is why relying primarily on discipline is a fundamentally flawed strategy. It requires you to fight against your natural tendencies rather than working with them. System design offers a superior approach. Why? Well, because instead of constantly battling your habits through sheer force of will, you engineer your environment to make productive behaviors the path of least resistance. And that right there is probably the best one line that I can give you. Make productive behaviors the path of least resistance. You have to add resistance to the things that don't serve you and take away resistance to the things that do serve you. All the things that you shouldn't be doing and you know you shouldn't be doing, you should add as much friction to them as possible. When productivity becomes the easiest option, you no longer need heroic amounts of discipline to stay on track. When productivity requires heroic willpower, you've already lost. True productivity masters don't fight temptation. They eliminate it from their environment entirely. Discipline asks, how can I force myself to focus despite these distractions? System design asks, how can I eliminate these distractions so I don't need force to focus at all? One approach depletes you and the other energizes you. The power of printouts and physical reminders. This is absolutely gigantic. So physical reminders work in ways that digital ones simply can't. Another way that I like to create my own environment is I understand that if something is closed or in a book or on my laptop, chances are I'll probably never, ever see it. That's why I do my scheduling old school style, baby. I do it old school style, pen and paper, like it's freaking the 1900s. And I don't even do it on like a Notion, or people get fancy with it. I don't like to do that. I don't like to do it on my phone. The reason why is because I won't see it, or I have to go and open it up. And it leads to distraction more often than not. And that's part of the reason why printouts are so important to me. So I have this printout in my bathroom. I'll go over here once I read the slide. When information exists in a form you can touch, your brain processes it better through multiple senses, creating stronger memory connections. Unlike digital alerts that disappear, printed materials stay in your space, catching your eye throughout the day without you needing to check anything. This constant presence keeps important things top of mind without making your brain work any harder. In a world full of digital distractions, sometimes the most powerful tool is just the right object in the right place. And I have a few examples of that. As you can see right here on the camera, this is a quote about discipline. And then the other one is a quote about sacrifice. And then I also have these quotes up here: discipline, ambition, success. And then I also have way here, this one, entrepreneurship, nutrition facts. And those are all things to kind of keep me going, things that I read every once in a while to just put the right mindset into myself. And this right here is what I have on my bathroom wall. And essentially what it is the weight. So I'm cutting right now. Right here on the left is my weight that I should be by the date. And I'm losing 1.4 pounds per week on average. And then on the other two are some ways that I can do that, right? And this is right above my weight scale. So that every time I step on the scale, I'm reminded of some of the things that I can do in order to lose weight faster. So 1, increase my NEAT, my non-exercise activity thermogenesis, aka walk around more, do more things. 2, dial in sleep and recovery. And you get the point. This is an example of me using it in my daily life. And I've also done that with multiple things like my vision board, things that I wanted, printed it out and put it on my wall. I have other reminders around as well. For example, I have one up here and I have one over there. You can't see it that well, but right there on the whiteboard, it says 40K per month because I want to get my agency to 40K per month by September, and which is a decision I made 6 months before September. So as you can see, I still use all of these to this very day. Of course, there's somebody going to be out there saying, what about balance? Now, I want to talk to you guys about the seasons of success, which I've touched on a little bit earlier, but I want to get into deeper here. The idea of work-life balance sounds nice. Equal time for work and play every single day. But this approach actually prevents real success and stunts your growth potential. Life doesn't work in perfect daily balance. It works in seasons. Just like farmers plant in the spring, work intensely in summer, harvest in the fall, and rest in the winter, your career follows similar patterns. The most successful people understand this truth. There are seasons for extreme focus and seasons for rest. Trying to maintain perfect daily balance means you'll never generate enough momentum to create breakthrough results. The most successful people go all in for a few years to create freedom for decades. The temporary imbalance creates permanent advantage. And the balanced mindset assumes that life is a marathon at a steady pace. And the reality is a series of intense sprints followed by recovery. Your 20s can either be a playground or a battlefield. And the choice, my friends, is yours. So you can figure out what you want it to be. You can live it up in your 20s and then regret it in your 30s, or you can do the opposite. You could work really hard in your 20s and then live whatever life you want in your 30s. Next is I want to go over how to use AI to strengthen your mindset. See, there are so many use cases to AI, and this is one that's extremely overlooked. Guys, I need you guys to lock in here because this is going to be huge. And if you're not using AI on a daily basis to strengthen your mindset, your habits, etc., you're missing out completely. AI tools like ChatGPT offer something remarkable that was not available in previous generations. It wasn't available when I was actually starting in 2022. You guys do not understand how lucky you are to be right here, right now, with AI at your fingertips. On-demand mindset coaching that's personalized to your exact situation. And that right there, personalized to your exact situation. Look, you can watch tons of videos, but at the end of the day, you Google things, you read blogs, you might have to watch a 20-minute video to find 30 seconds of the value that you were actually looking for. But AI, you tell it your exact situation, how you feel, what you're thinking, what you're doing, what's happened to you before, and it will give you a completely personalized response. When you're facing challenges, your brain naturally gravitates towards negative thinking patterns, and you might overthink problems, catastrophize outcomes, or fall into self-doubt spirals. These mental patterns happen automatically and can be difficult to break when you're stuck inside your own head. This is where AI becomes a powerful, powerful mindset tool. See, when something difficult happens or you're feeling mentally stuck, immediately open your AI assistant to explain the exact situation you're facing, how you're currently feeling about it, and how you want to feel or respond instead. And just so that you guys know exactly, again, I love just showing that I practice what I preach and how I do it. I actually have some prompts that I've given to AI. So for example, this is not one about mindset, but I want to show you just how much I use it and what situations I use it in. What is the best option to eat at Subway for someone who's trying to build muscle and lose fat? And it basically said like a rice bowl. And I would have never gotten that before. I would have never known that. I could have just Googled it, but then I'd be wasting time scrolling through blogs and crap. And then they try to get me to pay something. So this is just a way better way. I feel like I never have enough time to get through all the things done that I want to do. It's hard to have all my desired habits while doing things that I want. And then it gave me an answer. Another one. I get quite anxious and avoidant when it comes to taxes because I'm a bit behind on them and I almost never know really what's going on with my accountants or where I'm even at with it. What should I do? And then it let me know. And then I conquered my taxes. Next is I wanted to decrease the amount that I'm on my phone, specifically scrolling Instagram, but I need my phone for work. What should I do? Another one. I'm trying to send a wire transfer from my personal bank account and the option doesn't show up like it does on my RBC business account. What should I do? Now, this is one where I'm like trying to do something with tech or software and I've hit a wall where I'm like, I don't know what to do next. It's not working for me. The things that I've been able to do with ChatGPT is insane. And it's helped me so many times because what else am I going to do? Go look at the help page. Usually they're useless. They don't even tell me what the actual solution is. Whereas with AI, I can give it screenshots of what I'm looking at, what I'm facing. And it's been able to help me do so many things from payroll to setting up my website domain in a certain way, especially with tech. It really helps with that like crazy. Next, I had a problem with my printer. Again, I sent it a screenshot. A lot of people don't know you can actually give it pictures. Sent it a screenshot and I just said, what's this mean? Right? You can even ask it stupid questions like, what's this mean? And then I also tracked my sleep with an app called Auto Sleep. As you can see right here, my sleep score for that night was 76. There's some things that are red, some things that are green, some things that are orange. What does this tell you about my sleep? I feel great, by the way. And then I sent it over to ChatGPT, and then it gave me a breakdown of my sleep, what I can do in the future. And then finally, write me a little something about gratitude. Make it a couple paragraphs, make it insightful, and make it in a way to start my morning and start feeling great. So everybody feels like this every once in a while, where things are doomy and gloomy. But I went to AI and I said, write me something about gratitude because I just wanted to feel grateful that day and I wanted to reground myself. So all different and effective ways that you can use ChatGPT for problem solving and also to help your own mood and mindset as well. Now, we're wrapping up the amazing mindset module right here. And I want to cover one of the biggest objections, which is like, what if I fail? The worst thing that I could say here is, but you won't fail. Not acknowledging the possibility of failure doesn't make it go away. Anyone promising guaranteed success is lying to you. But there's true meaning to the expression, get rich or die trying. It's not about the outcome. It's about who you become in the process. The person who gives everything to their mission, who pushes through obstacles and refuses to quit when others would, that person gains something far more valuable than just money. The real question isn't what if I fail, but rather, what if I never truly try? 10 years from now, which would haunt you more? Trying with full commitment and not reaching your goal, or never knowing what might have happened if you'd given it everything? The true gift behind attaining financial freedom isn't the money, but it's the person who you become in the process. I'll tell you right now, the Tyson that made $100 million in profit is going to be a better man than the Tyson who got stuck working a 9-to-5 his whole life. And that's who I want to be. Take away the money. It doesn't matter. If we all lived in a communist society where we weren't able to actually build wealth, I would still be proud of what I built. I would be happy that I built it. And I would be happy that I'm a person who knows what it's like to work hard and defer gratification. So yeah, what if you fail? But on the other hand, what's the alternative? To not try? I would argue that would be multiple times worse. And finally, you need to understand that in the year of 2025 and beyond, knowledge is no longer the bottleneck. So for example, in, a long time ago, hundreds of years ago, it used to be lineage. In order to get rich, you had to be born into wealth. Otherwise, there is no conceivable way that, what are you going to do? Open up a business? It just was not really realistic. Wouldn't actually happen. And then knowledge was the big bottleneck. So you had to go to school and you had to go to college in order to get access to the knowledge for you to be an actual professional and work. So you'd have to go to college, pay the money, spend 4 years or more getting a degree, get an internship, et cetera, et cetera. And then one day you'd be able to be upper class, not wealthy, not rich as hell, just upper class. And then if you wanted to be a business owner, that usually came with lineage and knowledge that you got from school as well. Those were the big bottlenecks. Those were what stands in the way. But now those are no longer the bottlenecks. Knowledge is no longer the bottleneck. You have every single thing you could ever possibly need right here on the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. You also don't need lineage. You can actually just start from scratch, be the first millionaire in your family. The only bottleneck now is effort and resourcefulness. It's not about your resources, it's about your resourcefulness. And finally, effort. A lot of people try to convince themselves that it's the first two. Well, I wasn't born into a lineage, or I don't have the knowledge, or I'm not able to get the knowledge or have access to the knowledge. This is not true. The truth is that they just don't have the effort required. So, my friends, here's your personal action plan for this entire module. Implement daily time blocking. Huge. Create a physical printout of your ideal week with specific time blocks for deep work. Hang this on your workspace and follow it religiously, treating these appointments with yourself as non-negotiable. Next is to build a distraction-free environment. Remove all potential focus disruptors from your workplace. Put your phone in another room. Install website blockers and create visible signals to others that indicate you are in deep work mode. You are not to be disturbed. Next is to start a 5-minute daily meditation practice. Use a simple timer and focus on your breath. When your mind wanders, which it will, gently bring it back. And this directly strengthens your focus muscle of deep work. And guys, one more tip on deep work that I didn't actually get to previously is to use a timer. And this is extremely important. I have 2 timers in this room, actually. I have one right here that's actually taped to my desk, so I can't bring it up and show you, but I have another one back there that I'll grab right now and show you. So this right here is my other timer. Now, it's a very simple timer. You can get this somewhere like Amazon, really easy to find. But just having this to go like this, boom, and now I know that I have 32 minutes more to work. And it does 2 things. One, it keeps you accountable because you see that timer ticking and you know, okay, I should be working right now, and this is exactly how long I will be working on it for. And then it also gives you the sense of urgency because you know you only have whatever it is, 30 minutes or an hour to work on something. So getting a physical timer, huge hack. I highly recommend it to all of you guys. It's like $5. Just get it. Create physical reminder cards. Write your top 3 goals on index cards and place them where you'll see them first thing every single morning. This environmental trigger keeps your priorities front of mind without requiring active recall. Next is to use AI for daily mindset reinforcement. When facing challenges or negative thought patterns, immediately consult an AI assistant with your exact situation and desired mindset. Make this daily practice, especially during difficult periods, which you are going to have. You are entering a difficult period, my friend. Next is to commit to a season of intensity. Define a specific time, 3 to 12 months, where you'll prioritize focused work over balance. Create clear boundaries around this season and communicate them to those around you. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough. It's going to be lonely. It's going to be a chapter of loneliness, extreme work, and no payoff until the very, very, very end, or still until later. And you don't know when it's going to be. But I'll say it again, since I've already said it once. It's more than worth it. Up next, my friends, is the high income skills and business models module. So what I want is, first of all, since it's my birthday, I want you guys to let me know, how old do you think I am? What's your best guess? I'll give you a hint. I'm younger than I look. Might be approaching Unk status. I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments. And then also go down in the comments and let me know, what's your biggest aha moment from the mindset section? Something that made you stop and think differently. Something that was like a big unlock for you. Share it with us so that other people can also see that they were affected by it too. And we can all see if there's like a common theme where, wow, I really liked this part. This part really stuck with me. By you actually writing it out in the comments, you're also solidifying the lesson in your head. When you write something down after you've learned it, again, it will help you solidify it. It will help you keep it in your mind. Our brain processes information differently when we put it into our own words. Plus, I'll be personally reading the comments and responses in the next few days, giving you direct feedback and answering any questions that you may have. So guys, that is today's lesson. And then of course, I'll see you guys on the next module. Congratulations for completing your very first real module. Yo, what is up everybody? Today we are going to be covering the high income skills and business models module. Now, we've covered the principles on how to build an iron mind capable of success. And now it's time to answer that burning question of what to do. In this module, I'm going to show you exactly where you want to go, what you want to start with, exactly what buttons to press, and everything in between. In this section, we'll be comparing the most common business models and methods side by side so that you not only know what works, but you know what works for you, which is a huge, huge, huge part of this module that I cannot stress enough. Here's why this conversation is crucial and unskippable, unavoidable. When you're new to entrepreneurship and eager to make money online, it's tempting to skip straight to the tactics like building a website, posting on social media, and creating products. But diving into those activities without first understanding business models is like trying to build a house without having any blueprints. Sure, you might hammer some nails, maybe build part of a wall, or even pour some concrete. But in the end, you'll create a mess and not a home. Understanding what I'm about to show you can easily save you years of trial and error, not to mention thousands or potentially millions of dollars. So listen up. I need to tell you about the business model mismatch. Now look, one of the most heartbreaking things that I see is someone choosing a business model completely misaligned with their personality and their goals, their desired outcomes. For example, the introvert who hates sales calls trying to become a remote closer. The person who needs steady income sooner rather than later, but choosing a model with a 6-month delayed revenue time span. The creative who values freedom, picking a model requiring strict systems. These mismatches just lead to business failure and personal misery. If happiness is your goal and just fulfillment in general, this is something you really need to get right. Otherwise, it could be a huge, gigantic setback. Understanding different models helps you find the one that works with your strengths instead of against them. Now, I love this quote by Albert Einstein, and it's this: everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. So, my friends, don't be that fish trying to climb a tree here, because you have certain aspects of your personality, your preferences, and your values that you can use in order to create yourself wealth in the best way possible. So here's exactly what we'll be covering, some of what we'll be covering: the fundamental business models and principles, a deep dive on how to pick the best business model, and how business models work together. As a teaser, the business model you start with may not be the one that gets you $1 million. It probably won't be the one that gets you $1 million. And this is a huge problem that I see people make. I'm going to talk about it a little bit more later on, but they see business models as this has to be the business model that instantly gets me to millionaire status. Otherwise, why would I start it? But we'll handle that once we get there. Fundamental rule number 1 is the best business model myth. Here's how it usually goes down. You stumble across some guru with a Ferrari, a rented Lambo in Dubai, in a beachfront laptop lifestyle, probably a Miami balcony boy. If you go to Miami and look up at the balconies, you probably see 90% of people just up there with their phones talking about they have some money glitch or something. They're absolutely convinced that their particular business model, whether it's dropshipping, affiliate marketing, or course creation, or whatever is trending right now, is unquestionably the best way to make money online. And guess what? Their pitch is always the same. All other business models are outdated, too hard, too expensive, oversaturated. My way is the only smart path to success. And by jumping on this unknown opportunity early, you can take advantage. But think of it this way. If there was truly one perfect business model that worked best for everybody, wouldn't we all be using it by now? Wouldn't that be the only type of business left standing? But here's the cold hard truth that the gurus won't tell you. Different business models shine in different situations. What works brilliantly for one person might be a complete disaster for somebody else. The one perfect model narrative. Look, there's a simple reason why most online gurus insist that their method is universally superior. It's because they're selling you something. Think about this for a second, right? If a guru admits, well, my approach works great for people with specific background, skills, resources, but might be terrible for someone in your situation, let's be honest, that doesn't make for a very compelling sales pitch. They want to tell you it's for everybody, it's for anyone, and anyone can make a ton of money with it without any work, without any effort, in zero amount of time. It's much more profitable to claim that they've discovered the ultimate business model that works for everyone, every time, everywhere. The truth is that business success depends on matching the right model to your specific situation, skills, and resources. But of course, that doesn't sell as many 2,000 courses or mastermind mentorships. So that's why most people are not going to have that narrative and not going to actually tell you and be upfront with you and be actually transparent with you. But I already got money, so I'm just going to tell you how it is. And it really is this. Look, nowhere in this video am I ever going to tell you that making money is extremely easy. It's simple. You won't have to work hard for it. You won't have to sacrifice it. No, you're going to have to work hard. You're going to have to hustle. You're going to have to understand there's no such thing as passive income. There's no magic tool or AI agent bot thing that you could just buy and it would just create an infinite money glitch and create money over and over and over and over and over again. It simply does not exist, because if it did, everyone would do it. A little bit of elbow grease. Methods I'm about to show you in this video, and you will get there. Again, it's worth it. So to put this into a visual model, you want something that the market will pay you for, something that you're at least somewhat interested in, and something that you already have somewhat of an existing skill around. So to give you an example, I started with copywriting. Now, the market loves copywriters because every single business needs one. Period. And then there's also a ton of opportunity because you can start with copywriting and move on into other marketing aspects. Was I that interested in copywriting? I really wasn't that interested in copywriting. Did I have an existing copywriting skill? No, not at all. I wasn't really a good writer at all, but it was still able to work for me, partly just because the market demand was so high, and because I wasn't not interested in it. I was just somewhat interested in it, and I was pretty decent with words. I'm overall pretty articulate, so that one was just all right as well. So I guess you could argue I was in one of the green or yellow zones here. Now, you probably don't want to be in one of the red zones. For example, you can make money with it, right? The market's good, but you're like terribly uninterested in it. You hate the idea of it. You don't want to do it. And you're also like, it doesn't appeal to your skills whatsoever. Then you'd be in a red zone. Now, I will say, if you are in a yellow or green zone, then just pick it. Pick it, stick with it, commit to it. Yellow zone is fine. Green zone is also even better. Ideally, you want to be in the green, but you could also just be in the yellow. So here's the real determining factors that go behind picking the best business model. So instead of asking what's the best business model, the smarter question is, what's the best business model for me right now? And to be honest, it is not a simple one-size-fits-all answer. It depends on your current skills. So the fastest path to profit usually involves monetizing skills you already have or are at least interested in, rather than learning an entirely new one. Now, again, in my case, I did have to learn an entirely new skill, so it's not the end of the world. Let's be honest. If you're sitting there saying, I don't have any skills that can translate to money, dude, I didn't have any. I knew how to shoot guns, I knew how to build houses, and I knew how to watch and look out to see if there's any crime happening. And if it happened, I knew how to write it down. Those were my jobs. Those are what I knew how to do. That's all I knew how to do. So none of my skills were transferable into business, but I still started from scratch, and it wasn't the end of the world, especially with copywriting nowadays, is because you can just use AI in order to do a lot of the copy for you, and it makes up for the knowledge gap that you have. Now, obviously, you can't just go to AI, tell it to make you some copy and sell that, because that's just not going to be very good. But we're going to get to that and how to do it later on. But I just want to paint a picture of my own experience, because I know it's going to help you guys, because Again, I was sitting on the other side of the screen in your exact same position in the chair, watching some other dude talk about how to make money and just learning and being a sponge as well. So I know that I would have appreciated that when I was first starting, so you guys probably will as well. Next is your available resources. So some models require significant upfront investment, while others can start with almost nothing. This will play a huge part in the path that you choose and start with. Now, another thing to note and recognize is that nobody watching this video is like probably rolling around in money, right? They just has the Benjamin Franklins hanging out of their pocket. If they did, I mean, like, that's like a professional Olympic swimmer watching a YouTube video called like How to Swim for Beginners. It's not a mishmash. So the reason that you're here tells me that investing in something when you don't even know that there's going to be a guaranteed payoff is probably not what you want to do. So we're going to talk about that and go into that a little bit more as we go. Next is your timeline to revenue. Now, I get it, bro. All right, the quicker, the faster, the easier, the better. But with that being said, the question of how important the quickness is to you is something else we'll dive into. If you're looking to make money soon, not fast, not get rich quick, but soon, a business model with a 12-month runway to profitability isn't going to work no matter how perfect it might be otherwise. Next is your risk tolerance. So some business models have higher ceilings, but also have higher failure rates. Your personal comfort with uncertainty should factor into your choice. I'll give you an example. Being like a crypto trader or a day trader. So you have to start with thousands of dollars to begin with. Otherwise, you have no business even doing it. And then on top of that, you have the ability to risk the money that you have in there. So you have a life savings of 15K, for example. You're probably not going to lose that whole 15K, but there's no reason why you can't turn that real quickly into like 10 or 5K. And how would that feel if your whole life savings went down to 5K, you're not profitable? And then you can either choose to keep going back to the casino where you lost it all, being like the guy who's revenge trading, being like, yeah, bro, I'm going to make it all back. Or you can take your losses and leave the casino. But either way, I mean, my friend, I don't recommend it as a beginner. Don't worry, we're going to get into every single make money online business model, but that's one of the ones that beginners love to start with the most, and it's the most beginner appealing. But again, they don't factor in the risk, which is why, unfortunately, I've seen dudes, bad things have happened. I might as well say it. I met a guy online and he was working Uber. And what happened was he had tens of thousands of dollars in trading. He got into a deal and then it went south really, really, really fast. He didn't have a stop loss. He didn't have his things set in place to limit the amount of money he lost, I'll put it that way. And his investment was down bad, but he didn't want to take it out because once you take it out, it's real. So what he did is he left it in there and just worked Uber for the time being. So he was like professional trader and then the next day, Uber delivery driver. Now, I don't want any of you guys to fall into something like that. But again, risk is something that you can take into account. So for example, if you're going to be a remote salesperson, there's not really any risk there. You're not going to lose money working for businesses and selling things for them. Same with being a copywriter, same with being a marketer, same with being a service provider of any sort, building your own agency. These things, you don't really have that much risk. So it's something else to factor into the equation. And then the next is your personality, who you are, what things you value, what things you're good at, what things you want to do. Introverts and extroverts often thrive in completely different businesses and business environments. Working against your natural tendencies creates unnecessary friction. Now, with that being said, I'm an extreme extrovert, which most people don't even believe. I tell, like, especially the people that I watch my content, they're like, bro, you're literally the most charismatic, enthusiastic, and articulate teacher that I have. You're going to sit here and tell me that you're an introvert. Bro, I'm more introverted than you even understand, bro. You don't even get how introverted I am, dude. I have the smallest social battery you've probably ever seen in your life. At the same time, I'm not really the super average example. Again, I went into a bunch of things that probably weren't the quote unquote best for me. I didn't know very much about the skills. I also am out here with a whole YouTube channel, a whole personal brand, but still an introvert. And I just want that example to go to show to you guys that, again, even if you don't max up completely with what you want to do, your extroversion is also a skill. Articulation is a skill. Being on camera is a skill. I started just like everybody else. And talking to an inanimate object is weird. It is unhuman. It is not a human thing to do. And it takes skill, it takes practice to do well. But it just goes to show that life is just a game of accumulating skills. You accumulate the skills over time. And even if you are an introvert, you can do extroverted things. I've done sales calls. I've been on 5 sales calls per day, pretty much every day. It's happened to me before. And if I can do it, my friends, you can do it. What one man can do, another can. So something else to take into account. All of these are nice to haves. They're not all need to haves. That's what I'm trying to say. Fundamental number 2 is that the worst thing you can do is get shiny object syndrome. We talked about this in the mindset program, but this is also something that I want to bring up here because it's way more relevant to the conversation as well. Shiny object syndrome isn't just a form of distraction. It's usually a chronic pattern that plays out like this. You start with enthusiasm on project A. You're learning, building, making some progress. And then week 3, right when things start to get challenging and the initial excitement wears off, you see a YouTube ad about project B. This new opportunity looks easier, faster, and more profitable. So you abandon project A, dive deep into project B, and a month later the cycle repeats. Project B hits an inevitable obstacles, and suddenly project C captures your eye. This is the real opportunity, you tell yourself. Those other things were just, stepping stones to find this. 6 months, 5 abandoned projects later, you have spent thousands of dollars on courses, tools, websites, countless hours of work spread across multiple unfinished ventures, 0 actual business generating meaningful revenue, and also a growing sense of failure and self-doubt. The most painful part, if you were just stuck with project A, you'd likely be making money and having a functional business by now. And I know this because he is me. I started with graphic design, trying to edit. My very first way to try to do anything online was at 13 years old. I tried to make Call of Duty's quick scoping videos and editing. And I tried to be an editor, and I'd be like, yeah, man, I can edit a video for you for Call of Duty for like $10, $15. And I tried to make money that way. And then I tried to do graphic design when I got a little bit older, around 19. Then I tried to do like investing. I even tried to be like a music producer, but I never actually released any music. So there were all these different things that I tried to do, none of which actually worked. So something else to note is that you want to just stick with one thing. Now, obviously, I'm a little bit glad I didn't stick with Call of Duty editing, but at the end of the day, if I would have, then I would have been able to be profitable. But one of the reasons why I sucked so much is because I was trying to make so many different things happen at once. The best example of this is when I started graphic designing, a YouTube channel, also affiliate marketing, and also Instagram theme pages. I tried to be profitable with those too. And I tried to do all of them at the same time and tell myself, well, one of them I'm going to make money with, and then I'll go all in on that one. And then if I make $5,000 from each of these different ways to make money, then I'll be making whatever it is, $20K per month, and I'll be golden. That's what I genuinely thought because of this. I saw somebody online say that millionaires have on average a stream of 7 income streams. So I was like, well, I want to be a millionaire one day, so I want to start my 7 income streams right here. But that is not the case. That is the worst advice possible for beginners. Beginners read that and they misinterpret it so much, and I was one of those. The effort needed to make one thing work is far more than most people realize. So if you spread yourself thin across multiple things, you will never succeed at them. Instead, you want to build them all one by one. And now I have many income streams. I got investments in certain things, certain asset classes. I have multiple digital products. I have clients as well. I mean, there are lots of different ways that I make money, but all started with one and then added on from there. So go hard and go all in on one thing. Here's why we're so vulnerable to shiny objects in the first place. The first thing is pain avoidance instinct. See, switching to a new project lets you escape the difficult middle phase where real work begins and happens. New projects are always exciting and obstacle-free until you actually start building them. There's actually this meme that perfectly encapsulates this part, and I want to bring it up to you guys really quickly. Okay, this is the meme right here. I posted it on my Instagram and everybody absolutely adored it and loved it. It's this. Copywriters writing their first emails and they're happy, they're doing good. They're like, yeah, this feels awesome. I'm making my first product. Outreach. And it's like, outreach is a grind. Outreach is hard. And this is what it is for everything. You can change these captions for anything. Remote sales closer, outreach. Or you're trying to build a dropshipping store and then marketing, trying to get sales, watching 0 sales come in. Like, it's every single thing. The reason why the meme blew up so much is because it is truly relatable. And that's why things are funny, is because they're relatable. Next is the perfect business fantasy. This is probably one of the biggest ones. Look, there's a persistent myth that somewhere out there exists a business model with no downsides, no hard work, and guaranteed success. It's like a freaking unicorn. This fantasy makes every new opportunity seem like it might be the one. And then finally is the Dunning-Kruger effect, what we talked about before, which is when we know nothing about a business model, it looks simple. The less you know about something, the easier it appears. This makes new, unfamiliar opportunities seem more attractive than the ones that you're currently struggling with. And this is what it looks like over time. And you just go down and down and down and down instead of actually sticking with something and then finally going up the mountain. So the antidote is this: strategic commitment. So next is to set a non-negotiable timeline. Commit to specific business model for at least 12 months, regardless of the new opportunities that appear. This is the minimum, 12 months. And this isn't forever, but a defined period to give your venture a fair chance. Because let's be honest, maybe you start something and it's actually not for you. It's actually not the best thing to do. It's not actually not your thing. A lot of people don't stick with what they start with. I didn't stick with editing Call of Duty videos or being a graphic designer or being a producer or affiliate marketing, but I came across copywriting. I committed to it. 9 months later, 10K per month. Now, at month 5, 6, and 7, it was tough. It was rough. I was barely making much. I was making like a deal here and there. And then I made a whole bunch of progress in 1 and 2 months. That's how it usually goes. If you watch any of the interviews on my channel with the people that I helped make it 10K per month, which is like, geez, damn near a dozen people now, all of them say the same thing. It was tough. It was rough. They tried for a long time, and it was not a linear fashion. They literally lost for a long time, were making basically no money, and then all of a sudden, everything happened at once. So you don't want to be that guy who works hard as hell and then quits right before they're about to win. And I was literally about to quit right before I was about to win too. That's hilarious. The next is implement the one course rule. So allow yourself one learning resource at a time. Complete it, fully implement it, what you've done and learned before purchasing or watching anything else. And you are on a $1,000 course at least right now, more likely a multi-$1,000 course right now, where we've already talked about it. You have $50,000 worth of information in here. So all that being said, stick to it, implement it before you move on to binge watching other courses too. Next is to institute a cooling off period. When tempted by a new opportunity, force yourself to wait 30 days before taking any action or even entertaining it. Many shiny objects lose their shine when given enough time. Fundamental number 3 is that cash flow precedes empire building. And this is one of the biggest ones right here. There's a dangerous fantasy floating around in entrepreneurship, and people think that you should start by building your dream business right out of the gate, the revolutionary brand or industry disrupting app. But this approach gets things backwards. The hard truth most people, entrepreneurs, is eventually they learn is that cash flow must come first and empires come second. I've met so many beginners who genuinely ask things like, but how am I going to buy a Bugatti one day with this business model? They learn a business model like a service-based business model. In most service-based or freelancer-based business models, you can only really make 10 to 15K per month without hiring other people. And then people look at that, they're making like $1,500 per month. And they're like, well, this won't get me a Bugatti. It's like, bro, it will get you out of the matrix. It will get you a bunch of skills. It will get you cash flow that you can invest. And then with all of those other things, then you can take all of those amazing resources you already have, all those unfair advantages, and then you put them into something that will build your empire. And I'm going to show you how to go from scratch to having all of those resources, having all that unfair advantage, then putting all of those things into another business model or venture or endeavor to help you multiply your wealth over time. That is the game, not just starting something and then having it make $1 million. Think of cash flow like oxygen and your business dreams like climbing Mount Everest. No matter how passionate you are about reaching the summit, oxygen comes first because without it, nothing else matters. So what should you do instead? Well, smart entrepreneurs solve this by starting with models that generate cash quickly, even if those aren't their ultimate vision. They use this cash to fund their living expenses. So when things slow down or get really hard, they're not forced to quit or try something else or resort to desperate tactics. They invest in the bigger vision. So cash buys creative freedom and ability to build strategically an empire step by step. They learn crucial skills that transfer to larger ventures, service skills, offers, client management, all stack long-term and will help with future business ideas. And then finally, build industry relationships that open doors later. Even your starter clients can become partners or funders later. Creating a network on wealthy contacts is priceless. So again, you're going to build all of these advantages from building your first 100K per year business so that you can eventually get to that $1 million business. So for this, you need to understand the cash flow first ladder. Think of the first business model you start as the first rung on the ladder. It's not about being flashy. It's not about Lambos in Dubai. It's not about Miami balcony boys. That won't help you in the long term. The goal is to find something real, repeatable, and bankable. Each step earns you proof that you can deliver value, income that buys time and freedom, market-tested skills, confidence and clarity, and a bigger runway for your vision business. The only wrong move is trying to leap to the top without climbing. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 4D, and today I'm gonna be standing because, as usual, we are standing on
business, is it? At the beach.
And if it wasn't clocking to you, now it is, my friend. So without any further ado, let's get back into these slides. We were talking about the cash flow first ladder, and now I need to take you guys through another fundamental, which is fundamental number 4, understanding profit and loss. And a lot of people, especially beginners, don't understand this principle, and they get famoosed, they get confused, and they stay broke. So here's how we're gonna fix that. First thing to know, one of the most dangerous misconceptions for new entrepreneurs is confusing revenue with profit. When you see someone, I made $50,000 this month with my online business, your brain naturally pictures $50,000 sitting in their bank account, just there, completely untouched. But the reality is usually very different from what they're saying. Understand that this difference is crucial to your business survival. And the reason why, let me just break down revenue versus profit and how it actually works. So revenue is the total amount of money coming into the business before any expenses. So what's actually left after all the costs are paid is called profit, which is the money you can actually spend, you can actually use, the money that's actually yours. So when someone says I made 10K, they're almost always talking about revenue and not profit. Here's the real math behind what it looks like. So let's say you spent $3,000 on ads, $2,500 on product costs. So you're selling a physical product that you had to buy, and now you're selling it for a markup. The software and tools cost $500. The contractors who helped you cost $1,500. The transaction fees on something like Stripe, which takes fees from everything or anything that you process payments with, is going to take some sort of fee. And then finally, you have taxes. And then the actual profit after everything is said and done is $1,400. Dudes will really be out here talking about how they're making 6 figures. They're literally in poverty. They're literally only making $1,400 a month. Suddenly, that 10K a month means they actually put $1,400 in their pocket, which is a very, very different picture. You're not even surviving at that point. You're just like literally trying to make it through. Now, I'm going to show you some business models, of course, in this section and going on, where you actually can keep 100% or at least 90 to 100% of the money that you do bring in. You can still make over 10K per month and actually make it in profit, like pocketable profit, and not like all of these, different business models where it looks like people are making a lot of money, but they're not actually even on the back end. Many businesses, especially new ones, run even thinner margins than this example. So for example, some of the biggest companies in the world that you know, like McDonald's, Starbucks, Walmart, these guys have one single digit profit margins, meaning like 1%, 3%, meaning their company brings in $1 billion, but they only get to keep 1% of that. Now, 1% of $1 billion is a lot, but a lot of the people that you see online are either making very, very low profits and they don't mention it, or they're making little to no profits, or actually going in the red. There are people who will go out there who will spend, like I said, $15,000 to make $10,000. They're losing $5,000 a month, but they're selling programs on how you can get rich with whatever. It's insane. It's insanity. And a lot of people get famous and don't really even understand, because they literally don't understand the basic business economics of revenue versus profit. It's a shame, really. So here's how to assess business models realistically. Always ask about profit margins. First thing, all the time, every time. When someone claims impressive revenue, consider what percentage typically remains as profit. You guys will hear me say this, I make over 100K per month in profit, which means our revenue was higher. It was like around 140K in a month. And those are really, really high profit margins. 140K per month, somewhere around 30 to 40K it took to run the business itself, contractors, softwares, et cetera, and then 100K left for profit, in the pocket profit. So you'll hear me delineate that because I actually have really high profit margins in a lot of my businesses, but other people, not so much. So that's why you have to actually inquire about it. Now, when someone claims impressive revenue, consider what percentage typically remains as profit. In some business models like drop shipping or paid advertising, 10 to 20% profit margins are common. If anything, they're good. In other business models like digital products or services, they might be 70 to 80% profit margins. So consider the full cost structure. Different business models have radically different expense profiles. Physical products have costs that digital ones don't. Agency models have staffing costs that solo services usually tend to avoid. So there's a give and take with each. So for example, you might read this and think, oh, well, selling information is the best way, or selling services is the best way. And even if that is true, it's not for why you think it is. So for example, if you're trying to sell something like an information product or service, it's extremely difficult to sell because the trust in the market is as low as possible. Nobody trusts anybody. Everybody's like, yeah, bro, nice try, Diddy, under everybody's ads, or put the fries in the bag, or they're saying, yeah, ain't nobody gonna buy your course, little bro. Like all of these comments, nobody wants to buy any information online in 2025. So if you're able to be successful in the age of information selling info, then honestly, that says a lot about your marketing and sales skills, and probably about your product development skills as well, because the people on the inside of your product have to feel like they actually got their money's worth and have to actually get results so that you can show that in your marketing too. So the main takeaway that I want you to have here is that a lot of business models are more than meets the eye. People will come on a 60-second TikTok or reel and tell you all the good things about it, but will hide a lot of the more difficult parts about it. Now, the main theme of the whole video here, the whole 16-hour course is, yes, it's going to be difficult. There are going to be things that you don't expect, but it's worth it, man. It's the game. Real things happen and your life changes when you stop looking for the shortcut and you start just building something. Fundamental number 5. Clarity beats creativity for beginners. Simple, proven business models are the way. So there's these trendy business models that you're going to see all of the time. And, I don't even call them business models. I usually just refer to them as methods. Right? So there's a difference between business methods and business models. Business methods are like, oh yeah, I'm going to make money clicking these buttons using Instagram Reels to sell this affiliate product or something. But the business model is, there's only a few. You have service-based business, you have e-commerce-based business. You can sell your own product or you can sell other people's product, which is basically affiliates. And then there's different ways you can do that. You can do that through organic content. You can do that through paid advertising. Extremely, extremely, extremely simple. But then where people go wrong is they see this big trend like, oh, everybody's using this to make money. Everybody's using that to make money. And they ignore the model itself. So you want to stick to proven processes that have been done time and time again to actually go ahead and make money. So for example, when you're new to business, there is a powerful temptation for you to try to reinvent the wheel. Now, that's not even describing the problem of people who say, well, I'm just going to get rich and I'm just going to make something up. I'm just going to make something up. Tell me a business to start. I've heard this once before. So going through my whole entire life, there's going to be tons of people who come up to you and are like, hey man, give me a business idea. How do I start a business? And they expect you to be like, they just watch too much like Dragon's Den and Shark Tank and think that's what business is. But that's not even really the truth most of the time. You don't just come up with an idea and do something completely unproven. You just do something that a lot of people are already doing and has been proven for a long period of time. You want to create something unique, revolutionary, and distinctly you. While this creative impulse comes from a good place, it's often the exact instinct that prevents beginners from achieving their first success. So here's the counterintuitive truth. The more you innovate in your business model, the less likely you are to succeed as a beginner. And that's just the truth. That's why you see people on Shark Tank who are like, yeah, I'm 7 years into my business. We've never made a profit and we're still working on development. It's like, brother, that's not where you want to be. So here's the beauty of boring business models that are unsexy. Boring business models might not win innovation awards or make for exciting dinner conversation, but they are crucial advantages for beginners. So, number 1, that they're clear, proven paths to revenue and profit, like we mentioned. The roadmap already exists. You don't have to figure out if people will pay for your offering because thousands already do and already have. Next is abundant learning resources. So countless people have documented exactly how these models work, what pitfalls to avoid, and how to actually scale them. And then next is predictable challenges. The problems you'll face have been solved before. You're not navigating completely unknown territory. So remember this, your first business is likely not your forever business. Its primary purpose is to generate revenue while you learn, build your entrepreneurial skills, create resources for future ventures, and also prove to yourself that you can succeed. I've shown you the examples before, but people usually start with something completely different than what they end with. So a simple proven model accomplishes these goals far more reliably than a highly creative, untested one. Many of today's most innovative companies were actually founded by entrepreneurs who cut their teeth on simpler or conventional business models first. They built their creative empires after, keyword after, mastering the fundamentals through more straightforward ventures. So we need to come up with a way that we can actually compare these business models so you know, again, there's not one best for everybody, but you can know which ones are best for you and your particular position with what resources you currently have. And that is the facts rating system for business models. And we're going to go through exactly what that means and how to actually use it. So The first one is funding required. How much capital is needed to get started? If you haven't picked it up yet, this is an acronym. Next is accessibility for beginners. Is there a low barrier to entry? Now, low barrier to entry is good, don't get me wrong, but there is a possibility of the barrier to entry being too low and then you just being seen as expendable. For example, the barrier to entry to being a McDonald's employee is very, very, very low. As long as you don't have a criminal record that's too bad, they will hire you. And that's basically it. Any able-bodied human being, you can get hired. And that's why the pay is so low. But for example, the president of the United States, maybe that's not the best example, but people want to see that he is qualified for many, many, many different decades. And he's been doing this for a long time, and he knows what he's talking about. God, I really don't want to get into politics, but we'll carry on. Next is the cash timeline. So can profit be made quickly, or is it a slow burner? Now, obviously, man, the faster the better. Everybody want to make money tomorrow, this week. But right, if you're someone who's like, I can wait a few months to a year to a couple years to start making real profit, then it's something to consider. Next is the top earning potential. So are there any income caps? Now, like I said, these business models their main agency is to get you off the ground, and then you're probably going to be switching business models somewhere else along the way. You have a starter business, and then you have a business to where now you have the skills, now you have the capital, now you have the revenue, now you have the funds, now you have the relationship and the network with people so that you can build something really big and really amazing. Next is schedule freedom. So do you choose how to spend your time? And is that something that's highly important to you? Some people are like, well, I don't care. I'll sit here and work all day, every day. And that's really good, especially when you're just starting out. Eventually, you're not going to really want that. So we'll talk about it as we go on. So without knowing what you're looking for when it comes to these 5 sections, you'll struggle to find the ideal model for you. So let's go through number 1, which is funding required. So this measures how much capital you need to get started. Low funding businesses can be launched with minimal investment, while high funding business models require significant upfront capital. And look, nobody's clicked on this video because they're already Mr. Moneybags. If you were, then I'm not really sure what you're doing here. Maybe you're trust fund baby. I'm not really sure. But either way, you want something ideally that doesn't cost that much, if anything, to even start. There are lots of business models that cost nothing. And if you're sitting on a pile of cash, then we're going to talk about what you can do with that as well. Now, as a beginner, starting small is the smartest move. So for example, let's say you want to start playing guitar. Are you going to go out and buy the baddest, craziest $5,000 guitar, and that's like your whole life savings when you don't even really know if you like it that much? I would advise against it. Look, every new entrepreneur pays a learning tax. These are mistakes that cost time and money as you figure out how business actually works. This tax is unavoidable. It costs to be the boss. Let's just be honest. The only question is how much you'll pay, because the truth is you'll either pay with time or money. Don't forget that time is money. Now, next is to understand how to reduce your learning tax. So when you start with minimal investment, your learning tax is small. A $200 mistake in a low-cost business model might sting, but it won't destroy you. But the same mistake amplified to $50,000 investment could be catastrophic. Think of it like learning to drive. Would you rather practice in an old used car in an empty parking lot or in a brand new Ferrari on a crowded highway? Both will teach you to drive, but one environment forgives mistakes while the other punishes them severely. Next is accessibility for beginners. So success in business compounds. Each small win builds confidence that fuels bigger action. When you choose a highly accessible business model, you create the confidence ladder with manageable steps rather than intimidating leaps. Imagine 2 different paths to learning swimming. 1, the first approach, you're thrown into the deep end immediately. And 2, in the second approach, you start in the shallow water, mastering one skill before progressing. Maybe you learn how to tread, then you learn how to swim, then maybe you learn some backstroke, etc., etc. The deep end approach might work for a few exceptional people, but most will panic, develop fear associations, and potentially give up entirely. The progressive approach builds confidence through incremental mastery, creating momentum that carries forward. Business works in the same way. So when your first business model allows you to experience small, frequent wins, you develop confidence needed to tackle much bigger changes later. Each success creates psychological evidence that you're capable of the next step. And that's where confidence even comes from. Confidence isn't about shouting affirmations in the mirror or, writing down things multiple times. I am a winner. I am a winner. It's just from making the small wins, actually getting up and doing what you said you're going to do and providing results for yourself and for other people. Every business has hidden complexities, as we've discussed, that only become visible once you are operating. The more accessible a business model, the fewer surprises you'll encounter. I call this the iceberg effect. What's visible above the water is just a piece of what exists below the surface. Accessible business models have smaller icebergs with fewer hidden challenges. Next is the cash timeline. So choosing a business model with a fast time to revenue isn't impatience, but rather creating the best odds of success. Prioritizing a fast cash timeline dramatically increases your odds of building something sustainable. The ultimate validation of any business concept isn't praise, social media followers, or even investor funding. It's actually someone willing to pay you money. A fast cash timeline accelerates this crucial validation. Even if it's a small amount upfront, making that small amount in the first 3 months versus 9 months out is going to be gigantic. It's going to be huge. Because on month 6, 7, and 8, when you're sitting there with zero cash to your name, a whole bunch of sunk cost, you're going to start questioning yourself. So I want you to imagine two entrepreneurs with similar business concepts. Entrepreneur A chooses a model requiring 9 months of development before the first sale even is possible to occur. And then Entrepreneur B adapts their approach to generate their first revenue within 30 days. By the time Entrepreneur A learns if anyone will actually pay for the solution, Entrepreneur B has already confirmed real market demand through actual sales, gathered feedback from paying customers, not just interested prospects, tested different messaging offers and price points, generated data on customer acquisition costs and conversion rates, and also potentially pivoted to more promising opportunities based on the market response. This creates a validation velocity gap that becomes nearly impossible to close as time progresses. You're already so far ahead of the other guy who took so long to even go to the market. And that's part of the reason why massive, messy action is the best type of action to take. Take massive action early on as much as possible. Human psychology responds powerfully to tangible results. The first time someone pays you, even a small amount, activates motivational systems that abstract goals and distant rewards simply cannot match. And I call this the first dollar effect. This initial payment creates a neurological reward pattern that fuels persistence through the inevitable challenges of entrepreneurship. Man, my very first $600 paycheck, I will never, ever, ever forget it. And with that paycheck, I immediately went out and spent it, of course, as you do. But I spent it on something that I still use to this very day. And that's the standing desk that I'm on and using right now. And it's kind of like a momentum to my very first dollar. And I remembered that moment. Yes, I was dancing around the house and I'm man enough to admit that I probably shed a tear or two. But I genuinely cannot wait to be the person, and of course, just see you guys make your first dollar and be the person to lead you guys to your first dollar made online. Because with that first dollar, you understand that it is real. It's actually possible. If you can make $1, you can make 10. If you can make 10, you can make 1,000. If you can make 1,000, you can make millions, which is what we're going to do. Number 4 is the top earning potential. Now, understanding a business model's top earning potential matters, but placing too much emphasis on this factor early in your entrepreneurial journey can actually undermine your success. Here's why this metric deserves attention, but shouldn't drive your initial business model selection. So consider these two scenarios. Business model A has a $250,000 ceiling. You have an 80% chance of reaching 70% of its potential. So $140K is the expected outcome. Business B has a $1 million ceiling, a lot higher potential, but you only have a 20% chance of reaching 40% of its maximum potential. So the chances of you making money in it are way lower. So your expected income is only $80,000, which is much less than the other one. So sometimes it really is more intelligent for you to just go after a business. Or sure, the top earning potential might not be $1 million a year, but as long as it will, like I said, get you off the ground, get you disposable income, and help you learn entrepreneurial skills, then the choice is obvious. You can go out there today and try to make the next Amazon or the next Uber. You really can, but it's going to be tough, and you're going to be competing with some big dogs. So what does this actually mean? Well, starting a business with a total earning potential of $500 per month probably isn't worth it. You don't want to try to be a data entry specialist or something, or just like a virtual assistant for $500 a month. You're just not making that much money. So starting a business with a $5 million per month total earning potential doesn't mean that it's the best thing to start as a beginner. So the smartest path, something that can get you to 5K to 20K per month reliably. Now, depending on where you live, that's either a decent amount of money or a lot of money. I mean, 20K per month doesn't really matter where you are unless you're in like freaking LA or Miami. That's still quite a lot of money. And at 20K per month, you also have so many more opportunities to make way more money as well. If you can make 20K per month, I can speak from experience. There's not really that many changes that you have to make to your life and to yourself to make 50K, 100K per month plus. Now, at this sweet spot, you have enough total earning potential and capital to choose your next business model. And on top of that, the total earning potential isn't so high that the business model is no longer even beginner friendly. Then last but not least, it's number 5, which is schedule freedom. This is an entrepreneur's true measure of wealth. As you progress in your entrepreneurial journey, a shift occurs in how you value time versus money. This creates what I call the freedom appreciation curve. New entrepreneurs typically focus almost exclusively on income, but seasoned entrepreneurs often make decisions that prioritize time flexibility over maximum profit. This isn't because they've become less ambitious, it's because they recognize that control over their time is the ultimate form of wealth. So consider the difference between making 300K but working 70-hour weeks with constant client emergencies. So that's 10 hours a day. You're having constant client emergencies. So even when you're off, you're not even really off. You could be out, right? Maybe on a date or just out with your family. You get a call and now you're like, oh crap, I gotta go home right now. Versus making 200K, working 25 hours a week. That's 5 days a week for 5 hours a day with complete schedule control. You work if you want to. On paper, the first option appears more successful, but entrepreneurs who have experienced both scenarios almost universally prefer the second. The ability to attend your child's events, care for your health, pursue side interests, or travel spontaneously represents a form of wealth that raw income figures just cannot capture. Now we must discuss profit over passion so that you can one day put passion over profit. So I'll give you an example, right? And I mentioned this example a little bit earlier on in the course, but the average return of the S&P 500 is about 10% annually. So for example, if $1 million invested, you would earn on average 120K per year. Now that's not like every single year reliably. It's not smart to take income out of the market like that. We're going to talk about more of that stuff when it comes to investing. $2 million invested would of course double your income, meaning that after this amount of liquid capital is generated, there's not much to need to work. After you already have $1 million in the bank, you could make certain investments in things like real estate, stocks, etc., and then live off that for essentially the rest of your life. There's no reason as to why you couldn't. You can be in the top 10% of income without even lifting a finger. The point I'm making is the entrepreneurial world loves to repeat the thought of follow your passion and the money will follow. This advice is misleading and backwards. The smarter approach is pursuing profit so that you can eventually fund your passions without financial constraints. And the reason why I say that is this. A lot of the richest people in the world are still going and working hard as hell as if they don't have any money, truly just because they just love what they're doing. There's a reason why I'm losing sleep bringing this 16-hour course to just online and to YouTube. Right? It's because it's something that's important to me. I read the comments and they're touching. So doing this is the use of time that is best for me, that I genuinely want to do. There's no reason other than that to do it, because at a certain point, especially after $1 million, money in your bank account is just money. It's just an extra zero. It doesn't actually affect anything. So what that means for you guys is this. You might really like carpentry. And this is actually a story from my own past. I really liked carpentry. I really liked building things. I really liked woodworking. And I was thinking, well, maybe I'll start my own construction business. That would be a terrible idea. Some people can make it work. I do not want to do that. Some people start an Etsy store and sell their stuff online or just sell their stuff around. Maybe these things are conceivable ways to work. But at the end of the day, I was not passionate about copywriting or online business or marketing or sales at all. But I made the profit and now I'm doing what I do love, which is making the videos, training people, teaching people, and still doing marketing as well on the side. So the bottom line is this. Forget your passion for now. It's really not that important to actually making money. And a lot of people are saying, well, I have to follow my passion to make profit. Is like saying, well, I really want to be tall, so I'm going to start playing basketball. It's like, that's just not how it works. That is a misplaced modifier. You will do what you're passionate about later on in your journey. For right now, you need to focus on what is going to make you profit so that you can have the means, have the time, have the funds to go ahead and pursue your passions. I pursue my passions all the time. I love playing guitar. My guitar is just right back there. And I love going to the gym. I love working out. And I have lots of hobbies outside of business as well. And I consider business to be my favorite hobby. The power of proven business models, why innovation is overrated for beginners. So the entrepreneurial world glorifies innovation and disruption, like we chatted about, but this goes a little bit deeper. But for most beginners, choosing a proven business model that's working right now dramatically gives you better odds. In other words, life ain't like Shark Tank. Right? I can't explain that enough. And that's what most people's paradigm is, that they have to create some, new product or new service to the market. But really, it's not like that. Here's why. When you choose an established business model, you're getting a form of validation that can't be replicated through theory or planning. You get real customers, a functional delivery system that already exists, and the unit economics can work. You already know. So I can't stress this enough. You need to pick something that's already out there. Now look, you can divide most business models into two separate categories: e-commerce versus service. We're going to cover how they both work and which one is going to be right for you. So both of them have their own pros and cons. We're going to take a look at both models and see which could work better for beginners and for you personally. So the first one is e-commerce, which is selling stuff. E-commerce is all about moving products from point A to point B while taking a cut in the middle. This means things like drop shipping, creating your own products, or flipping items on Amazon FBA. All those things can be put under e-commerce. Core model is always going to be the same. Buy things for cheap, sell them for higher than you bought them, and try not to pull your hair out managing the inventory and shipping. The appeal is pretty obvious. Products can be sold while you sleep, systems can be built to handle most of the work, and the income isn't directly tied to your time. You can potentially scale to big numbers without proportionally scaling your effort. But again, here's the iceberg, here's the reality. E-commerce is far from passive income dream that is often painted as. The upfront costs can be huge, gigantic. Inventory, advertising, website development, and the inevitable product duds that won't even sell. Competition is fierce, with margins getting squeezed from every direction. Dropshipping is like the number one most popular business model ever. You have so many people selling things online now. And look, I already talked about, the saturation effect and the size of the pie fallacy, but to a certain point, it's got to be at least a factor that everybody and their mother has started some sort of dropshipping store in the past. When people see my lifestyle and the cash that I got, the very first thing they think is, bro, you do dropshipping? That's how popular the business model is. And customer service issues can quickly turn your passive business into a very active headache. The e-commerce winners today aren't selling random products. They're doing something deeper. They're building brands people connect with or solving specific problems better than anyone else. It's become less about the transaction and more about the relationship with customers. Next, you have service-based business models, which is essentially you selling skills in your service. So service businesses revolve around trading expertise, skills, or time for money. This includes freelancing, consulting, coaching, agency work, or any other business where you're selling what you know or what you can do rather than a physical product. Now, the big advantage here is the startup speed. You can literally be in business tomorrow with nothing more than a skill people will pay for and a way for them to find you. The margins are usually great since you're not dealing with physical costs. Now, there's lots of different headaches here as well. You're more tied into the business, but again, like I said, pros and cons to everything. So like I'm saying, the time for money trap. Traditional service-based businesses create a ceiling on how much you earn based on the hours you work and the rates you command. The smartest service providers have figured out ways around these limitations. So they package their services into productized offerings with clear deliverables and prices. They build teams to multiply their impact. So you start out and it's just you, but down the line, you can build teams that actually do the work for you so that you get the same benefits of e-commerce. But again, you don't have to deal with all of those other problems and things. And of course, you can outsource your time and your effort with e-commerce as well. But again, you're going to be cutting into your already razor thin profit margins. And if 1 month you're just not profitable, your profit margins go down by a few percent, that can make you at least like almost no profit, or God forbid, negative profit. You actually lose money, run a huge business where you're bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, but you're also spending hundreds of thousands of dollars per month as well. But with service-based business, they create systems that let them deliver consistent results without reinventing the wheel each time. So it's efficient, choosing your path. Now, so which is right for you? It comes down to three main factors. So 1, your starting point. What skills, resources, connections do you already have? Services let you leverage existing skills immediately, while e-commerce might require learning entirely new skill sets. So when it comes to where you're already at with your skills, this is where I like to reiterate the fact that I had no skills relevant at all. I knew how to shoot guns and clean guns and run offenses in the Army. I also knew how to build things like buildings in construction. And then I also knew how to witness crimes and write it down as a security guard. So I didn't have any relevant skills. Now, having skills is very nice to have when you're first starting out, but you don't necessarily need them because chances are you're going to be learning lots of skills along the way. Next is your timeline. How quickly you need to make money. Service-based businesses typically generate revenue much faster, while e-commerce often requires more upfront investment without seeing any returns. Not to mention, if you're starting any sort of e-commerce, you want to have at least, and I'm talking about at least, like this is as low as it goes, at least $1,000 that you're willing to invest and lose. Because like we just talked about, your first store or product could just be a dud. So you could actually start it and try to get sales from little to no money, but it's really, really, really difficult to even make that work. So having $1,000 at least is probably what you're going to have, and you're going to have to be comfortable losing it. So if that's like your life savings, again, I really don't recommend it because again, you need capital that you can start with and are willing to lose even if it doesn't work. And it can take even longer to make money in general. And next is your personality. So do you enjoy working directly with people, or do you prefer working with systems and processes? Now, another disclaimer that I have to give you guys here is, the whole introvert thing. I hear people hide behind the word introvert a lot. And believe it or not, I'm probably the biggest introvert you've ever met in your life. I didn't want to do any presentations in school to the point where I would skip school or skip classes just so that I didn't have to do them. And now obviously I have a whole personal brand, which kind of goes against what I used to do, but extroversion is a skill. So again, it's something that you can just learn as you go. If you're still not sure what to do, think about this. Some people come alive in client interactions while others dread the thought of another Zoom call. The most important thing is starting with a model that matches your current situation, skills, and resources, not the one that sounds the most appealing in theory. The right business model isn't the one with the highest theoretical ceiling. It's the one you'll actually stick with long term and long enough to make it work. So here's why we're going to be focusing on service-based business models in this course. So even if you do decide you wanted to go into something e-commerce, dropshipping, Amazon, FBA, that's fair game. And the things that you're actually going to learn here are still going to help you. And the reason why is because I'm teaching you overall marketing and overall sales, which it doesn't matter what you are doing, what you're in, what business model, you're going to be able to use these skills because they're the most transferable skills in all of business. Like I actually put right here. I've decided to go deep on service-based business models in this course, and there's a good reason for that. So e-commerce is something that's beyond the scope of this very video. And service-based businesses give you the fastest path to real revenue with the lowest upfront investment. If I'm the one here teaching you how to become a millionaire in the future, then obviously that's a broad spectrum of people. So I'm going to cover everything that has to do with marketing and everything that has to do with service-based because I'm also an expert in that. That is all that I've done to make money, and I've never actually made money personally with anything e-commerce. But I know that it's not usually the most beginner friendly, even though it's perceived that way online. So like I said, service-based businesses give you the fastest path, and they also let you start making money based on your skills you already have while teaching you the core business fundamentals that work anywhere. So essentially you can get paid while you are learning the skills. You can learn while you earn. You don't have to have a freaking marketing degree or anything. You literally just first couple weeks, learn copywriting, learn marketing, learn sales. Then you can have a client that's paying you a few $100s to a few $1,000s per month, and you can learn more as you actually work with that client. And that's the best way to learn, is just by doing. So let's get something straight. It's about why service businesses make the most sense as your starting point. First, the math works immediately. You can literally get paid this week if you have skill that someone needs. There's no inventory, no product development cycles, no waiting months to see if your idea has legs. You offer something, someone pays you, and you're in business. There's also no actual risk. So you're not spending any money to start. You could actually start with $0 today. Second is that the feedback loop is lightning fast. When you work directly with clients, you learn exactly what they want, what they'll pay for, and how to communicate value in ways that open wallets. This real world market education is priceless. Third is that the startup costs are minimal. You don't need fancy technology, inventory, or complex systems to begin. Your brain, a laptop, and an internet connection can be enough to start generating income today. But here's what people miss. Starting with a service business doesn't lock you into that service business forever. It's just the smartest entry point to the business world. You're going to learn how to master some essential transferable skills. The ones needed to build a successful service-based business model are the exact same foundational skills needed in any business model. So let's say you start your service-based business model, you're making a few $1,000s per month in a couple of months from now, and you want to start e-commerce. You can actually do that as well. And now you have way better skills to do that. I've actually had students do that before in the past, where they started with copywriting, they made their first thousands of dollars, and then they transitioned over to e-commerce and started making tens of thousands of dollars per month over there as well. The truth about copywriting is this: once you're competent, which happens faster than most realize, clients can't tell the difference between good and great. Get decent, then you learn more skills quickly. All you have to do is show people that you are competent and they will hire you, especially if your low price reflects that, or you're able to give them a risk reversal, which we'll talk about more as we go on. Now, right here, I'm talking about copywriting, but it's essentially all types of marketing. We're going to get into different types of marketing and how to actually start here as we go on. So skill number one that we're going to be learning is understanding what the market actually needs in the first place. Most people build offers based on what they hope that people want. But the thing is, service work forces you to know what people want. When you go face to face with real buyers, vague ideas die fast. You stop guessing because you have to. You start noticing patterns, buying signals, hidden pains, and silent demand. This skill alone is what separates the rich marketers from the broke ones. Number two is effective marketing. So selling services means you got to get sharp fast. You're not hiding behind a funnel or throwing up some template ad. You're talking to real humans one-to-one. If your pitch is weak, they will ghost you. If your angle's off, they'll scroll past. But when you nail it, they lean in. They crave the link. They pay with no questions asked. This is where persuasion stops being a concept and starts becoming survival. Next is sales psychology. Most people suck at sales because they never had to sell one-to-one. Have a service-based business will actually fix that fast. You're not dropping a checkout link and hoping for the best. Why? Because that doesn't predict results. You're on the phone, in the DMs, closing deals one-on-one. You learn what makes someone say, I'm in, what makes them run away. Once you sold with nothing but your words, you'll never be scared to sell anything again. This is why so many people who make a ton of money and start their businesses actually start on things like cold calling and door-to-door sales. Is because it literally molds you into a killer. Skill number 4 that you're going to be able to pick up is client psychology. So getting paid once is easy. Getting them to pay you again over and over and over, that's the real game. Services teach you how people actually judge what they buy. What makes them happy, what makes them feel like they've gotten the lucky side and actually won the jackpot. You'll start hearing things that no dashboard could ever tell you. Real feedback straight from the source. That intel is how you build offers that people stick with and brag about and give you referrals for. Skill 5 is pricing strategy. So you could charge $50 an hour or $5,000 for a result. Same work, different positioning, entirely different outcome. Service forces you to stop thinking like a worker and start thinking like a strategist. You learn to anchor value, frame ROI, and make your price feel cheap. And when you figure that out, you'll laugh at how people price their products. Number 6, finally, is systems building. At first, it's messy. Too many clients, too many steps, too much in your head. All right, it's not super easy. But then you build systems. Your delivery gets faster, your clients stay happier, and you get your time back. You get to smooth out the entire process from scratch, and you start seeing the real world in SOPs, workflows, and automations. These are just the same skills that scale any business. You don't just build a better service, you build a machine. Now it's time for us to get into the types of service-based businesses that you can start. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson4D, and I'm joined by the one and only beautiful 4D kitty right here. There's actually 2 4D kitties, but today we just got the one with us. So let's get into today's lesson. Yeah, fellow cat owners are gonna know the struggle on this one. You have to keep the lint roller on standby. So today we're gonna be starting by going into the types of service-based businesses. So before we had money and before we had governments, we had services. It all started with services. All business, all comes from services, essentially. One person had a skill, another had a need, trade happened. Value got exchanged, and that's how it all started. The service-based business model is one of the oldest on earth. No rest assured. It's not going anywhere because no matter how advanced tech gets, humans will always pay other humans to solve problems, save time, or do work that they can't or won't do themselves. Essentially, you need to know the difference, and I'm going to get into this a little bit more in the video. As I was saying, you need to understand the difference between a business model and a business method. A business method is something that's essentially just fly by night. It is short term, it is trendy, it is attractive to everybody. And usually people hop from a business method to business method to business method, but instead we want to pick a reliable business model. A business method is like hyper specific, and it's something that works right now and only right now. But instead, we want to make sure that we're picking something that has been just around forever, will never die out or fade in any type of way. And that is a service-based business. People paying for your time, skills, and effort overall. They're paying to have their problems solved. So there's two main ways to break it down to sell a service. So we had two main ways to make money, which is e-commerce and service. And then inside of service is also two more delineations: freelancing versus agency, aka SMMA, which is social media marketing agency. You might have heard of that before as well. That was popularized by Tai Lopez and then Iman Gadji as well. And then now we have like AI automation agencies. So people are selling AI agents, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to get into the specifics of every single type of agency, but in short, we'll go through the difference between freelancing versus agency and which one you should actually start with. So at the start, you've got two lanes. You can go solo and freelance, keep it lean, fast, and personal, or you can build an agency, which is scaling with systems, people, and margin. Both paths can make you rich, of course, but don't get it twisted. They're built for very different kinds of players. Freelancing is you versus the world, direct contact, full control, and pure craft. Agency is a team sport, delegation, infrastructure, and you build the machine. One isn't better, just different games, different rules, and different stakes. Pick the one that fits how you are wired. Now, if you're just a beginner, well, there's a couple notions around agencies. One of the first ones is that you can hire people who are really good at a skill, and then you can get clients and then outsource the work to that person. I've never, ever seen that work, because why wouldn't the person with the skill just go and get the client in the first place? Like, if you don't have any skills, opening up an agency isn't really going to be your best bet, because you are trying to team up with people and become a company owner and own a whole group of people before you even know the skills itself. Again, I really do recommend starting as lean and as small as possible. That is the freelancing route. Now, if you have already been doing freelancing, or you already have some sort of skill that you know you can sell and you know you can scale it big, and the offer is already there, the demand is already there, then maybe an agency is something that you can look into. But what I see as far more of a gradual process that makes a lot more sense is just starting with freelancing, and then not even just transitioning to an agency, but just outsourcing little by little by little. Now, I'm going to go over that a little bit more as we go on. And I also have live recording coming up of me talking about what that process actually looks like, going from, 10K per month freelancer to 30K per month business owner by only making a few small tweaks. And we're going to get into that as we go on. So here's the freelancing advantage. Freelancing is nearly always the smarter starting point for one simple reason. You need to master the craft before you can effectively manage others doing it. This creates several powerful advantages. So, for example, 100% profit. I already told you, the difference between profit and revenue is a lot of people flex their profit. With freelancing, you keep literally everything. No staff, no payroll, no bloat. Every dollar earned is yours. Next is direct learning experience. You are in the trenches. You hear objections, you close deals, tweak offers, and everything else, all firsthand. Next is client relationships. You're not a project manager behind the curtain. You're the face, the trust, and the reason that they buy in the first place. Next is low overhead, means low risk. So no office, no team, no tools you don't need. And you start lean, you stay nimble, and you scale on your own terms. I can't tell you how important that is, because look, I love working with other people. I have a team of over a dozen people working for me. But man, sometimes the solopreneur life looks intriguing. I'll put it that way. And I do kind of miss it sometimes, because it's literally just you versus you. And then you have some other clients. And it's a shame when you and someone else who's totally intelligent and is a good person as well don't see eye to eye on certain things. You have to, negotiate on terms and things. And then also, not to mention the people you are going to be working with that just aren't the best in general. And the next is simplified operations. There's no bottlenecks. You move fast, fix problems, and ship results without waiting on anyone. It is a very nice place to be. But now let's talk about building an agency like an SMMA, and how it sounds glamorous, but it's usually far from it. I've done this as well before. I have outsourced and built a little agency as well with my copywriting and marketing. And this is more or less what I learned. So you hire experts, you connect them with clients, and then you don't even have to learn the skill, because it's just genius. You just get somebody else who's really good at the skill. You don't have to learn anything, and you just make money by being the middleman. Well, in reality, you have to deal with reduced profit margins. So you're paying a team before you pay yourself. And the more you scale, the thinner that margin gets. So now you're only actually taking home 20%, 30%. Then there's time-consuming management. Every fire lands on your desk. Every delay, mistake, or missed call is your problem now. So now when you have a client and the client says something like, hey, this deliverable is just not very good for these 3 reasons, and you didn't even make the deliverable, you're still on the hook for that. You're still on the hook for everything. Next is cash flow complexity. So you're juggling invoices, team payroll, and project delays. One slow payment ruins everything. Man, I can't tell you how long payroll takes. Payroll takes like 3 to 4 days. I have limits on all my cards and all my things. Everybody wants to be paid in a different way because they're all from different countries. Everyone's remote. Some people need to be paid in crypto. Some people need to pay on Wise, on Stripe, on Payoneer. It's extra complexity. I'll just put it that way. So here's the smart progression that I was mentioning earlier. Freelancer to agency owner. The most successful agency owners typically follow this progression. One, they start as a freelancer and master the craft, or just have some sort of skill that they know that they can sell on demand and at scale. Next is they begin creating documented systems and processes. This is things like SOPs, so that anyone who can come into your business and just follow the instructions and just do exactly what you do. Next is to hire your first contractor for overflow work. There's a different process for hiring out the first things on your calendar, the first things that you do. Again, that's going to be in the live that I'm going to put on a little bit later. But sometimes you want to hire out different contractors to do the fulfillment work, but sometimes it could be as simple as just hiring very, very cheap VAs. You want somebody for like $5 to $10 per hour that can do some very menial tasks for you, like outreach, for example, then that can be done. Next is to gradually transition from a doer to a manager as systems prove effective. And then you want to build a team around proven processes and establish client relationships. Now, this staged approach allows you to build an agency on a foundation of real expertise and validated systems rather than trying to manage services you don't even fully understand yourself. Man, I'll just leave it at this. Don't be that guy. You think you have imposter syndrome now? Wait until you're out here trying to sell people this huge result, and you have other people who are working for you that are just way smarter than you when it comes to delivering, and you're trying to build an agency that way, or even just trying to build an agency from scratch with other beginners. You guys are going to be trying to split profits. I mean, it's just not very good looking. There's this gentleman who has a YouTube channel, and he's in the SMMA space himself. He was talking about like a lot of people show their Stripe screenshots, right, of how much money they made. And he has many Stripe screenshots of like 600K in a month. But first of all, he's splitting that with his business partner. So they're splitting 50-50 already. And then there's tons more overhead after that. So the numbers, I'll just leave it at this. The numbers are very, very often deceiving. And I'm not gonna lie, it's partly their fault as well, because it's like, if you don't educate yourself on even what revenue is and the difference between what it is with profit and someone's actual numbers down to a T, then, I mean, you're kind of just playing yourself at that point. And here's the hybrid approach when you actually start your agency and when you want to go about the whole process. Many successful service providers eventually adopt a hybrid model that combines the best aspects of both approaches. So this can mean something as small as hiring a $10 an hour VA to do a lot of the busy work for you once you're at 10 to 20K per month. And this approach preserves much of the profit advantage of freelancing while incorporating elements of scale from the agency model. Man, it's almost like I'm like pre-moving these slides right here. If you know anything about chess, it's like I know exactly what I'm going to say before I say it. Maybe it's because I made these. I don't know. Here are some skills that you can start with. Here's the exact business model breakdown. You have things like remote sales, which is learning sales. You have copywriting, which is the introduction to marketing. You have appointment setting, or SDR, which is sales development rep. In short, you are messaging and contacting leads to get them booked on calendars, to get them on calls, and you are also following up with old leads that didn't actually close if the sales cycle has become extended. I'm going to get into all the nitty gritty to that as we go on. Then you have funnel building, which is essentially just building out the systems for businesses. So if businesses are running an ad, someone is going to be behind the tech for all of that, the marketing plan for all of that, price points for all of that, et cetera, et cetera. Next is brand marketing. So this is kind of things like social media content creation. Next is content editing / clipping. So that's another skill that you can sell to people. Next is media buying. All that means is running ads, and you're the person behind the ads. So you look at things like what's the cost per acquisition, what's the cost per lead, what's the average order value, et cetera, and then you optimize based on all of those numbers. Next is monetizing a personal brand, which is, you actually starting building a business from scratch. And there's way more. There's lots more. We're going to scratch the surface on some of these and then also go deep on some other ones. So here's the thing. When I say this isn't just about making your first 1K, I actually mean it. I'm thinking about how you're going to make your first $100,000 and who you will become in the process. The right call gives you speed now and leverage later. It builds income and identity, skill and status. And getting paid isn't the main goal here. There's a greater goal in building something that actually scales with you. So here is the real path to wealth. You want to master a skill first and then build an empire. So with a lot of these, for example, like funnel building, brand marketing, content editing, media buying, monetization of your personal brand, and even the other route that we didn't really talk about too much, which is e-commerce, all of these you're going to have to learn and know what. You're going to have to learn how to sell and know how to sell and know how to sell things, and you're going to know how to sell things at mass, which is essentially just marketing. So if you're going to need to know these two skills in order to do anything, you might as well learn them first, make money with them first, and then the world is your oyster. Now you have the skills to pay the bills. Now you have the funds in the first place. Now you have that safety net. So once you have all of those things, that's when it's time to really start taking risks and really start going hard. And it's honestly very funny how predictable these conversations have become and will become for you as well. Hey, Tyson, how to get rich? I always give them the same answer. Learn a skill and go from there. And without fail, they immediately try to correct me. No, that's not how it works. I need to invent a product. I need to start a revolutionary business. I need to create the next big company. They're so convinced that they need to immediately build some complex business empire or invent the next Facebook. But they're skipping the most crucial step in the wealth building process. Here's a pattern that you cannot ignore, and I have so many examples as well here. Look at nearly every self-made millionaire, and you'll see the same pattern play out over and over again. For example, Alex Becker, you might have seen him before on YouTube. He didn't start with a massive software company. He began with affiliate marketing, a straightforward skill he could monetize immediately. This is basically it's a marketing. He started with marketing. He started by selling other people's products. He mastered digital marketing, understood what worked, what didn't. He saw gaps in the market, and then he built one of the biggest ad software platforms that he eventually sold for tens of millions of dollars. He sold it for tens of millions of dollars. He's made tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars as well. And next we have Alex Hormozi. He didn't launch right into a complex business empire, right? He runs a business where he essentially buys other people's businesses, and now he has a portfolio of companies. He started as a personal fitness trainer, learning how to deliver results and communicate value. From there, he opened gyms. Then he created a gym turnaround business where he will help other people make more money with their gyms. And now he runs multiple business ventures generating hundreds of millions of dollars. He's in different softwares, et cetera, et cetera. Each step built on the expertise from the previous one. The Tate, Mr. Bugatti. Tate has the life many people dream about and aspire to achieve, but things weren't always that way. He started in sales at a company he didn't own, pitching products he didn't care about. Now look, I don't care what your opinion of him is. It doesn't really matter. You can look at the story and see the pattern. Just to sharpen his tongue, learn skills, and actually stack cash. Later, growing into a business model. So kickboxing, affiliate marketing, he sold digital products, he did his other business ventures that we won't mention here. And he didn't wait for permission, a recession, or the perfect time to start. He found cracks in the system and he built leverage through pure aggression, clarity, and confidence, and he just started. Next, we have Sam Ovens. Sam didn't immediately create School, which is his business that he has right now. It's a software company where you can go on there and create your own paid community. He started as a consultant working directly with clients to solve their problems. That expertise showed him what businesses actually need, which led him to digital products. He was selling his own consulting services and mentorship and mastermind, which eventually evolved into his platform that he now runs. The pattern is undeniable. Skill mastery first, then business expansion later. It's happened so many times. So oftentimes people think that they need to build this huge thing just to start. And it's just not like that. And me as well. Don't know much about me? Well, I started with copywriting back in 2022. That business model took me from 0 to 11K per month in 9 months. And I noticed that others in the copywriting community were having struggles and questions in areas where I had already succeeded in. So I made a few Loom videos to give some helpful tips to some people. Next thing I know, I blew up in the community and people begged me to make a YouTube channel. Like, bro, make a whole YouTube channel. You should be a YouTuber. You explain things so well, et cetera, et cetera. So I did. Fast forward a couple of years and I'm rapidly approaching 200K subscribers right here on YouTube. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I make videos that are awesome like this all the time. And this is just one of many free courses I'll be releasing within the next few months. Since I started, I've made money with 8+ different income streams and surpassed multimillionaire status. And again, it all started with me just learning a skill and selling it to others. And unlike a lot of other people as well who end up going the whole YouTube route and personal brand route, I just started making videos for people because they were asking me to. They had questions, so I'd make a video and I'd be like, that video actually got quite a few good views. It got thousands of views and hundreds of comments. Then I do it again and I do it again. And then I kind of let it go while I was still working with my clients. And then eventually I was like, you know what? I think I can monetize this. And then I did. So the 2 core skills that power everything. Now, if you strip business down to its essentials, everything revolves around marketing and sales. Master either one of these and you have the foundation for virtually any business venture. Now, there are so many different types of these. I'm kind of tripping out about how this AI guy kind of looks like me. But anyway, there's so many different types of these that you can go down. So for example, you can start with media buying. You can start with, I'm going to run ads for businesses. But at the end of the day, when you run these ads for businesses, what do you need to know? You're still going to need to know the core skills of marketing, which is copywriting. That's like a high income micro skill, for example. And it's the same with sales. You want to learn the basics of sales before you get on a call with somebody and try to sell them, because in that moment, you're going to realize that sales actually isn't extremely easy. But I'll show you how to get into those the best way possible as we go on. These services are transferable to every industry, every product, and every service. These services look like copywriting, social media marketing, direct sales, and appointment setting. These are all variations of the core skills and all infinitely more practical starting points than inventing the next big thing with no experience. So here's the skill first wealth path. The most reliable path to wealth isn't just some overnight success story. It's more predictable progression. You master a marketable skill, you develop systems, you hire others, you package your knowledge, and then you scale through automation and team building. Each step funds the next. Each step builds on the knowledge from the previous one. Each step reduces risk because you're evolving based on the market feedback and not just your assumptions. So the bottom line, my friends, is this. When people dismiss the learn a skill first advice, they're usually looking for shortcuts that don't exist. People are like, Tyson, give me a business idea. You have a lot of money. I'm like, brother, that's really not how it works. I'll give you an analogy. It's like going up to an amazing musician, say they're a guitar player, and saying, bro, how do you do that? Teach me how to do that. And it's like, do you expect them to show you right there and then what notes they're playing? No, you want to know how they did it. They sat in their room for probably 2 to 3 hours a day, maybe even a little bit more. And they played and they played and they played and they played and they got really good. It really is just that simple. It's a skill just like anything else. You can just learn it and you'll get good at it and you'll get results. They want to skip the foundation building and just jump right into the empire. But without the foundation of skill, market knowledge, and cash flow, they're building on sand. The irony is that the boring skill-first approach is actually the fastest path to wealth. I say this often, but the fastest path to wealth isn't by skipping steps. It's by going through all the steps quickly. It generates income while you learn, connects you with real customers, and reveals authentic opportunities with no amount of theoretical planning could ever uncover for you. So when someone asks me how to get rich, I'll keep saying the same answer every single time. You learn a skill, and you go from there. The ones who listen will be building their empires, while the shortcut seekers will be stuck daydreaming. And if you want to know the difference, the big difference between marketing versus sales, just like this. The relationship between marketing and sales has never been explained more perfectly than through the Jake Paul fight strategy. I can't remember where I've heard this. I didn't come up with this, but here it is. Jake Paul has built a fighting career on a brilliantly simple formula. He only fights opponents he's confident that he can beat. Typically retired MMA athletes crossing into boxing, or fighters well past their prime. I don't need to remind everybody of the Mike Tyson event. This strategy isn't an accident. It's calculated business brilliance that perfectly illustrates the relationship between marketing and sales. So marketing, for example, is setting up the perfect match. Marketing is everything that happens before the fight. So for example, it's the arena, it's the crowd, the storyline, all designed to create the perfect conditions for victory. Before Jake Paul throws a single punch, his team's already won half the battle. They scout the perfect matchup, the big name, check. Washed up, double check. Easy win with max hype, full house. Nothing is left to chance. And that's what marketing is like. But how do they do this? They create compelling narratives around each matchup that generate maximum attention while minimizing actual risk. Just as Jake wouldn't randomly challenge the current heavyweight champion in their prime, smart businesses don't try to sell everyone or compete in saturated markets without a strategic advantage. If your marketing is sloppy, your sales will bleed. You set the table right and the closes become automatic. Sales, on the other hand, is winning the fight. It's one-to-one. Sales is the fight itself. The moments of truth where all the preparation and position is put into the test. Now, it's the one-to-one conversation, the proposal, the actual close itself. When Jake steps into the ring, he's already done most of the hard work. He's chosen an opponent that he can beat. He's trained specifically for their weakness. The crowd is energized, the expectations are set, and now he just needs to execute. And with great marketing, the sales conversation becomes dramatically easier. So here's the flywheel relationship, how they work to improve each other. With great marketing, sales is easy. And with great sales, you'll make the most out of your marketing. This statement captures the perfect symbiosis between these functions. You don't have to make things harder than they need to be. Smart positioning and preparation, which is marketing, can make the actual execution, which is sales, significantly easier. And in business, this means investing in both capabilities. Marketing attracts the right people, and sales skills effectively convert that interest into revenue. And now I need to explain something to you guys, which is going to change how you even see learning skills, business, making money extremely. This is why some people can sell skills and just be a freelancer and make tens of thousands of dollars per month, while other people are stuck being like, hey man, can you work with me for just like $100? I'll do it for $50. I'll do it for $25 and a cheeseburger. Like they are extremely desperate, while other people are just raking in the cash. And it's really just because of this. A, B, and C players, understanding your market value. So here's the thing about service providers. They are not all created equally. And the market, it pays accordingly. If you don't understand the value ladder, you'll underprice yourself, get overlooked, and stay stuck with low-tier clients. There is a hierarchy. It's real, it's brutal, and it decides who eats. So it starts with C players. This is the implementation layer. So C players occupy the bottom rung of the value ladder. These are the implementation specialists whose work, while necessary, is increasingly commoditized. So short form video editors, basic graphic designers, data entry specialists, general virtual assistants, simple content writers, and social media posters. These are the people who do these small and menial tasks who are never going to be paid all that much because you can just outsource it to somebody in a third world country. And to them, $800 a month is a lot. They're already living like a king. So what actually defines a C player? So they're easily replaceable. You're doing tasks that anyone with a keyboard and an internet connection can do. One wrong move and you're swapped out. They have limited strategic input. You're not in the room where decisions get made. You execute and follow the plan. Next is they have a low compensation ceiling. Your income is capped by the hour, by the task, and by the budget. Just a flat line with a ceiling made of concrete. Next is that they have minimal client interaction. You're kept behind the scenes, no influence, and no ability to upsell or expand deals. You also have limited skill transferability. You're stuck. Most of the skills aren't portable. They don't position you for power in other models. The market reality for C players is harsh, but it's undeniable. Businesses view these roles as expenses to minimize rather than investments to maximize. Now, with increasing automation and AI capabilities, the future outlook for many C player positions is challenging. But on the other hand, you do have B players, which are the tactical specialists. B players sit in the middle tier, not entry level, but not top tier, but they're solid. They've got the real skills, they got real value, they get results, but they don't drive the strategy and set the rules. These are the execution pros, the ones who show up, plug in, and produce. Copywriters, appointment setters, content writers, for example. Up here is more like I said, the short form video editors, basic graphic designers, data entry specialists, etc. So what defines a B player? Their skill-based value. You are a weapon. You've got technical skills that move the needle and get things done and not just fill time. They are harder to replace. At this point, you've got experience, nuance, and context. Replacing you means someone must be trained properly, and it's a big hit to the company. Next is tactical decision making. Wave goodbye to following all the SOPs and all the rules that are laid out to you. You make judgment calls that keep the system running clean. Next is direct revenue impact. Your work doesn't support the business. You drive conversions and your name's on the scoreboard. Growth potential. You're close to the fire every single day. With the right moves, you can step up and graduate from B player to A player. B players occupy a relatively comfortable position in the market. Their specialized skills ensure consistent demand, and businesses recognize the need to pay reasonable rates for quality work. Most importantly, B player roles provide the perfect foundation for advancing to A player status through strategic skill development. When you're at a C player, it's hard to get up to a B and an A player because you're learning these skills that are just not that transferable. It's hard to graduate to the next tier. But B players, it's a lot easier for them to graduate to the next tier because all they need to do is just start doing more of what they're already doing. They need to look at more adjacent skills, and then soon they'll build a system that works for anybody. I'll show you what's next. Finally, is the A players, baby. The strategic value creators. This is the top of the food chain. A players don't play around because the business depends on them. They are busy creating outcomes to make sure that the business is successful day after day. A players are literally hired to win. So these people consist of top tier closers, strategic consultants, marketing strategists, and fractional executives like CMO, COO, etc. So what defines an actual A player? Practically irreplaceable. You won't find their value sitting in their resume, but you will see it in the stats they provide to the business. Next is strategic direction. These A-list team members build a game plan, align the team, and they make tough decisions that most people would want to avoid. They have premium compensation. These roles attract top dollar not because they demand it, but because the crazy ROI is impossible for them to ignore. They also have direct client relationships. Their phone rings first when something breaks or something big is coming because they are dependable. And finally, business impact. Their fingerprints are on the biggest wins. Revenue jumps, churn drops, ups smooth out. And their name is tied to all of it. A players enjoy tremendous market leverage, living in the league of their own. So here is the strategic career path. Now I'm looking over here at the elevator. I don't know why C is on top, but you get the point. You want to go from C to B to A. And A is the best place you want to be. Now, the smart career strategy in service businesses follows a clear progression. You want to start as a B player if possible. I can't really think of a hypothetical scenario as to where being a B player is impossible, but here's how you want to go. While many begin as C players out of necessity, starting as a B player whenever possible gives you both instant income and room to grow. So with me personally, I wanted to be a video editor and I wanted to be a graphic designer at one point. And the main reason was because I wasn't really looking to quote unquote get rich. I wanted to, follow my passion, do what I loved. And this was back when I was probably 18, right? Where everybody was saying that, everybody was going to college for things that they liked, blah, blah, blah. So that was me. That's why I decided to do that. But I'm all about optimizing for desired outcomes. So if your desired outcome is to be financially fit, then starting as a C player is not by any means what you're going to want to do. So roles like copywriting, appointment setting, or specialized virtual assistants provide valuable foundational skills. And when you do things like specialized virtual assistants, it has to be around a certain outcome that you're providing. More on that later. All while offering clearer paths to advancement. So you want to develop A player skills while working as a B player, and that is how you graduate. While delivering B player services, consciously develop the strategic thinking, business skills, and specialized expertise that characterizes A players. This might look like this: learning the business models of your clients, understanding how your tactical work fits into larger objectives, developing skills in areas that complement your current expertise, and building direct relationships with decision makers. So here's how it looked in my past, for example. I started out copywriting, and on one of my first copywriting gigs with one of my first clients, he told me to go into his email service provider and build him automations. And at the time, I was learning from some really, I'd say lower quality places where they didn't even tell you what an email service provider was. They didn't show you what email automations were. So I was completely lost. I was like, but I thought I was just going to be, writing the words and getting paid. But I started out as a generalist and then I became a specialist. And this right here is what drives the huge results, is starting as a generalist, a problem solver. And then from there, you will learn these high income specialized skills that people need and will pay big money for. I have a lot of examples coming up here in the slides, but that is essentially the overall progression that you're going to want to go on. So here's how to make this strategic leap. At some point, being the person who gets stuff done isn't enough. Some people like to stick at B player. B player is pretty cushy, but again, outcomes. If you want real leverage, you've got to make the shift from technician to tactician to a trusted advisor. That means stepping out of execution mode and stepping into conversations that shape direction and not just deliver results. So here's what it usually looks like. So you stop pricing time and start pricing judgment. So clients aren't buying your deliverables, they're buying clarity, confidence, and outcomes. Right? So for example, if I come to you and say, I can make you an extra 20K, now paying me $5,000 makes a lot more sense. And the crazy part is this: you don't care what I do. If I tell you I'm going to make 20K, you don't care if I flip a switch. You don't care if I write you a 1-page document. As long as it gets that result, then that is how you get paid. And that is the beauty of service-based businesses, is that eventually when you get good enough, people literally don't care how long you work on something, how much work it costs you to do it, whatever it is. They literally just want the outcome. And if you can get them the outcome, they will get you the income. They will get you paid. Your marketing changes too. It's no longer, here's what I do, but here's what I do that moves the needle. And also, you get pickier. Not every client is a fit. You work with the ones where your impact is impossible to ignore. And your offers evolve because high leverage clients don't want more tasks. What matters is a solution that makes other problems irrelevant. Now, we need to talk about avoiding the C player trap because a lot of people get stuck here. The most dangerous position is getting stuck in the C player with no clear path to advancement. If you currently find yourself as a C player role, develop skills that move you to B player territory as quickly as possible. This might mean learning complementary skills that create more complete service offerings, developing expertise in specific industries or niches, building direct client relationships whenever possible, and creating systems to scale your work beyond just a one-time exchange. Now it's time. How to pick a skill that will pay you for life. Let's start with the marketing gateway drug, which is copywriting. How do I know? Well, it changed my life completely, and I probably wouldn't be here without it. I've heard people say they can't do it because they're not writers, for example. It's kind of funny. The thing is, it's not writing per se. It's more like engineered influence. A lot of the times, honestly, it's really funny. I just go to my clients, I take some of their top performing content, I repurpose it into an email, and then I have made emails that have brought in $35,000 plus per email. And it's funny because did I even write that? Or did I kind of just synthesize everything that's already in their marketing? The thing is that it's not writing per se, kind of like I said. The ability to reach inside someone's brain and twist the right knob, change how they feel, then what they do, that's power. You won't be just learning to sell. You'll be learning how people think and how to bend that thought toward a button, an action, a sign up, or a sale. So, a very, very quick test. Do you want to see if copywriting is for you? Do you want to try it out just a little bit? So copywriting is essentially you saying things in a way that make people want to take action. You go to Apple's website, you're going to see what? Copy. You go to Google's website, you're going to see a lot of copy and ads there. Any ad, any words that you see, any things that people are saying was from a script. That script is copywriting. So if you want to see if it's for you, here's a very, very quick exercise. Take this sentence and rewrite it in the comments to make it more compelling and persuasive. Get the body of your dreams in 90 days without hours of daily cardio. I'll give you guys feedback in the comments. As you guys know, I'm going to be reading them all. The comment with the most likes wins. And I want to see what's the best one that we can come up with. Because if you see a sentence like this, it's very, very simple, it's very, very plain, and you can make it into something that really someone can relate with, someone really identifies with, and it drives them through an emotional way to actually take action, then you're a natural copywriter. Even if you're not a natural copywriter, still, I got like a 60 in English in school, and it was just never really my best class. And I never really saw myself as a writer. Here's why I went into copywriting. Not only is this cool, but this is a skill that if I learn it and I truly, truly, truly master it, it will serve me throughout my whole business career. And it still has to this very day. It literally can never go to waste. Whereas I tried to become a video editor. I'm not gonna lie. I don't do any video editing on a daily, weekly, monthly, even yearly. I don't touch a video editing software, maybe like once a year when I put together these massive free courses. But still, because the skills are so transferable, that's one of the things that really drew me to it as well. So go down in the comments and let me know what you guys have come up with. Now, if sales is your lane, if you like sales, appointment setting is essentially the dojo. So you're not closing just yet, but you're getting your reps in. You're facing real humans, you're dodging objections, and sparking curiosity. So learning to lead conversations without sounding like a telemarketer. You build the nerves of steel, rhythm, control. You learn to hook attention, qualify fast, and you also get people to show up to the calls as well. Because if you can do that, closing becomes easy. So appointment setting, kind of like I was explaining earlier, is you getting people to set appointments on the sales calendar. Very, very, very simple. There's lots of different ways you can do this. There's lots of different methods. So sometimes, for example, you will work with a business and they'll get a ton of DMs, people asking about the program or the product. And your job will be to go into that business's Instagram account or their Facebook or their LinkedIn and answer those messages and get people to sign up on a call and see if they are qualified. Qualified, for example, let's say if you are working for a business and they work for other businesses that are making $50,000 per month or more, if you're talking to a business and they're only making $5,000 per month, they do not qualify. So you don't get them on the call. Now you're doing two really important main things. One, you're disqualifying people, and two, you're setting appointments. And it's very important that the salespeople don't get on calls with people who are completely unqualified, because what happens then? Salesperson shows up, like, hey man, how much revenue are you making? 5K per month. Oh, well, we might as well just end the call here. Waste of everybody's time. This is not the best. So you as an appointment setter actually have a huge role in this. There's also, for example, calling. It's not really like cold calling, it's more like warm calling. So let's say someone buys a product. They buy a product for $27 and they leave their phone number. You, as an appointment setter, could call up that number and say, hey, I noticed that you bought this other small thing. Were there some other things that you wanted to buy as well? And now you're not really selling, but again, you're seeing if people are qualified. And then if for whatever reason they want to buy the highest ticket item or package, etc., then you can, again, set the appointment for them. And you get a cut of every single sale that's made. Now, as a reminder, we have lots more money-making skills that are coming up. Again, these are the starter skills. We also have other skills that are going to help you scale, right? Scale skills. So for example, we have email marketing, landing page building, investing, lifestyle design, outreach, sales, personal branding. We have all of this. Right now, we're going to focus on these couple small ones. And these skills together can and will make you a fortune. Most people treat skills like apps. Download one, use it for a bit, then move on to the next. But this isn't actually the case. Sales and marketing are the DNA of every successful business venture, two sides of the same sword. When you stack these two abilities, you've essentially learned to speak the universal language of money. These skills translate across every industry, business model, and economic environment that come to mind. Think of your skill development like building a skyscraper. But each additional skill doesn't just add to your capabilities. It creates what I call the skill multiplication effect, where 1 + 1 + 1 equals far more than just 3. So copy times positioning times sales equals total market power. All it is just skill stacking. That's why guys like Alex Hormozi are so successful, is because they've learned from every single new iteration of business model that they've been in. He's probably seen dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of businesses' inner workings. So how can he not be good at business? It's unreasonable to even think, after all of that experience, all of those different businesses, all of those different consulting sessions, that he wouldn't be a master. And that's all it is. You just need time in the game. You need time under the bar. You need more reps. And you know what nobody ever talks about? Nobody ever talks about how to learn a skill. Isn't it kind of funny that in school they teach you all these things, but they never really teach you how to learn? You're just expected to know. So here's exactly how to go about learning a skill. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson40, and I'm back with another installment of the 16-hour free course on how you're going to become a millionaire. And today we're starting with how to actually go about learning a skill in the most efficient way possible. Look, shortcuts are not the way to learning high income skills fast. It's really about being ruthlessly strategic with your time and your approach. Most people spend months or even years developing skills that could have been mastered in weeks. The biggest lie in online education is that consuming more content equals better results. So here does that mean? Consuming content? Yes. Consuming a lot of content? Yes. Consuming a lot of content without taking action? No. There's where you got me right there. People collect courses like trophies, binge watch training videos like Netflix series, and convince themselves that they're making progress while their bank accounts tell a different story. Most people approach learning backwards. They think that the sequence is this: learn everything about a topic, everything down to the very minute detail, feel confident enough to try it, and then start taking action. But this is so wrong. This approach creates an endless cycle of just one more course, just one more video. There's always another technique to learn, another expert to follow, another system to master before you're gonna feel, quote unquote, ready. However, successful people flip this sequence upside down. They learn the bare minimum to start, they start taking action immediately, and then they learn more as their problems arise, because you having that in-action experience is going to give you a new lens to look at different value in different videos. But here is the power of community and having feedback. Learning in isolation is inefficient. There's no two ways about it. You need external feedback to identify your blind spots and accelerate improvement. And let's be honest, man, you're not gonna open up a dinner table family conversation about what outreach you're doing, et cetera, et cetera. So like I said earlier, you wanna have some other people in your corner who are going through this with you. I had people who I was talking to, training with, and really bouncing ideas off of when I was first coming up as well. They held me accountable. I held them accountable. And overall, it was an iron sharpens iron sort of situation. Here's what to look for when you're actually searching for a community. So real-time feedback on your work, accountability for consistent action, access to different perspectives, motivation through shared struggle, and also opportunities for collaboration, right? All of those things. So like I told you guys before, the Discord, free Discord and the free school communities are down below if you're looking for any communities like that. There's a lot of people who have already been familiar with my content and they're doing various things, mostly copywriting. A lot of them are making money as well and also reviewing each other's work. We have review channels in there where you can just get your copy reviewed, for example, which is a really efficient way to just getting better. So here's how to master your chosen skill, whatever it may be. Learning a skill gets you in the game. Mastering it makes you irreplaceable, highly compensated, and in demand, regardless of the market conditions. You've probably heard the 10,000 hour rule, but it's often misunderstood. Translation, or you need to be doing something for 10,000 hours in order to master it. But watch this. It's not just about putting in time, it's about the quality of that time. Most people log hours without progressing towards mastery because they're not practicing deliberately. Ordinary practice is repeating what you already know. Deliberate practice is continuously pushing beyond your current capabilities. The difference is enormous. Someone who spends 2,000 hours in deliberate practice will often outperform someone who spends 10,000 hours in ordinary practice. Deliberate practice means this: constantly working at the edge of your current ability, getting immediate feedback on your performance, identifying specific weaknesses and targeting them, and pushing through discomfort rather than staying inside of your comfort zone. A really easy analogy for this is like, imagine you are trying to get really good at guitar and you're like playing while you're watching Netflix. You think that you're really doing something, but you're not. Or you're trying to get huge arms or huge muscles or whatever. So you're going to sit there and watch Netflix and do like 100 curls with one arm with like 2.5 pounds and then do the same with the other one and expect to look like Arnold. That's just not going to work. You have to put 100% of your focus, effort, and attention in on it. To give you guys actually a little bit of perspective, I'll go in on this a little bit. So there are certain techniques with guitar that I don't feel very confident in and I'm not really good at enough yet. So I hyper focus on them. So I pick one exercise to do with that one technique and I do it over and over and over again for 20 minutes every single day with a metronome before I even just start jamming out or playing random songs. I hyper focus on the things that I'm not good at so I can bring up my technique so that those bad habits and those poor techniques don't carry over into all the other things that I try to learn. Whereas most people will just pick it up, play what they know, and then they call that practice. But it's not really just practice. It's more like playing, just playing around. So if you want to take this seriously, then it all comes down to what is on the screen right now. Next is mastery through explanation. One of the most reliable indicators of mastery is the ability to teach others effectively. If you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it deeply enough. Masters often discover gaps in their own knowledge when they start teaching others. The act of explaining concepts forces them to identify the core problems behind their methods, understand why something works, not just that it works, and also develop better frameworks for thinking about their domain and spot their own unconscious competencies. Now, this is why the highest paid experts often combine service delivery with teaching, coaching, and consulting. Teaching deepens their own mastery while creating additional revenue streams. Now, the side note is that, well, Tyson, I don't know it very yet. I don't know it very well yet. I've only been doing this for 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, insert whatever menial time lapse that's happened since you've started learning. Well, it doesn't really matter because if you're on day 2, someone else is on day 0 and you can give them a pointer. If you're on day 2 and someone else is on day 2, maybe you picked up some stuff that they didn't pick up. If you're on day 2 and someone else is on month 2, maybe there's something that you heard or learned recently that they still don't even know. So to deepen your own knowledge, to deepen your own understanding, I highly, highly, highly recommend you to go out and give others advice if you, of course, you have advice to give. If it's just something you made up in your head or whatever, you can say that and be like, look, this is just my opinion. But at the end of the day, if you're going into things and you're explaining them in new ways, not only is it going to uncover some of the things that you don't know, but it's also going to help you solidify a lot of the knowledge. That's why, honestly, like me as being somebody who teaches other people online is part of the reason why I do this. Why do you think I make a whole 16-hour course on making money? How much better at making money do you think that makes me? A lot better. So next is getting your first client even with no experience, or getting your first little bit of money, or just breaking the barrier between now and getting paid, and how to do that, why it's so important, and some of the things that you need to overcome in order to do that. Look, I'm not going to start off by saying, don't worry, it's easier than you think. Most people think clients hire based on years of experience, but that's not what clients are actually about. Now, we're going to cover this more in depth when we talk about the getting clients portion of the video, but it's also important here as well. Clients often hire based on confidence that you can solve their problems, aka just having hunger and ambition. A business owner with a struggling email campaign doesn't care if you've been doing email marketing for 5 years or 5 days. They care whether you can fix their specific problem and generate more revenue. If you can demonstrate understanding of their situation and present a clear plan to improve it, your lack of extensive experience becomes irrelevant. It just doesn't matter. This is why some brand new service providers land clients while experienced professionals struggle. The newcomers focus on solving specific problems while the experienced providers assume that their credentials speak for themselves. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, credentials are extremely important, but at the end of the day, people just care if you can get them to where they want to go. If you can alleviate their pain, that's it. So, my friends, you understand business models. Now what? Well, here comes your 90-day path to $5,000 to $10,000 per month in income. Now, this is going to be a challenge, but the reason as to why it's going to be a challenge is because it's effective. If it was easy, it wouldn't be effective. It would be called the 90-day, the 90-day comfort plan to maybe making some money. But this is going to give you the highest chances of success of reaching $5,000 to $10,000 per month, which is where most people can not only live comfortably, but actually have a full-time income and don't have to work a 9-to-5 job. And then you can 1,000% focus just on your online business. And that is huge. That's a huge step. So this is where we're going to get serious, because it's time to stop planning and start building. We're going to follow a strategic learning sequence designed not just to educate you, but to get you paid as soon as possible. There will be work, but man, will it be worth it if you actually lock in. So first is the psychology first learning strategy. We're starting with copywriting for one crucial reason. It teaches you the fundamental psychology that powers every other business skill you'll ever need. Like we've talked about, copywriting is about understanding why people take action, what makes people even buy and open up their wallets in the first place, how decisions are made, and what makes prospects go from interested to invested. When you master copywriting psychology, you're actually learning how to identify what people truly want, not what they say they want, the emotional triggers that drive purchasing decisions, how to overcome objections before they've even been raised, the art of creating urgency without manipulation, and how to build trust through strategic communication. You will need these in every single realm of business endeavor. I'll put it that way. These psychological principles form the foundation for everything else. If you nail these foundations really early on, they'll pay dividends in your future business ideas. Why? Because you can do a lot of marketing yourself and have to spend money on marketing staff in the early days. And later, if you do have a team, you can clearly present your ideas and strategies in meetings. In the long run, your sales conversations become more effective because you understand buyer psychology. Your client acquisition improves because you know how to communicate value. Your personal branding resonates because you understand what creates connection. Being like a master marketer and a master copywriter has helped me do what? Not only just make money with copywriting, also build my own business, and then also create a gigantic personal brand. In all of my videos, there's copywriting in them. People always comment below them, right? And of course, they are discovering this themselves for the first time. But yeah, there's a lot of copy in my videos. When I open up with something with a big hook or something that's really intriguing, and then I give you some intrigue to just keep you hooked throughout the whole video. I mean, that's just copywriting right there. This whole channel is copywriting. Every single YouTube channel or people that you watch on Instagram, it's all copywriting. All of it is designed to make you sit there and grab your attention and just watch what they do and then take action. And me, I'm not taking action for you to buy something. I'm taking action for you to actually just want to change your life and make money. That is the action. That's the CTA of this whole video. But we'll get into how to do that as we move on. Copywriting doesn't just teach you to write, it teaches you to think like customers, which makes every other skill in business exponentially more powerful. So here's the logistical skill progression. Here's how to build and multiply. Our learning sequence follows a deliberate progression where each skill builds directly onto the previous one. So copywriting first, sales second, client acquisition third, and then advanced skills fourth. Right? So those are the skills that we're going to be learning here. Each skill amplifies the previous ones. And by the time you're learning the advanced strategies, you have the psychological foundation and practical experience to implement them effectively. So here's the 30, 60, 90 day revenue timeline. This is a loose, rough estimate of how you're going to make money. So day 1 to 30 is the first dollar foundation. Master your copywriting fundamentals. Complete your first paid copywriting projects, even if you're small, if you decide to do with copywriting. But we have some other business models we're going to be chatting about here in a second. Develop basic sales conversation skills and target $500 to $2,000 in revenue while building those skills. Next is day 31 to 60. Now, of course, I have proof of tons of people already doing this. We're going to talk about that more when we get into the cold outreach and client acquisition, client getting models, but we'll stick with here for now. Is the system building and scaling. So you systematize your client acquisition process. So systematize how you actually get clients. You develop reliable prospecting and closing routines. You begin your personal brand through consistent content. And then you target $2,000 to $5,000 in monthly recurring revenue. And then finally, day 61 to 90, you optimize and you expand. You refine your service offerings based on market feedback. You implement advanced client acquisition strategies. You add complementary services like email marketing and funnels. And then your target is $5,000 to $10,000 per month in income. This timeline is aggressive but realistic because each skill builds directly on the previous one, creating compounding effects. So once you're at that 10K per month, reaching millionaire status is a little bit of a different ballgame because you're going to need to do things like outsource, hire people, and just scale in general. You're going to need to understand not only how to do marketing, but how to do marketing for your own business. But even that we will cover and we will get through today. So here's the millionaire trajectory. The $5,000 to $10,000 monthly target seems like an arbitrary goal. Why does it matter if I want to get to millionaire status? But it's the foundation for millionaire level wealth building. Here's why this income is so important. It's because it gives you financial breathing room, right? That 5 to 10K monthly covers most people's living expenses, eliminating the survival pressure and allowing for strategic thinking later on. You also have investment capital. You have confidence that you're actually building because you're making money. You get access to a bigger network, and you also can develop your skills even farther, right? I've shown you guys me literally within the last year investing over, what is it? It's like 60 grand, $60,000. And the ROI that's had not only on my business, but just on my life is groundbreaking. So being able to have that disposable income to actually invest in yourself, in your business, and what you're doing is priceless. So here's a little bit about what the blueprint will look like, right? We talked about C players and B players. We talked about A players, and we talked about being a business owner. So when we first start, we want to be the B/C player. So this looks like copywriter and or SDR/setter. So I talked about SDRs and setters before. These are people who set sales calls. So they get people's audience to actually book calls with them to see if they qualify for whatever they're selling. And then the other option is copywriter. Very, very simple. You write copy for businesses and they pay you. That's basically it. And then once you know these, you graduate to being an A player. As if you start as a copywriter, this looks like being a digital marketer. If you start as an SDR/setter, this looks like being in remote sales. And if you want to be a business owner, this is how you reach $1 million. You go with the marketing agency/scaling and you outsource your remote sales. True congratulations for making it this far in the course. I want to take a moment to acknowledge something important, which is that you're still here. That might not sound like a lot, but it actually means everything. Realize that most people who started this course with you have already dropped off. They got distracted, they made excuses, and they convinced themselves, I'll come back later, when they know that's not entirely true. But not you. You're still here, you're still learning, and you're still pushing forward. So ask yourself, but why? Right now, at this very moment, you could be doing literally anything else in the whole entire world, in the whole universe. Scrolling social media, watching Netflix, hanging out with friends, or doing any of the 1,000 other things that people do to avoid the hard work and building something real. But instead, you chose to be here. You chose to invest your time in learning skills that can change your life. That choice, especially when no one is actually forcing you to make it, reveals something important about your character. It shows that you have what most people lack, which is the willingness to delay gratification and to do the work that success requires. And I don't take that lightly. Your time is your most valuable thing that you have, and you're choosing to spend it learning from me. That's a responsibility that I personally take seriously. So here's my commitment to your success. Look, because you've shown the dedication to make it this far, I'm making you a promise, a genuine promise. I'm going to dedicate the next several months of my life to giving you the absolute best chances possible of success, getting paid from these skills if you're willing to put in the work. We've got a long way to go in this course. We've covered the foundation, but now we're diving into the tactical skills. This is where we get into exactly what keys to press on the keyboard and how you're going to start making money. This is where most people's attention starts to waver the most. The excitement of the beginning starts to wear off, and it starts to feel like a grind. And then this is the real work. This is where the real work begins. The next few sections require focus, dedication, and a willingness to push through when things get challenging. So, my friends, with all that being said, let's lock in and begin. You're going to feel an invisible force pulling you away, but your first challenge, if you can't handle watching a long course, I will admit it is long. That is easily worth $60K in value. If you can't handle that, then how do you expect to handle all the challenges and hardships that come with success? So, this is your first challenge. Let's see what you do with it. Yo, hey, what's up, everybody? You're back, and we're going to be hopping into the copywriting and marketing psychology masterclass. In short, this is just how you get people to buy stuff. How you get people to buy stuff, because all business is convincing other people to give you money. Maybe you're giving them something, maybe you're teaching them something, maybe you're showing them something, maybe you are doing something for them, doing a service. There's lots of different things that you can do, but it is really just that, showing people that you can solve their problem and you're the best at solving their problem and you are the best option to solve their problem. And here's how you do that. Because today we're going to be spilling the sauce. This section isn't about writing better. We're going to be learning how to get inside someone's head and stay there until they buy. We're unpacking the real sauce, the psychological switches that billion-dollar companies use and flip on purpose, the frameworks that you can apply to any product, any offer across any industry, and you'll learn how to write words that move people. But more importantly, you'll understand why they move. Because the best marketers, they write in a way that digs into the brain of the reader like a parasite that cannot be removed. It literally makes people buy. So, going into this, I want to first start by showing you the free resource database. Now, like I said, if you want access to this, you can just message me on Instagram at tyson.scales, or you can download it with the free copy starter kit down below in the description. But as you can see, we have a lot of resources when it comes to copywriting, and we also have a lot when it comes to client acquisition, so actually getting clients. But there's just a ton. There is just a metric ton from like writing copy with AI, email examples, 120 winning hooks to get you inspired so that you can write really good copy. So before we get into everything, you have everything at your fingertips. No lie, no joke. It is literally all there, and it's free. It is actually all free. I'm not charging no $27, no $299, free. Man, leave a like on the damn video, bro. This is absolutely nuts. So, marketing is the ultimate money superpower for online beginners. Here's what nobody tells you about making money online as a beginner. Every successful online business is essentially a marketing business that happens to sell something. Think about it. Amazon is a marketing platform that happens to sell products. Netflix, marketing. They happen to sell streaming content. Uber, marketing. Your favorite influencer, marketing expert. They're all in the business of getting attention, building trust, and converting that trust into revenue. Every single one of them. That's marketing in a nutshell. But there's so much more to dive into. So think of making money like upgrading your character, right? Right here I have Dark Souls. I think this is Dark Souls 3, right? I don't know. One of the Dark Souls games. It's basically one of those games where you get to build your own character. You get to pick which attributes you want to build. If you want to build a tank, you can build a tank. If you want to build like I don't know, there's different like magic builds. I'm not that into it, right? I am a little bit nerdy, but I'm not that crazy. I can't tell you every single build. But you have certain attributes that you can increase. And as someone who wants to get rich one day, this is one of the ones that basically everybody has to have. Like it's like your HP or something, or like just your attack power. Like you're going to have to consistently, all the time, put time, energy, and effort into marketing, into having people know you exist, knowing what you do, knowing you, liking you, building trust to the point where they actually want to spend money. Not only with you, but with the businesses that you work for. Because this, again, goes both ways. You have double opportunity when it comes to learning a skill like marketing because of this. You're able to sell your marketing skills to other people and get them paid, which in turn gets you paid. And you're able to market yourself to those people so that you get those opportunities and you get paid. Marketing is always going to be your biggest stat in the game and will always pay off the most. So here's what you're actually going to be learning. First is marketing psychology, so how to grab attention and convert it into cash. Next is actually writing the copy itself. This is where theory meets the actual keyboard. And then finally is the advanced marketing strategies all in one. And this is going to be a big one. So let's hop in. Here's what you're going to be getting. So the most usable knowledge. So you're going to get more usable knowledge than most people get in a 4-year university degree in this one video. The exact tools and systems that I've used to make millions with marketing, and they're the exact tools that I've learned from other people, like the biggest copywriters and marketers in the industry today and for the last 50 years that have made billions and billions of dollars, and a step-by-step game plan to getting you paid within the next 30 days or less with copywriting while you're still learning, because you can learn and earn with this skill without spending any upfront cash, and that is the beauty of it. So here is the psychology fundamentals when it comes to marketing. Now, the first thing you need to know is this: from fear to desire. Attention is rarely sparked by desire. It's driven by fear. Fear of missing out, fear of being stuck, fear of choosing wrong. That's the spark. But no one buys from fear alone. They act because they believe that the pain can end or that something is just within their reach that's better. Good copy starts with fear, but then later pivots towards desire. You actually show them what they want. So a very common way to do this, right? I have lots of different frameworks and things that I'm going to give you, but you'll notice a lot of ads, right? And the first thing that they'll do is they'll point out a problem that's highly relatable to their target audience. So, for example, it would be something like, hey, do you know those guys that go to the gym every single day for months but still don't get any results? You don't want to be one of them. When you look in the mirror, are you thinking, wow, I got so big in the last 4 months? Or are you thinking, where's my progress? Right? So that's how a lot of people are going to be thinking. And then that is how it would start off. Now, I'm just going off the cuff with this. So don't expect this to be some crazy high level marketing. But then next, they give you a little piece, a little taste of what the solution is. So they say, well, I used to feel like that, but I used to have a solution. I used to feel like that, but I have a solution. You see, I packed on 10 pounds of muscle within the last 4 months. Here's my before picture. Here's my after picture. And I went to the gym 4 days per week, and I was able to eat chocolate every single night. Now, people are intrigued. And then they go back to the problem. They say, look, you see all this misinformation online, you see all these people, but here's the exact simplest, minimalist, getting ripped system that's out there on the internet right now. And then he'll give you something, then maybe he'll sell you a program, or he'll tell you to do some personal, I don't know, right? That's just completely off my imagination. But you see that it is an easy way to get the right person's attention, to prove that you know how they're feeling, and now they are susceptible to actually learning more about your solution, because in the actual ad itself, you are showing them how you are going to help them and actually giving them some hope and some value as well. But don't worry, because we have so many more examples coming up. So the brain is lazy, and you want to actually use that. So look, the brain is trying to save energy always. You might not even realize it. When you read text, your brain doesn't even read everything word for word. It just looks at everything, just scans it and skims it. It kind of scans for shortcuts, skips what feels hard, and finds the fastest path to the end of the page. Now, Now that I mention it, you probably know what I'm actually talking about right now. That's where copy becomes a game of control. It's 2025, so shouting louder does not work. Complex writing doesn't work, and big claims don't work either, because there is a very, very small amount of trust in the market. Focus on shaping the rhythm, pacing the lines, and breaking just enough rules to actually keep it interesting. Write with the focus to keep them reading instead of trying to impress. So I've seen this all the time, where people think that writing more is really good. I call this copy compensation, where you think that like writing this huge ad that's really big, and it just like, oh, here's some studies from Harvard, they said this, and this is why you need to buy, and this is why you need to buy. That's not what you want to do at all. Instead, you want to do the opposite. You want to be as concise as possible. Really great copy says a lot in just a small amount of words. Now, as a little disclaimer going into the rest of the copywriting course, I've already done about 12 hours just in those two videos, and I did another 2.5 hour copywriting course. So in short, I have over a dozen hours of copywriting content on this channel. So I'm not going to reiterate the basics for anyone that is here. I want to cover the foundations. Then I'm going to give you guys a whole bunch of calls from my paid communities that people paid a lot of money for. And then I'm going to set you off to where you can learn more. So if you haven't already watched the 4-hour and 8-hour copywriting courses, then those are, again, must watches. They're like this video in the same style. So if you like this, you're going to love that as well. I just thought I would go through that. So in case some of you guys are thinking like, why does it feel like some of this is missing? This isn't as tactical as I thought it would be. Just take that into note, that if you want the real nitty gritty, getting really extremely into the details on every single letter of every single word, then that is available in the free 4-hour and 8-hour courses. So here's why you want to make reading feel like scrolling. You ever start reading something and then 5 minutes later you realize you haven't stopped? That's the goal. Right? Sometimes you get so entrenched in something and you're like, wow, I actually read that whole thing. That's exactly what you want to do in your copy. Good copy shouldn't feel like effort to the reader, more like a sharp ice skate gliding across the rink, like skimming a feed. Like your brain already knows what's coming and wants to see if it's right. It's kind of like when you play a video game and you lose track of time, or you watch a movie and you lose track of time, or you watch a new show and already you're on like season 8. So what's the trick? Write it in a way that makes each line set up for the next. Even if the next line is just 3 words, even if it's empty space. Don't be clever. Don't try to make the reader disappear. Don't be clever. Just try to make the reader disappear in your writing. Next is moving the needle. Forget the fancy tactics for a second. What really moves someone to buy isn't specifically the product, the brand, or the platform. It's what's happening inside the customer's head. And here's what I mean. Marketing psychology is about understanding a particular moment. The one where attention flips into desire. And the desire, that's what we'll be weaponizing. In a good way, of course. This is how to get into their head or be ignored. Because getting into people's head and being so relatable to them that they think that you're like listening to them through their iPhone microphone, that is how much you want to be able to get into their head. Because once they really truly feel like you understand their problem, they will then assume that you also understand how to solve their problem. If you can enter the conversation that's already happening in your buyer's mind, you win. And at that point, you don't even have to convince them of anything. You just have to show them you get it. Their hopes, fears, what they're sick of, and what they secretly want but won't say out loud. If your copy feels like it was pulled straight from their thoughts, you've already won. And that's how trust gets built instantly, and action follows that trust as well. Now, another part of probably one of the biggest ways and determining factors that actually get people to take action is urgency and the fear of missing out. And they completely equal sales. So for example, people respond to time limits, not logic. Give them a reason to act now. You've seen, countdown timers, sale ends soon, this sort of thing. Now there are, very cheap ways to do it, like, oh, get this now, or else you're not going to be able to have, or this is not going to be around for long. Or you can make it feel real and genuine by actually making it real and genuine. And I'll show you how to do that. But another marketing term that I don't think that I have down is that the best marketing simply states the facts and tells the truth. That's it. States the facts and tells the truth. So that's going to be highly more effective. And I'll tell you why. So for example, I've shown you already, I've already done multiple interviews with people making 10K per month with copywriting, right? 16K per month, 18K per month, etc. Now, me just showing you that and you watching those videos is going to be far more effective than anything that I could say, but not having results. So I could say, yeah, man, you're going to make this much money, and you're going to make this much money because businesses are going to want you, and because I know the best outreach strategies, and I know how to get clients, and I know how to scale them, and I know how to do this, and I know how to do that. Instead, I'll just shut up, and I'll just show you that I've already done it for so many people, and that's what gets people inspired, far more than you sitting there, again, trying to convince them. So if you state the facts and tell the truth, it is going to do far more for you than simply just trying to convince people. Next is quantity versus time scarcity. So limited spots is more like quantity, and then limited hours is time scarcity, how much time you have left. Use both, but be careful and know when to use which. We'll get into that. Next is seasonal urgency. So take advantage of what they already feel. Back to school, or Black Friday, or New Year. These sorts of urgency work really well as well. And then next is personal/universal pressure. What matters most to them beats what matters most to you. And by using all of this is how momentum is actually built. This isn't by any means forcing a decision. You're getting the customer through the fog so that they can make the choice they already want to make. They're already on the edge. They already know they want it. They already have their credit card details and they just haven't really clicked it yet. And then they say, oh, you know what? This is only going to last a couple more days, so I might as well just do it. I might as well just take action on something they already want to take action on. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Tyson 40 in the flesh, and we are on recording session number 9 with the 16-hour course. So if I'm able to pull through, this is probably going to be 30 plus recording sessions. My brother, you can finish a complete 16-hour course. If I can do it, all this, and I know you have it in you. So with all that being said, we're going to go to the next part of the marketing psychology, which is social proof and herd mentality. The thing is that most people don't like going first. Most people don't want to be the guinea pig. I'll give you an example. Actually, I just thought of this. I just got a fresh cut. Imagine you have a homie and he wants to be a barber one day. And he says, hey, brother, I want to practice on your head. I want to practice on you. Would you rather go to him, or would you rather pay, even if it's a premium price, some dude who's been doing it for 7 years straight every single day of his life? The answer is obvious and simple, unless you like getting messed up. But it'll always grow back, so it's not the end of the world. But still, you don't want to go first because you already know it's not going to be a good situation. I'll give you another example. Do you want to be a heart surgeon's very, very first patient? Or would you rather the dude and pay more for the dude who's been doing this for multiple decades? It's simple. We all want to believe we're independent thinkers, but most of us check the room before we act. And that scenario is very visible when people are spending money. They want to see every review, results, and piece of proof. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm going to buy from Amazon, bro, I'm checking the reviews every time. If it's got 700 5-star reviews versus one that has 2 reviews and they're both 3 stars, which one are you picking? Even if the one with more reviews costs substantially less, you're still picking that one. because it has way more reviews, way more people have tried it and given it a good review. You're gonna go scroll down, you're gonna see what people are saying. Most people are loving it. Some people don't really like it, but they're haters maybe. So you still buy it anyways, and you will actually pay a more premium price. Screenshots, wait lists, follower counts, anything and everything before handing over a simple single cent. Now, another example actually of this, I have a lot of examples and analogies for this one for some reason. I have a private one-to-one mentorship, and for that people apply. And I showed a screenshot on my Instagram before where it was literally over 9,000 applications we've gotten over a few months. We only let in around 100 students, active students at a time. So there is real, actual scarcity. Again, one of the best ways to market is to just tell people the truth. Just tell them the truth and tell them what's actually going on and just give them proof of that. So another example is when I showed you guys that there is a $99 per month community that other people have paid $500 just to join. I actually showed the screenshots, but what most people do is this. They will say like, yeah, man, I got this mindset course. It's valued at $2,000, but you get it today for just $200. Everybody's BS detector is going off like crazy because they know that that's not true. Where did you get this valuation? You just pulled it out of thin air. But if you can add proof to basically anything that you are doing, it goes an extremely long way. It's not the time to start bragging the achievements. People want to see safety. If they see others saying yes, they're more likely to say yes as well. They're just written in the fundamentals of human behavior. Next is to understand that authority breeds instant trust. When someone looks like they know what they're doing, we stop questioning and we start listening. It's literally a way to fast track your way to earning trust. See, the thing is, in 2025, we live in the age of information overload. There's too much information. Too many people want our attention. Our minds are filtering machines. And what that means is our minds tell us exactly what to ignore, and we ignore 99% of the stuff that comes across our eyeballs. So you, my friend, have to prove as to why what you're saying is actually true and why it matters. Not just if it's good information, but who it comes from is huge. For example, imagine if I was a complete brokey. Would you sit here and watch a 16-hour course of me showing you how to become a millionaire? I hope that you wouldn't. I hope that you would not. Not to mention I've helped tons of other people become financially free and make over 6 figures as well. So if I didn't have any of those accolades, please, I would hope that you would skip the video and maybe look for somebody with more authority, with more proof under their belt. But luckily, you already have that in front of you right now. But that just shows you how important authority really is. In a world full of noise, that's an easy way to actually get leverage and get people to listen to you without a PhD, developed brand, or a blue check mark. I mean, you can just buy one right now, but you get the point. You just need clarity, show certainty, and a track record that speaks louder than just what's inside of your Instagram bio. Position yourself like an expert, and people start leaning in before you even say a word. The rule of reciprocity. This one is hugely important, and if you nail this, you will go far. And so it's really simple. You give first. That's it. You give first. That's the move. Giving something of value. Now, it's no secret. Again, people will try to point out, oh, Tyson, you do this. Oh, Tyson, you do this. Oh, Tyson, you do that thing that you're teaching right there. Yes, I give like crazy, but that's part of the reason why I never have to sit here and ever beg a person to buy. Here's the thought process you need to understand. I've had people buy things from me and be like so eager. They literally say, Tyson, take my money. The reason why is because they've gotten so much value already that when they pay for something from me, they're not any longer paying for the thing that they're going to get. They're paying for all the stuff they've already gotten. They think, you know what? I've already gotten like $1,000 worth of value from this guy. So why don't I buy something from him anyways? And even if it were bad, which it obviously won't be, but even if it were, I would have already gotten the value anyways. So it's impossible for me to be disappointed. And here's the other thing. If the free content is this good, if the free stuff is this good, if all the stuff he gives away is this good, can you imagine if you actually paid? It would be insane. And this is what I teach everyone to actually do in order to get their first clients, make their first sales. This is like the ground level. Number one is giving first, and then you can ask. This is beautifully put in a book from Gary Vee called The Thank You Economy. It's back there on my bookshelf somewhere. I think it's actually this one right here. It has a red cover and has yellow text on it. The Thank You Economy is essentially an economy that is driven off of thank you, as in you giving people things and then them actually reciprocating by giving you something. A useful insight, a tool, a piece of clarity that they didn't have before. It can be something small, it can be something medium, it can be something huge. Something that makes them think, damn, if this is free, imagine what's paid. When you give it real value up front, people want to pay you back. It's built in our psychology. If someone holds the door open for you, you're going to say thank you and want to hold the door open for them next time. It feels uncomfortable not to give somebody something after you've been giving something. And that's exactly what makes this so powerful. Next is the fear to desire spectrum. And understanding this and the points in between is going to help you really figure out what to even say to people and when to say it. So every buying decision lives on a spectrum that you need to be in control of and tilt in your favor. At one end is fear, the fear of wasting money, looking stupid, picking the wrong thing, wasting time. And at the other is desire for ease, status, control, relief, power, whatever they think the outcome gives them. Your job is to bridge that gap. Ease the fear just enough, then spark the desire so strong it feels irrational not to act. A lot of copy only speaks to one side, but the best pieces dance between both. And it really is a dance. You guys remember that structure I talked to you about a little bit earlier? Problem, agitate, solution. Now, this is a structure in all of marketing that's you'll see it all the time. We mainly use it for emails is when I actually say that. But it's like this. You talk about a problem that most people have. You tease the solution. Then you agitate the problem even more. And then you give someone the solution. So I'm going to give you another example of what that would look like. So you start with a problem, right? Let's stick with the fitness example since that seems to be what I'm on more on lately. So the fitness example, the people who go to the gym consistently, but they don't actually get any results because they're off. Their consistency is off, their intensity is off, and they're just overall off. And then you give them a little piece of the solution. I used to think like that too. Or I knew somebody else who thinks like that. Or it's no wonder why you think like that. This is what people tell you. But I've actually found out the truth that's been able to get me this great result. So you just show them the problem, right? Their fear, the bad thing. And then you tease the problem a little bit, or you tease the solution a little bit. And then you agitate the problem even more. So here's how this goes. You have fear on one side, which is like the extreme, what's the bad thing that happens long-term if this never gets fixed? Then you have obstacles, which are like, what are the bad things that are happening right now or within the next few days that you're struggling with? Then you have want. It's like, okay, if all of these things were alleviated, what would you be able to do in the short term? Then you have dreams. If all of these things were alleviated, what would you be able to do in the long term? What would that look like? So I'll take you through each one of these sections. When it comes to fear, what would that look like? Fear that you're going to be old one day, you're going to have muscle problems, you're going to have arthritis because you don't have any muscle supporting your bones. You're going to waste a bunch of time in the gym just to get absolutely no results that you could have spent doing other things. You're going to be at the park with your child and you're going to be running around with them out of breath, and you won't be able to actually spend quality time with them because your body is holding you back. That's like the long-term fear. Next, you have obstacles. Knowing how to track your macros, what macros exactly to eat, how hard you should train, what sets you should do, how much volume you should do, what exercises you should do, etc. Next, you have wants. I wish that I had someone to keep me accountable. I wish that I had a very easy and simple workout plan that I could follow, where I could get in the gym 1 hour and then out. Or I want to be able to get results while still eating the foods that I love and not feeling like I'm eating rabbit food every single day that I hate. Then long-term dreams. I want to have the body that serves me forever. I want to be the person that is at the beach or is at the swimming pool who just loves to take their shirt off and doesn't feel self-conscious about themselves. So I just walked you through every single one, the whole fear to desire spectrum, from fear, obstacles, wants, to dreams. And understanding every part within that is going to help you very much. So here is the PAS formula, but broken down into the fear spectrum. So you start with giving them their obstacles. Are these the obstacles that you're struggling with right now? And then you give them a little bit of a taste of their dreams. Well, I used to deal with those obstacles too, but now I got whatever you want. But then you talk about the agitate. And the agitate is, how does it show up in your life and how are things going to look if you don't fix this? It can all be boiled down to that. You tell them how it's going to show up in their life, why it's going to make their life awful in the long term. And then you finally get to the solution, which is the advice, the actionable advice that they can use in order to get results. And then you loop that in to whatever your product is. Now, we have tons of examples on how to do this, but giving you a little bit of a taste of how formulaic all marketing is going to help you really realize that it's really not as daunting as it seems. It takes a few hours to learn how to write copy. Of course, it takes longer than that to master it, but that's all you really need to know. Finally is risk reversal psychology. So even when people want to buy, there's a silent voice in the back of their head going, what if it doesn't work? That's the hesitation killer. And it's the reason why many businesses lose a sale. But the pros, they've become immune to it. How? They use risk reversal to shut out that voice. Guarantees, trials, proof. Whatever makes them feel like the downside has disappeared. These are safety nets that put the customer at ease. You remove the friction And suddenly the offer feels like a win before they even click buy now. Now we're going to cover this a little bit more when we get into like outreaching and client getting. But this is also just really important when it comes to overall marketing as well. Things like guarantees, things like low ticket offers, for example. So a low ticket offer is like, $27 and I'll give you these 10 templates. Very, very small, very, very simple. And again, it does almost the same thing as the feeling of reciprocity where people get it, they really like it, and they feel like they want to do more business with you because they already did one transaction. And then that lowers the risk. And because the price is so small of $27, again, it lowers the risk even more. A lot of people have a guarantee. 60-day guarantee. That lowers the risk even more. So by being able to lower the risk, more people are going to want to buy because it doesn't feel like there's as much downside. Next is premium positioning. The higher the price, the higher perceived value. I don't know if you guys have ever done this. I definitely have. But sometimes I buy the more expensive product just because I assume it will be better. This is one that I've actually done very, very, very recently. Within the last couple of days, I went on Amazon looking for a laptop backpack, something small that I can take to a coffee shop, do some work on, put my headphones in, put my AirPods, put my book, notepad, etc. And I went to Amazon and I just filtered anything over $100 because if something is $30, I immediately think the zipper is going to break, the fabric's going to break, it's going to smell weird like a factory, which it is true. A lot of the times when I buy something that's as cheap as possible, it's crap. But when I take the time and spend a little bit of extra money to get something premium, then it usually comes feeling a little bit more premium. So this goes against what most people think, and I want you to really try to understand this on a fundamental level, is that anybody can make their prices lower, just in general. A lot of people think, well, having lower prices is better because more people are going to buy and you're going to make more money. Well, that's not always the case. Not always the case at all. A lot of the times when you have a very high priced item, it will be seen as higher value. So it's counterintuitive, but sometimes raising your prices actually will get you more sales. This is something that happens a lot in B2B or agencies. I've worked with a lot of those before in the past. So a business that helps another business make money. And the thing with businesses is they have money, they have capital, and they have the budget. The thing is just convincing them that they're going to get an ROI. So oftentimes, businesses who sell something for $10,000 will actually get more sales if they sell it for $12,000, $14,000, $16,000 because the business sees that as more valuable. This is the expensive, this is the luxury brand, this is the premium option right here. Here's the paradox. The higher your price, the easier to close in some circumstances. Sounds counterintuitive, I know, but this is because in most minds, price equals quality. I actually make this joke with my friends and just people that I know, is that I'm like, I look at something where I'm buying something at a store where they have the little price tags, and I'm like, this one has a higher quality number, so I'll take that. I don't even call it the price, I call it the quality number because it's kind of a flex, but it's still just the fact that things that are more expensive usually just are really good. For example, I actually got the Colgate IO or something, some special toothbrush. It's like a smart toothbrush. It hooks up to your phone. It shows you if you're pressing too hard on your teeth. It was like over $100. But I was like, you know what? I want good teeth. I want good teeth. And $100 is a lot for a toothbrush, but I could get the $12 toothbrush, but I don't feel like my teeth will be as white. I don't feel like my teeth will be as clean. I don't feel as though I will be my very best self. So I'm going to spend the premium price. Anyways, that's what I did. That's what lots of people do. And that's why the companies make these extremely high priced things. Why do people spend thousands of dollars on Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton instead of Costco, Walmart, and Target? Because they are higher quality products. One of the richest men in the world, I believe his name is Ronald something, owns a luxury brand. And he's the richest man in the world. There's a reason why he's one of the richest men in the world and not the people who own Walmart, Target, Costco, etc. They are very rich, don't get me wrong. But there's a common pattern that you're supposed to see because they are higher quality products, even though a lot of the times they're made in China, but they are perceived as higher quality. A cheap price makes people hesitate. They start asking, why is it so affordable? Is it because there's something wrong with it? But premium prices signal confidence, results, value. This is how luxury brands are so successful. It works just as well for services, coaching, and digital products as well. So if you want to charge more, become worth more in the eyes of your customers. Next is the before and after effect, which is story selling. Stories are one of the most, if not the most effective ways to sell things. And you will notice them a lot in advertisements and in videos and just how captivating they are. To drive the point home even farther, stories have been entertaining humans since the beginning of our inception. Since humans even existed, what were they doing? They were drawing pictures of people and animals on like the cave walls with a rock. And these were all telling stories. Storytelling has been around for that long. This is something really important to grasp. People don't buy products. They buy better versions of themselves. And that's why storytelling works so well. The reader will naturally embed themselves in the universe that you create, making them relate to your message and feeling the emotion. This is where you show them where they are: frustrated, stuck, doubting, and where they could be: confident, clear, and thriving. The story becomes the bridge, and this is where the magic happens. When your offer becomes the perfect vehicle to make them start the journey, you build a whole new reality for someone within just a few seconds. And the next principle is ultra specificity. Vague doesn't sell, but clear does. Very clear. The more specific your copy gets, numbers, names, scenarios, details, the more real it feels. And when something feels real, it becomes believable. Nobody remembers grow your business, but book 11 qualified sales calls in 7 days without running paid ads. That gets attention. Specificity clears the fog of doubt the customers are lost in. Say what you mean and show what it looks like, and you let them see it. So combining these last two we just learned, story and ultra specificity, I'll put it to you like this. So let's say there's a story and you're somebody who wants to lose weight. That makes you a lot like Justin. See, when I met Justin, he was quite overweight. And he would fall into this constant cycle of feeling guilty about being overweight. And then because he felt guilty, he would feel just emotionally drained. But one of the best ways for him to recharge was eating. So this one day, he was feeling particularly bad about himself. So he decided to go to Wendy's. And he was ordering himself his usual: a Baconator and a large Frosty. And as he was ordering, he noticed this little group of teenagers off to the side snickering, and he could hear them making fun of him because he was an overweight dude buying overweight food at the store. And at that moment, it really hit him, and he just wanted to cry right there in the middle of the store. He decided not to even finish his order. He left Wendy's that very day, and he sought help. So the reason as to why that works so well is, one, because it's telling a story, and a story that's hyper specific feels so much realer. Imagine if I just said, Justin was this guy, he was a little bit overweight, he didn't like being overweight, so he came to me and I helped him lose weight. It's like, that's what happened overall. But because it wasn't as specific, it was just not as impactful. Next is the attention economy. While capturing focus is everything, aka hooks. There's a common misconception that you are going to be fighting your competitors in the market, but this isn't the case. You actually are fighting something far worse. Notifications, YouTube, TikTok, and countless other dopamine traps is what your marketing is competing against. If you don't get attention, you don't get heard. And if you don't get heard, you don't get paid. If nobody knows you exist, there's no way for you to make money. It's as simple as that. Hooks matter so much more that they're arguably the most important thing to all of marketing. All because your window to grab someone's attention is shrinking every year, every day. Learn to grab it fast and then learn the right way to keep it. How do you do this? Well, another easy and simple way is the value equation. This is how you increase perceived value of essentially anything. And this is from Alex Hormozi's book. Actually, I'll bring it up right here. $100 million offers. You would think that I'm like sponsored by bro or something. I literally have his book like on deck. I'm always strapped with Alex Hormozi's book. But that principle and a lot of these other principles are in his book, $100 million offers. And he also has another book here called $100 million leads as well, which we're also getting thoughts, ideas, and frameworks from too. Now, I know you're taking notes right now, or at least you should be, so make sure that you don't forget this. Alex Hormozi shows you exactly how to create value for your target customer. Because the truth is, people don't buy based on your effort. They hand their cash to you based on the value they feel in the moment. And the value isn't a mystery, it's simple math. So the dream outcome, like we talked about, their dream, what they want long-term, times perceived likelihood of achievement. So risk reversal, what we already talked about, right? We're using all the things we chatted about. We talked about like addition, we talked about subtraction, and now we're about to learn multiplication and division. So pay attention in class. This is a clear hierarchy of information, and the more information you know, the more it can actually build off of itself. So here's what that looks like. Dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay and the effort and sacrifice equals value. So I have a workout plan, the dream outcome. The workout plan is that you will lose 20 pounds of fat. It's like Jenny Craig, Jenny 20. Perceived likelihood of achievement, well, it has a guarantee. So if it doesn't work, you get your money back, and you're actually going to be able able to keep it off, because if you gain that big weight back, you also get your money back. So that's like, okay, now I'm really going to make it work. Time delay, 90 days, effort and sacrifice. All you have to do is you eat food from this cookbook and you're done, filled with delicious recipes as well. So that's kind of an overarching way that you can do that. Again, we're going to apply these principles to more actual pieces of copy as we move along. So if you want your offer to feel more valuable, do this. Crank the top half and shrink the bottom of this equation. Make the outcome vivid and let them see it. Increase belief, show proof, build trust. Speed up the results and remove friction, pain, and confusion. So make the outcome vivid. So I made the problem vivid in my Justin example with the overweight guy, but I could also make the outcome vivid by saying things like, I actually used in my other example of being that guy who likes to take their shirt off, but someone who makes better food choices, and instead of recharging by stuffing their face, he actually decided to recharge by getting better, by getting results. And this one simple shift not only changed his life when it came to fitness, but it changed his life in everything. He was making more money. He had a better relationship with his wife and kids. And he was overall just winning in life. And his happiness, fulfillment, and his overall intellect all just skyrocketed. So again, another way you can be hyper specific about not only the problem, not only the fear, every part of the fear to dreams spectrum, you can be hyper specific about, and you should be hyper specific about in your marketing. The more you shift those variables in your favor, the more your offer becomes a no-brainer. And that's not because it's cheap, but because it feels like a shortcut to something that they already want. The power of the no-brainer offer. I actually mistakenly thought that I had already shown you a couple slides from here. So if something I said earlier didn't really make a little bit of sense, then this next little bit is what's going to fill in the blanks for you. I mean, we have so many damn slides, and I've made so many of these. It's kind of hard to keep track of them because there's like 1,000+ slides up in here, but it's okay. I'm only human. The power of a no-brainer offer. The common offers that you see advertised are designed to make people think, but a no-brainer offer makes people move and take action as soon as possible, because in the mind of your prospect, thought is friction, and friction kills conversions. When your offer is this good, the decision bypasses your logic. It triggers instinct. It sells without explaining. It closes without pressure. The secret is this: simplify the decision. Make it too good to pass up, too clear question, too immediate to delay. If they hesitate, your offer is not good enough. It's not burning them enough. So you need to turn up the heat. So here's an example. This is one of a high price point. And it says this: for coaches, consultants, agencies, and service providers looking to build a personal brand while spending only 1 hour per week creating content. Learn how we can install a podcast growth system that grows your audience, expands your personal brand, and brings in warm, high quality leads with 1 hour per week. So it is simple. 1 hour per week. So that's less effort. And then there's nothing really here about time delay or when you're going to be able to see results, but it's implied that it's going to be soon. A very high and specific dream/outcome, which is you get to grow your audience and expand your personal brand, bring in warm, high quality leads. And as for a risk reduction or risk reversal, that's not really here either. But a lot of offers, a risk reversal wouldn't really make that much sense for, because in this one, for example, if someone doesn't do the work, like they don't record the 1 hour per week, but they still want a guarantee, then it gets tough for businesses to give people all of the help that they want, then the people not take the help, and then with that, they still have the guarantee, so they cash in on a guarantee even though they didn't do any of the work. So, in a business standpoint, having a guarantee obviously has its risks. So, example, the program might be $16,000 for 4 months, right? That's a very, very common price point. Your product might be $6,000. Right? And say you have a $6,000 product. You net one sale of each every 2 weeks. So if you sell one time every 2 weeks due to this strategy, at the end of the 4 months, that's going to be $48,000 in total. So as you can see here, the ROI makes a lot of sense. So that's what's going through a business owner's head when they read this headline, which is just a piece of marketing. And then there's a 20-minute VSL underneath it. Again, all of this is written by copywriters. He paid somebody to make all of this for him, the script and the headline. So with all that in mind, that is what a no-brainer offer looks like. Could it be a little bit better? Yes. But at the same time, making a really, really crazy good offer is also difficult to fulfill on. So the better the offer, the more difficult the fulfillment. So that's where you have to, sometimes tone it down a little bit. Because you could just say, I'm going to make sure you get $1 million within the next 30 days. Otherwise, I'll refund you. And that might sound good on paper, but actually making that happen is going to be difficult. So you need to find a balance. So this is what I was referring to earlier, which is the paid community that I run, which is a low price point. So I'll take you through some of the bullet points here. Most offers at this price range will provide you with two things: video course content and some templates. That's basically it. I'm obviously a believer, as you're watching right now, that the video content and courses should be online for free. So in here, what do we even charge for? Well, this offer provides you with over 100 hours of course content. So there's way more content. And because it's paid, it's even higher quality. Dozens of templates on basically everything that you could ever need, tons of tools, daily live mentorship from coaches who usually charge $500 to $1,000 per hour. This one's huge too, because again, it shows you the exact contrast. You can go get a mentor that you pay hourly, which will be $500 to $1,000 an hour. Or because I've been able to pool the funds from all of the members, there's over 400 members in here. Because I've been able to pool all of those funds, I'm able to myself pay these coaches that are really expensive to come in and do coaching calls with multiple people at a time. So then that way, everybody gets their copy reviewed, everybody gets their questions answered, and it's every single day as well. So you could just actively participate on every single call, every single day with multiple coaches. An active community of like-minded people, guest speakers from successful coaches, and then also has sold hundreds of times for $499 plus $99 a month. And now the extra $400 fee to join is gone. So when people see this offer, again, I don't even have to market it. They just understand the offer exists and they're like, all right, say less. All for literally the equivalent of $3 per day. And this is an example of a no-brainer offer because the value far outweighs the investment. So take these two examples in mind where it's like, you read it and you're like, honestly, bro, how could I not? How could I not? It just sounds too good to be true. So we've talked about the marketing principles. Now it's time to get into the actual copywriting masterclass. What keys to press on the keyboard, what exactly to say, and when to say it. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's the man himself, Tyson 4D, coming back with yet another series in the 16-hour free course. And we're just getting started in the copywriting masterclass. So without any further ado, let's hop right into it. What even is copywriting in the first place? You've heard me mention it multiple times. So what is the actual Webster dictionary sort of definition so that you can understand exactly what copywriting is and what a copywriter is and does and everything else. Copywriting is a lot more than just writing that sells. It's more like the art of making people feel something specific and then helping them to take action. At its core, it's psychology on paper. You're not just choosing the right words to create a result. Think of it like you're choosing the triggers: desire, doubt, status, urgency, safety, belonging. Copy is persuasion in printed form. It's what turns a maybe into a yes, a click into a customer, a product into someone's solution. But what does the path of a copywriter actually look like? Well, everyone starts in the same place, guessing what might work, throwing words at the wall, downloading every template under the sun, trying to mimic marketing leading brands. But over time, that changes because you stop guessing and you start seeing. You begin to recognize patterns, and eventually you know what makes people open, click, and buy. It's like you stop writing for the brand and you start writing for the brain. You'll progress from writer to communicator to quiet puppet master, pulling invisible strings behind every single sale. If curiosity is a drug, your words are the needle. Curiosity is